Chapter 001 AIG 750 years. 13 years have passed since Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta. Planet Wampa. This place is in the wilderness of the universe, and usually no humans pass by at all. The planet is also barren. Yellow sand is everywhere, and a gentle breeze can roll up a huge wave of sand. Only occasionally in the potholes, grass grows. A clear spring is like a brilliant jewel, shining in it. However, under each one, there are terrifying monsters hidden. Sasa. A figure is walking wildly through the yellow sand. Take a closer look. But a teenager. Long black hair, because of the erosion of wind and sand for many years, full of fortitude. Bronzed skin full of explosive power. The hideous scar on his chest shows that he is not ordinary. The upper body is bare, the lower body is wearing black leggings, and the turquoise belt is tied around the waist, which looks like the fur of an animal. My name is Broly. It has been 13 years since he was exiled to the planet Wampa. Of course, he's just a crosser. Not long ago, it replaced the existence of Broly itself and became the latest master of this huge body. In the yellow sand, Broly was panting, and his face was full of cold sweat. It was only not long after he arrived in this murderous world that Broly met his first opponent. Behind, the fiery red ball of energy roared. Broly quickly rolled over and landed firmly on the ground. Legs embedded in yellow sand. With one hand stretched out, his eyes burst with killing intent. Hold the energy in your hand and suddenly use force. The light of the explosion was as bright as a spark, fluttering around Broly. Bastard! Broly cursed secretly, his body trembling continuously. I am not familiar with this body. In the desolate planet Wampa, Ben has enough time. However, he accidentally ran into a wandering powerhouse. Tread. Mixed with the crackling sound of sand and gravel, a figure gradually appeared. Spun brown feet, a bushy beard. That body is a goat. His body proved that he was not at his peak, and his bark-like skin was mixed with thick sweat. Once the demon of the cholera universe. The Mora sealed by the great realm king god. Broly doesn't know why, this guy came out early. When he came to the planet Wampa, he was happy for a moment. I can finally leave this place where there is no water. But I never expected that it would be him. It should have been attacked by the space patrolman, and his body was not at his peak, so he ran here. Boom! A hoarse voice came slowly, and saliva and filthy air suddenly spewed out. Broly! Don't rebel with delusion. Your huge body contains crazy potential. Enough to get me back to my prime. Mora raised his hands like an evil believer and shouted, "Become one with me. Your disappearance will represent the reappearance of the world's strongest demon. This dead and silent universe will also welcome its master again." Shut up! Broly gritted his teeth and said loudly. Even if he is not in his peak state, the current Maloo is not something he can deal with at all. But... Broly clenched his fists, and the crackling sound of bones bursting suddenly sounded. I'm the legendary Super Saiyan. How could I, who inherited this bodily will, die in such a place? Ha! Maloo jumped into the air, his arms were spread out like wings, and the gurgling energy instantly gathered. Eyes full of killing intent stared at Broly. Suddenly, hundreds of oval-shaped air bombs fell from the sky, breaking through the air like rubble, mixed with the carnival of flames, and suddenly surrounded Broly. Abominable! Broly gritted his teeth and crossed his hands. The earth-shaking explosion sounded instantly, the ground collapsed, and the magma collapsed. Manic flames set the ground on fire instantly. A little energy, all become fuel, the line of sight, the air also begins to distort. Haha! No. Only my noble body can contain your energy. Being one with me is your real choice. No kidding. Broly burst into the sky from the smoke in an instant, a straight punch, attack. Pang! Mo Luo stretched out one hand, and it was completely disintegrated with ease. White waves of qi slowly erupted, and the condensed energy attracted the gravel to the sky. Crackle all the explosions. Knee, directly smashed into Maluo's chin. Broly quickly rolled over and jumped to the ground. In the center of the palm, a point of crystal light sank into the ground. At this time, Broly kept flickering, and hundreds of phantoms appeared in a row. Each time, a point of light is buried in the ground. Haha! Looking at Broly's strange movements, Moro laughed, "Are you crazy? What the hell does this boring move do? No matter how you dance, there is only one result. Be a delicious meal in my mouth. Broly. Obediently wait for fate to come. Haha! Didn't I tell you?" Broly's dark eyes were full of hatred and killing intent. The legendary Super Saiyan, how could it end here? No kidding! Broly roared loudly. The series of actions that he didn't understand just now, but it consumed a lot of his energy. He carefully examined Moro's body, the bark, and the old age could not support his long-term battle. However, that guy can absorb human energy, even if he does nothing. This perverted ability even killed Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. As long as you fight him, your energy is decreasing. A quick fix. Use the strongest energy to defeat him in one go. Tap your feet and the ground will collapse. Broly was like an off-string arrow, turning into a green thunderbolt and rushing in front of him in an instant. Hey, hey! Mo Luo smiled strangely. The index finger and middle finger are closed and suddenly rises. In front of him, a flame barrier suddenly appeared. Broly hurriedly paused, and with only a slight touch of his body, there was a hot burning. The fingers were pitch black, and the cells were festering. That is the attack power condensed by the planet's vitality? Broly said in amazement. Good eye! Mo Luo said in surprise. Are you planning a quick victory? Even if my body is old, my hand-to-hand combat skills are far inferior to yours. Under continuous attacks, you will definitely be able to find flaws. It's a pity. Moro looked at Broly inspectively, and a voice of admiration came from his mouth, but he said instead. I am able to absorb the energy of the planet to attack and defend at will. How can you get close to me? As long as the planet does not die, my energy is infinite. Haha! Mo Luo raised his hands high, like a perfect cultist, and shouted intoxicated. Cut! New books set sail, asking for attention, asking for collection. Chapter 002. Cut! Broly just took a cold bite, squeezed it with one hand, and the turquoise energy was like a dazzling emerald, suddenly rushing out from the gap between his fingers. An oval-shaped air bomb smashed directly onto the flame barrier. The air was trembling, the nuisance of electricity was emitted in all directions, and hundreds of hollows were instantly punched out of the ground. That flame washed the oval-shaped air bomb like a waterfall. Just in less than a second, the gas bomb was directly muted and extinguished. Haha! Saw without Broly. This is my real strength. Moro shouted loudly. This damn guy! An attack similar to absolute defense, with the help of the energy of a planet. The war can't be pushed for too long. If the planet is destroyed, he will have no place to die. Think for a moment, suddenly shake your hand. 2 consecutive air bombs, spinning and rushing out from the hand. Draw a beautiful arc. Mo Luo's eyes looked calmly. Do you plan to use the arc to sneak up on me? It's ridiculous, I'm hiding behind the flame barrier. No matter how strong a person's ability to manipulate his breath is, it is impossible to rotate 90 degrees abruptly. This boring move is just one's own salvation. Watch the air bomb rush through the flames around it, but cut in and fall behind. Mo Luo said frantically, I won. Not necessarily. Broly shouted loudly calmly. Moment. That third energy actually exploded. The exploding chi wave collided with the second energy, causing him to turn 180 degrees behind Moro, rushing towards Moro. What? A violent explosion sounded, and Moro stumbled 2 steps forward. The body directly hit the flame barrier. The attack of energy will not look at you at all. Ah! A sharp scream sounded instantly, and the manic energy rushed into the body, constantly destroying his cells. The body continued to disintegrate in the flames, and in just a few seconds the beard and hair all disappeared. Moribai's bones are also exposed. Broly enjoyed the noisy screams. Moro had chased and killed himself for so long, and now, finally, it was his turn to be unlucky. Let me add another fire to you. Broly folded his hands. The ground is buzzing and trembling. Magma, flames spew out directly. Violent explosions kept ringing. Dense energy at the nanometer level constantly destroys his cells. On the scorched black body, faint red blood also gushed out. This is... Molo thought in amazement. That's right. It's those points of light when he flashes. Like a mine, only he himself can detonate. Damn guys! Dare to calculate me like this? Your insignificant power now is, to me, just a crawler. Firefly fire, how can it be compared to the Hallyu of the sky? A succession of explosions sounded madly, and Molo was suddenly submerged in energy. But he actually turned into a trace of smoke, directly integrated into the ground, and disappeared. Hey! Broly was stunned, he couldn't even sense his breath now. Pitch-black pupils constantly surround. However, everywhere, there was no figure of Moro. Under that kind of attack, even if he can survive, his combat effectiveness is estimated to be greatly reduced. Broly couldn't help but let his guard down. But he forgot that Moro could absorb the energy of the planet. Poof! In the distance, the ground suddenly exploded, and a wave of energy spun up like a dragon absorbing water. Like a fuse. Small holes constantly appear in the ground. The planet begins to desolate in large swathes. The only green grass also turned yellow in an instant, turned into gravel, and disappeared. Broly gritted his teeth and stared at the sky. There was a terrifying fluctuation gradually generated, and even made his body tremble continuously. The energy of the planet was all gathered in the sky, and the Molo hidden in the ground was also slowly floating above. He was sweating profusely, panting, and looking at Broly fiercely. Gathering the energy and combat ability of a planet has far surpassed you. Broly, I see how you should respond. Obediently when my nourishment is not good. Isn't it good to hide in my body and watch the rise and fall of the universe? In the human ghost crying wolf howl, enjoy the rare silence. Molo's eyes were cracked, his lips were blue, and they were full of red bloodshots, and he shouted loudly, "Isn't this good?" Broly clenched his fist with one fist, it seemed that the blood of the scions was constantly boiling. He said in a low voice, "I'm telling you one last time. No kidding. Humph. I am a scion of the fighting nation in the universe, inheriting the most noble blood. No matter what kind of attack you use, you can't destroy my arrogant heart. Just this punch. One punch." The turquoise energy flows in the veins, and in the gaps of the dragon-like muscles, the energy actually converges into a stream, constantly flowing. Broly's body trembled, and layers of mist began to cover his fists. Lightning fell from the sky. The hair is raised upwards, and in the dark pupils, there seems to be a wisp of turquoise hidden. Humph! What a will to fight! If this can support a person to win, then this universe, what evil people! Beat you to death, absorb all the energy. That's it. Ha! Molo waved his hands, and the huge flame energy in the sky trembled suddenly. Like a rising sun, exuding his divine radiance. Unlimited energy falls instantly. Ugh! Broly shouted, and behind him, the shadow of a giant ape loomed, exuding a little reckless aura. Heaven and earth through the fist. He instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed directly into the sky. A punch, smashed into the energy. Seek your own death. Luo snorted coldly in disdain. However, immediately his eyes widened, his body trembled, his lips were blue, and his index finger was connected in shock. In front of him, Broly easily punched through that manic energy. The brilliant light condensed in the air and exploded instantly. Like a fire, it is full of the beauty of streamers. The orange energy, which burst into a Dao fire dragon, hit the ground. This, impossible! Luo shouted loudly in horror. A muffled snort came out. Luo's body trembled, mechanically bowed his head, and Broly's terrifying fist actually directly pierced his chest and abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out. Broly lifted his head with his left hand. He whispered, "Dirty blood spilled on my noble body. This is also. Oh, your sins! New books set sail, ask for attention, ask for collection." Chapter 003. Your filthy blood falling on my body is also a sin. Broly grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted Moro up. Hey! Ancient loners, the existence of cholera in the world. That's all you have to do with your energy. You. Luo's mouth was full of blood stains, and murmured from his nostrils. If it weren't for the fact that my spirit hadn't returned to its peak, how could it be possible to be defeated so easily by you? Broly raised his right hand, his fist was filled with turquoise light, and his dragon-like muscles were full of explosive energy. A fierce punch smashed into Luo's face. Grab his neck and let his blood pressure soar, and this blow. Pang! The blood-red light flickered, and Luo's head was directly exploded. Broken tissues flew everywhere, blood stains stuck to Broly's face, through the transparent pupils, scattered black hair, like a demon god. The yellow sand was all over the ground, and Broly threw him to the ground in disgust. After just a while, it was completely buried. Ahem! Broly was half crouched on the ground, constantly coughing lightly. This intensity of explosive combat made him a little overwhelmed. But suddenly, a magical power slowly flowed into Broly's heart. Like a refreshing wind in the mountains, sweep away all fatigue. He couldn't believe looking at his arm. It seems that you are constantly absorbing the natural energy around you. Bang bang! The heart was beating violently, Broly's eyes widened, and he felt the greed of the cells for this planet. Deep inside, a voice is forcing itself to absorb the energy of this planet. You'll be stronger. He slowly stood up. One hand wave. A crazy flame barrier suddenly appeared in front of you. Broly was also taken aback. This is Moro's ability to absorb cosmic energy? How is that possible? After killing Luo, I actually obtained his ability. Combined with the characteristics of the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's combat power has grown wildly. Speed, he couldn't believe it. He slowly sat down on the ground and began to channel this strange energy into his abdomen. This way, you can fully control it. The yellow sand is everywhere, and the sky is grey. The fierce storm is like a knife. If you don't have enough combat power, it is impossible to survive. Broly sat there, and after a full hour, slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a fire shining in the dark eyes. What a terrifying ability! Can consciously absorb external energy. This planet, and even the universe, will become nourishment for his growth. When fighting the enemy's energy will slowly decrease. Put him to a natural advantage. Is this the plug-in that belongs to the crosser? Broly whispered. There is no system. But this terrifying ability is enough to make him level the world. It only takes time for you to grow. Take part in the universe. Haha! Broly suddenly started laughing heartily. Knock! In the stomach, a grumbling sound sounded. I'm so hungry! Broly shouted bitterly, but on the planet Wampa, there is not even water, and he drinks the thick liquid from that strange tree every day. Not to mention the food. Go back. The crosser starved to death here, and he laughed generously. But, he glanced at his eyes and thought of the scion who accompanied him. Daddy! Cut! He snorted coldly. Not far away, Broly crawled slowly on the hillside. And the yellow sand gradually covered his body. This simple cave is his residence. I also have to admire the strong vitality of the scions, so that they can also survive. Enter the empty cave and feel a little cool breeze. Broly greedily breathed the air around him. Suddenly, an old voice came out. With harshness, even orders. Abhor! Broly, why did you just come back? If it takes a while, it is estimated that you will only be able to see my corpse. A figure turned and appeared, pale sky-rushing hair, quaint uncle face, light black skin, right eye pierced by a scar, has been completely blind. The scion combat uniform is shrouded in a white cape, which has long faded under years of cleaning. Paragas. Hey! Paragas looked at Broly, who returned empty-handed, and frowned slightly. How? Still not finding enough food? The annual yellow sand weather is coming soon. The entrance to the cave should also be closed. If we don't have enough food, we'll starve to death here. Did you know? It's really useless. There is such a powerful energy in vain. Paragas threw his hand, immediately did it to the side, tore a piece from the carrion on the ground, and threw it in front of Broly. Since you have nothing to gain today, then this is your food. After eating, hurry up and find it for me. Useless things, not qualified to follow me, it's best to die outside. Anyway. Paragas eats beautiful dry food, although in 13 years of placement, it has long lost its taste, but compared to carrion, it is much stronger. Cut! Broly snorted coldly, just lying alone in place, breaking branches and leaves, and drinking freely. There is also a lot of sour taste in the liquid. If it weren't for the scion's powerful taste buds, it is estimated that he would have died a long time ago. This thing doesn't have any nutrients, it just fills the stomach. It's very similar to the Guanyin soil on Earth. Paragas grabbed the carrion on the ground and looked at the bugs emerging from it. The corners of his mouth are full of nausea. My body, my ambition, like this carrion, has been hollowed out by insects over the long years. This tired body can't even clench its fists. However, only the hatred in my heart, I can't forget it in my life. He thought of that noble scion with black heads rushing to the sky and a bearded face, and his wilted aura burst out. King Vegeta! You wait, I'll get out of here one day, and when the time comes, I'll let Broly tell you once and for all, what is fear. My pain in the past 13 years will be returned to you little by little. Paragas was trembling all over, but looking at Broly, he didn't fight anywhere. His attitude has never changed, and before Broly, because of his father's identity, or the only person who accompanies him here, he was also extremely respectful to himself. But the other day, everything changed. This guy is not only very unreasonable, but even dares to refute himself. Even shoot at yourself. If it weren't for the control of the current, it is estimated that he would have succeeded. Looking at Broly's furrowed brow, Paragas shouted, "What kind of eyes are you? I'm your dad. Do you want to taste the power of electricity again?" As soon as the words fell, the world seemed to be quiet for a moment. The yellow sand on the periphery also stagnated for an instant. New books set sail, ask for collection, ask for attention. Chapter 004. This is, what a feeling. When those words were spoken, Paragas suddenly had a severe pain in his heart. His muscles twitched, and his lips were blue. Phew! Broly took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and glanced to the side. You! This kind of action made Paragas, who has always enjoyed respect, directly angry. Broly! What kind of attitude are you? Do you know why I'm here? King Vegeta sent you out, I could have ignored it. But because he couldn't abandon you, he followed. In the end, the spaceship was damaged and had to be stranded here. Isn't all this for you? Now that you're stronger, you can do this to me. In your heart, is there a father like me? Paragas's eyes were red, and he roared loudly like a ferocious beast. Broly sat up slowly, his eyes were like electricity, and said hoarsely and deeply, in your heart, what am I? Hey! Paragas was stunned. A tool for revenge for you? Or free labor that allows you to live? Or is it a reason for your conviction in your heart? Without me, you are no match for King Vegeta at all. It's me who kept you going until now. Do I, in your heart, really have the weight of a son? Broly looked at him and said softly. You! How dare you contradict me? Shouldn't I raise you and let you find me food? We have been trapped here for 13 years, shouldn't we take revenge? Paragas roared loudly. He couldn't believe that compared to before, Broly couldn't judge the two of them. If it weren't for the fact that there are only two of us on this planet, I doubt that you are an imposter. Hearing Paragas's forced explanation, Broly sneered, grabbed the iron ring around his neck, and asked mockingly, since everything is what I should do, then, what is this? Paragas was silent. This is your means of controlling me. My strength is getting stronger and stronger, making you fearful. We will one day leave here and get rid of this fool-like ignorance. As I come into contact with more and more, everything you do to me will become clearer. At that time, my hatred will depend on this to extinguish. Isn't that your plan? Broly roared loudly. At the end of the day, I'm still a tool. It's just a tool you gave birth to realize your ambition, or the unwillingness that has survived in your heart for 13 years. I'm afraid. A hint of mockery flashed at the corner of Broly's mouth, and the gurgling energy in his dragon-like muscles was slowly gathering. When you came to Wampa planet to chase me, you also saw my potential. Let you conquer the world. Broly. Paragaston stood up with a loud roar. His eyes are red and he is out of breath. What's wrong? Scarred by my poke? Angry? Paragas shouted loudly, it seems that you should be allowed to taste the taste of electricity again. The pocket next to it, Paragas as a treasure, does not allow Broly to approach at all. There is a switch of electricity. Without any hesitation, he directly pressed the red button. The iron ring around Broly's neck began to spin, and a light blue electric current quickly appeared. Zzzz. In an instant, a blue light completely enveloped Broly. The manic current almost condenses into a solid state and spreads outward. Occasionally 2 or 3 hit the top of the cave, and the explosion came instantly. The brilliant orange flames almost drowned the two. You can imagine how terrible the electricity Broly endures. Paragas coughed lightly. Broly, if you kneel and admit your mistake, I can turn off the current. He thought he had captured Broly's lifeline. But a pair of hands stretched out from the smoke, pulled hard, and actually held the current directly in the hand. The manic energy that jumped out of his hands flowed meekly like a calm child. What? Paragas was stunned. Broly actually tore off the current with his bare hands. This is simply the same as a fantasy. How did you do it? Before, you didn't have such strength at all. Haha. Broly was wrapped in electricity, his pores opened, and the monstrous and terrifying electricity was actually absorbed into his body. He couldn't do it before. The terrifying electric attack in the weakest place of mankind caused damage can be imagined. It's not energy that can offset it at all. Paragath probably also understands this, so he transformed the battery of the spaceship. However, after he got the ability of Moro, a planet can be turned into nourishment. How to talk about the weak current? He seemed to be gluttonous, looking at the electric light jumping in his hand. Boom! It was swallowed directly into the mouth. So, is there any other way you can control me? Broly said. you. Paragath was trembling all over, and his body was stumbling and retreating. Broly! Don't come here, I'm your father. Don't forget, who entrusted you with your martial arts. Can you grow up, and who helps? Paragas held a stone pillar in his hand, and just that little weight made him tremble. The corners of Broly's mouth were slightly hooked, and he laughed evilly twice. Pang! With a muffled snort, Paragas was stunned. He mechanically lowered his head and was surprised to find that Broly's huge fist pierced his fragile body with one punch. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurts out. Paragas couldn't believe that he would really die at the hands of his own son. You, Broly, you dare to risk the world's great opposition, murder father. Blood is still flowing from his mouth. Do you know what kind of sin this is? Even Frisia, who is at odds with the Kurdish king, would never dare to do such a thing. Even his biological father can't tolerate it, but you can imagine how cold this person is. In this way, how to rule the world? Paragas shouted loudly. The submission of 10,000 people, relying on it, is unparalleled strength. Broly put his mouth in front of him and whispered, "You have taken away my partner and restricted my freedom. Even with violence, intending to control me and plot for your ambitions. You didn't expect that you would have such a day." He said softly, "Do you know what your biggest mistake is? It is. You plan to use violence to control someone more violent than you. New books set sail, ask for collection, ask for attention." Chapter 005. Broly said softly, "Your biggest mistake is to use violence to control someone more violent than you. For this, pay the price." Ahem! A mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out of the mouth. Paragas looked at Broly unwillingly, his body shook, and his lips were blue. The power in the limbs and bones retreated like a tide. A few seconds later, the haughty head was lowered. He damn it! Intended to use his ambitions, but imprisoned Broly's childhood. In the heart of the young ignorant Broly, hatred has begun to breed. After the soul of the traverser occupies the body, the liberation that there is no blood relationship and no responsibility does not have to be carried allows hatred to prevail in an instant. Everything today is the result of accumulation. It is also the early end of his tragic life. Broly looked at the blood on his arm, pulled Paragas's body, and buried him in the yellow sand. A stone monument was erected. This is a farewell to the past self. Buried inside is Paragas, too, the dead Broly. A few days later. The storm is still raging, and the planet is gradually becoming manic. The bad weather caused the surviving monster to gradually die, and the last green grass withered and disappeared. Phew! A turquoise streamer instantly cut through the heavens and earth, rushing towards the distance. After a long while, Broly quietly looked at the ground where there was nothing. Sigh. I plan to get out of here with the help of Moro's spaceship. But the whole planet, where he landed, found nothing. Either this guy can survive in the universe at will, or, the spaceship has disintegrated in the wind sand. Hope is dashed. Broly floated into the air, and only here the wind and sand can be slightly weakened. The sky was shrouded in grey, and even the vision of a scion could not see a few meters away. Hey! How should I get out of here? The day has passed. Broly also feels a little at ease. At this moment, the surface of the wind and sand is bulging, and it is even constantly flowing. In the midst of the raging river of quicksand, Broly buried himself underneath. With the impact of quicksand, do basic training. 9998. 9999. The infinite fine sand is extremely dense, all pressed on Broly, and only the occasional oxygen can meet Broly's needs. The surface of his body is full of scars, sweat dripping down, and he does push ups again and again. In the dragon-like muscles, a little energy began to converge. Gradually, he developed this perfect body given by God. 10,000. Broly gritted his teeth and crawled down. The restless quicksand fills the gap in an instant, and every movement requires an incomparably huge amount of power. The green tendons burst out, and one hand was trembling. The gums were also bitten with red blood. Abominable! Broly shouted. After achieving 10,000, the strength in his body has been exhausted, and he can only constantly wander in the quicksand. Fine sand passed through the pores and invaded his body little by little. Broly looks bleak. Ugh! He shouted, and the remaining power exploded instantly. The turquoise cyclone finally opened an opening in the quicksand, and the eyes burst with hope, and jumped out directly. Pang! Slammed to the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it! I didn't expect the weight of quicksand to be so large. Without such a recovery weapon as fairy beans, it really takes a few thoughts to do dangerous training. His lips were shriveled, and Broly gently licked the blood that oozed from the erosion of the fine sand on his arm, all this just to survive. Woohoo! Damn planet, when the hell will I be able to leave? After only a few days here, Broly was a bit out of control. Grey eyes look at the sky blankly. Suddenly, a faint light flickered from the yellow sand, like a firefly, and disappeared in an instant. He saw it clearly. That is mankind? On the periphery of the planet Wampa, a disc-shaped spaceship flashed rapidly, turning into a blood-red light and appearing. On the front floor-to-ceiling window, two identical figures appeared. Wearing a strange combat suit, wrapped in a white coat, with a studded beard, and his eyes are full of boredom. They are two brothers, named Salhu and Sarah. Is that the planet? A rough voice came, and Salhu on the left asked. According to intelligence, this is it. There was a huge energy fluctuation the other day. Even now, the energy particles in the universe are in an abnormal state. Next to Sarah, who seems to be a clerk, said categorically with a folder. Really? 13 years ago, the scions disappeared. The seemingly insignificant combat power never expected that it would cause such a big impact. Without those fierce and fearless generals charging, the speed of the planet raiders has also been greatly reduced. The people who remain are either corrupted by the bureaucracy and do not want to charge, or they are the scumbags of a few points of combat effectiveness. To do this, King Frieza must recruit more powerful people in the universe. There are violent energy fluctuations on this edge planet, which is understandable, but that bastard of Dodoria actually let us come here. Just jumping space, I walked for 7 days. We still use state-of-the-art equipment. Abominable bastards. There is no ass to give birth. The brain is full of hemorrhoids. Salhu scolded loudly. SHH. Sarah said softly, the combat effectiveness tester can transmit news. Afraid of what? I have already blocked it. Salhu snorted coldly in disdain, let's land. Find a random person on this planet to bring back. How do those big guys know if we are coming? The spaceship slowly landed on the peak. There is less wind and sand here. The two looked at the scenery in front of them in shock. There were tornadoes everywhere, and the manic sand and dust actually had incomparably terrifying lethality. If they got close, they would definitely be swept into it and hanged. Hurry up and leave. That shit tester must be wrong. How can this kind of planet give birth to human beings? Salhu said viciously. And Sarah turned around helplessly. At this time. Did he? The combat effectiveness tester suddenly alarmed. What's wrong? The instrument shows that a powerful combat force is coming towards us. The strength has already reached 5,000. 5,000? Salhu was stunned. It's comparable to the high ranking of the Frieza army. Even the remaining Prince Vegeta, that's just this number. This planet, really has humans. Phew. A figure sprinted quickly and suddenly came to the front. The bare upper body is full of hideous scars. But combined with the obvious streamlines, it forms a perfect body. The lower body is surrounded by green fur, and the black hair is long. You are. New books set sail. Ask for collection, ask for attention. Chapter 006. You are. Like ordinary humans, is this the original inhabitants of the planet Wampa? Sal thought for a moment and asked. My name is Broly. On the planet, already trapped for 13 years. Because of the dust, I'm the only one here. Before Broly came, he hid his tail, and if he exposed his scion identity, it would be inconvenient in the universe ruled by Frisia. However, he will soon be able to surpass him. In addition to exercise, he can absorb the energy of other planets. The energy battle a few days ago, did it belong to you? Nope. Broly shook his head. It seems to be the galaxy patrolman, and an old man went to war near Wampa. It's the police. Salhu shook his head. If he couldn't complete the task, he would definitely be embarrassed by Dodoria. Boy! Salhu suddenly said, you have to remember that the previous battle was fought by you and an old enemy on Wampa, understand? Hey! Broly pretended to be puzzled. You want to get out of here? Just say yes if you want. Salhu threatened. I know. Broly pretended to be ignorant and nodded slightly. Besides, he really wanted to get out of here, and these two were right. Phew! The spaceship turned into a stream of light, instantly penetrated into the air, and the three stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the planet below. Really, the wind and sand eroded, and my bones were even soft. This planet, I will never come a second time. The two whined. Then turn around and leave. Pang! Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and an infinite crack suddenly rose on the planet Wampa, and magma gushed out, submerging it in an instant. The orange light is fixed in the vacuum, like a fire tree. The flames gathered into rivers, flowed in the air, and disappeared little by little like fireflies. Actually, exploded. What's going on? Sarah asked in amazement. Leave him alone. It's okay with us. Salhu said it didn't matter. And Broly's tail hidden under the fur swayed gently, and above, there was an incomparably terrifying energy hidden, like a pipe, all injected into the body. Before he left, he absorbed the remaining energy of Wampa. The feeling of fullness comes back to mind. Broly leaned against the wall and slowly controlled the absorption. The energy in his body skyrocketed again, and in the past few days, he also understood the use of breath. Although it is not as flexible as Goku's use, he can still do it with simple suppression and perception. His combat effectiveness has far exceeded 5,000. However, they could only see 5,000. Bathroom. The sound of gurgling sounded, and Broly frantically choked on the water droplets above. Days without water are like hell. The sand and dust embedded in the arm were also expelled little by little under the action of the planetary energy. After the correction, the slightly dark skin was completely transformed into bronze, making Broly extremely handsome. Put on the soft combat clothes of the Frisia army, majestic and heroic, tiger and tiger. Looks dignified and majestic. What a righteous spirit! Tread. Broly walked to the spaceship, and Salhu looked at him strangely. It's really a person who relies on clothes and horses to saddle. I didn't expect you to be so handsome with a dirt bun. It makes me a little jealous too. There are still 7 days away from the planet Frisia, rest for a while, otherwise, this universe. Looking brilliant in the planet, can really go deep into it, but find that it is boring. A stream of light flashes rapidly. Rushing into deep space, Broly lay on the bed, looking at the brilliant river of stars. Endless silver light shone brightly, and 4 Milky Ways came from afar, like crystal ribbons, slowly injected into the center. In the darkness, even mixed with blue, this is also the meaning of the universe, full of killing, but more, there is indeed opportunity. 7 days later, the speed of the spacecraft began to slowly fall. In front of it, there is a turquoise planet with white cyclones floating above. cover each other like in a fairy tale. The spaceship landed, and Broly followed out. This is a city, in front of countless high-rise buildings, asphalt roads, surrounding green tall trees, but in the air, there is a faint smell of gun smoke. Every passerby has excellent equipment on their hands. They are all warriors of the Frisia Legion. The breath is not weak, and the combat effectiveness is estimated to be up and down before. This is. Step onto the soft ground and take a deep breath from Broly. How about dirt buns? I haven't seen this kind of scene. Follow me, don't talk nonsense, let's report to Doraria. Broly nodded slightly. After jumping through the streets and alleys, Broly finally came to a luxurious room. It can't even be said that it is a room, but a palace. The Gothic building, with gems just on the surface, looks completely nouveau riche. Salhuar's aura disappeared instantly, and he tiptoed into it. It is completely enclosed, and on the silver-white walls, only a faint lamp is illuminated. Salhu knocked on the door and entered, and saw a pink body, wearing a Frisia combat suit, with countless bumps like a hedgehog on the top of his head. Frisia Army, Doraria. That Lord Doria, I have brought people back. Salhu said softly. Doraria just glanced at it with disdain. Is that the explosion that this guy generated on the planet Wampa? It looks the same as ordinary people, I thought there were 3 heads and 6 arms. Sir, Broly's combat strength has reached 5,000, we have already determined it. Broly? Is that the name? 5,000 combat strength, not bad. Let him team up with good Raymond and equip him, not to him, necessary things to teach. Soon to go. After Doraria finished speaking, she continued to close her eyes and raise her mind. From front to back, didn't say a word to Broly. Salhu pushed Broly outside and gasped directly. Damn combat power suppression, I didn't expect that in front of him, I couldn't even speak. Damn it! Broly. This is King Frisia's palace, and the combatants basically live here. People like you who have just entered, on the first floor. You know, before the random floor, voyeurism is absolutely not allowed. Otherwise, just put to death. Don't make a loud noise, King Frisia lives on the top floor, he likes quiet. You know what? If an energy kills, I don't care. The 3 kept advancing, came to the warehouse, got the energy gun in their hands, can be bound to the arm, and the combat effectiveness tester. You're in room 201. There your teammates are waiting for you. Salhu suddenly looked at him with a slight meaning, I hope I can see you again in the future. Don't die outside. The new book period is guaranteed 3 times a day, and I have to save some manuscripts for the shelves. Chapter 007. Room 201. Broly looked at the front suspiciously, he had already turned around the first floor a few times, but there was no such room at all. A person stuck out his head and looked at him mockingly, you are looking for 201. Inside the corner of the first floor. Corner. Finally, Broly saw a small door, which was a wooden door compared to the others, and it looked like it was about to decay. Crunch! When you open it, it's full of dust. Inside, an orange figure immediately stood up and said happily, you are my team member? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Here it is, grocery store. Looking at the pile of brooms inside, Broly frowned slightly. Well, don't worry so much, the people who just joined live here, as long as they complete the task, they can apply for a better place. Don't look at the grocery store, but I've packed it all and there won't be any dust. There is also a bathroom inside, which is a little worse than the others, that is, the environment. Cut. Broly sneered. Hurry up and take a shower and get ready for a good rest. Newcomers can only have time to rest on this day. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, my name is Raymond, and now, for the time being, I am logistics management. Broly. I know. The enthusiastic Raymond nodded, indicating that he knew. Broly looked around and slapped the bed. It's just a layer of cloth on top of dry wood. It's hard enough. Is that how Frisia treats people who have just joined? Broly. Rest well. Starting tomorrow, we will have to experience a new journey of our own. In the Frisia army, either go out on mission or die. There is no third option. Broly turned to look at him. Did you just say that there is a better room as long as you complete the task? So many rooms here. Raymond chuckled, there are not so many people who complete the task. Are you new to the scene too? Nope. I've been here for a long time, but my companions have all died on other planets. I've always stayed here too. Broly looked at him deeply, then closed his eyes. His own combat power is now about 100,000. Although it is still rising, it is not Frisia's opponent at all. Take things as they come. Destroy the planet with the help of Frisia's name, absorb energy and directly kill him when his combat power surpasses. Come and help me carry all the infamy. Kill two birds with one stone. First of all, live calmly here. The next day. Bang bang. There was a sharp knock on the door, and a blue-skinned, standing lizard-like man stayed outside. Raymond. Broly. This is your task. Not far away, go and conquer a place called Corinth Star. The spaceship is ready. Set off immediately. If you don't come back within a day, you will be treated as killed. Even if he came back, or the mission was not completed, he escaped. The man looked at Raymond contemptuously. There are also people who will help you die. In just 2 sentences, he told Broly what cruelty is. In the Frisia army, this state is commonplace. The spaceship is the spider spaceship of the small one, with top equipment, floor-to-ceiling windows, and leather seats. The navigation is fully set and fully automated. It's just a simple learning and good to go. Hurrah! A ray of light instantly rushed into the sky and suddenly cut through the pitch-black universe. The star of Corinth is not far away, right next to the planet Frisia. Raymond. It stands to reason that this kind of planet should have been suppressed long ago. Broly asked. I looked. According to the intelligence, it seems that there are rebels on it. Extremely dissatisfied with Frisia's violent behavior. Intend to rebel against his rule. But don't worry, it's just a low-level planet. There are no people with combat effectiveness of more than 1,000. Broly, you're so lucky. For the first time, I actually encountered such a low-level task. A ray of light cut through the void, and 6 hours later, he saw the Corinth star. A beautiful blue planet full of white cyclones and high-rise buildings, full of modern style. The two floated in the air, quietly looking below. Raymond, already completely stunned. In a city, it is densely packed with enemies. The black ones are like ants, arranged horizontally and vertically, and you can easily count them. Impossible! Impossible! Raymond shouted loudly. Obviously, the mission is written on just a low-level planet. The enemies below turned out to be more than 100,000. On every arm, there is an energy transmitter. This is a low-level planet? This is the resistance? I'm afraid the whole planet has rebelled. It was Dodoria who did it. Do you remember the look in the eyes of that guy from before? It seems that this is a hard bone. Frisia has coveted technology for a long time and handed it over to Dodoria, but Dodoria's 10,000 combat power can't be beaten at all. So send us to death. Instantly consume their power. I'm afraid that those guys who are waiting for the battle have already received the message that we are about to attack. Your teammate who died before is also the reason for this. But what good is this to Dodoria? Raymond still couldn't believe it and said loudly. Wouldn't it be good to get Frisia's attention? Let's consume strength, he is coming out to pick peaches. Run to Frisia and ask for credit. Even let the people of Corinth Star kill us, not even those who exposed it. 3 birds with one stone. Raymond looked at Broly strangely. How do you feel? You're older than me. Humph. These subtle tricks are clear just by looking at them. I already knew that Frisia was the law of the jungle, and on the first day I came here, I didn't expect to experience it. Feeling the dense energy below, Raymond swallowed his spit. Boom. The tester shows that the combat power of the person in the front is actually more than 5,000. Broly, we are not his opponents at all, retreat. Have you forgotten? That guy said that someone would help us die. Damn it, what he did was really perfect, even the back road was cut off. Looking at the fierce aura emanating from the body of the person in the front, Raymond trembled and asked, then, what should we do now? The only way to break the game is to kill all these 100,000 opponents. New books set sail, ask for collection, ask for attention. Chapter 008. The only way to break the game is to take these 100,000 opponents. Kill them all. Raymond was stunned, and after a long while, he lengthened his voice and shouted loudly, Broly, are you joking? You know, your combat power is only 5,000. But the first one alone has more than 10,000. It's a fantasy, and it's even a little out of your way. How is it possible? Broly's thick arm rushed out and said softly, back off. Looking at the dense figure on the ground, a little bloodthirsty urge flashed in the corner of Broly's eyes. He couldn't resist the urge to sleep in the body of the legendary Super Saiyan. Once shot, it must be extremely bloody. Below, in front of 100,000 people, a blue-skinned man with large ears, sharp eyes, and a big red cloak looked at Broly mockingly. Those guys look like they're going to make a desperate bet. With a combat power of 5,000, the Earth Chicken and Tile Dog actually plan to contribute to the Kun Star? They must be crazy. Lord Alak, we kill them. It just so happens that Broly also intends to show his own terrifying power. Ha! Broly suddenly shouted, and the turquoise energy suddenly rose, and the endless light burst out in an instant. The manic aura rushed to the ground, and in the dragon-like muscles, the gurgling energy gathered into a stream and flowed wildly. Combat effectiveness is rising. Pang! In an instant, the tester collapsed. Phew! Broly was like a green thunderbolt, instantly cutting through the void and smashing a punch into the face of the warrior in the front. Pang! In the surging of manic power, the head is like a watermelon, directly exploding. Blood splatter. The 100,000 warriors behind were stunned for a moment, and in an instant, the mania in his body was completely stimulated by blood. Look at Broly with hatred. The dense ones are like locusts transiting, all rushing straight into the sky. The black oppressive, covering the sky, seems to crush the world. Ha! Broly stretched out with one hand, and in an instant, countless oval-shaped energies rushed out quickly like heavenly flowers, exploding wildly in the crowd. That manic energy was like a meat grinder, expanding in the crowd, and the spherical energy completely devoured hundreds of people. Blood splattered in the sky, and the black-pressed world was covered with blood. Severed limbs, dry bones, intestines, internal organs floated in the sky, and the exploding blood captivated the eyes of hundreds of people. Boom! The explosions sounded wildly, and the sky, as if forming a line of fire, directly swallowed the people who rushed up. In the energy of the explosion, it was directly burned into ashes. Ah! Yes! The screams kept coming out, and the miserable appearance seemed to make the people behind frightened. However, thousands of casualties are still a drop in the bucket for 100,000 people. Up! Alak shouted, that guy just relies on the sharpness of the battle. 100,000 of us, a spit can drown him. Phew! Broly flashed over the crowd and looked at those terrified expressions. The feet are linked, and they are slashed to the neck. Pang! The head rises to the sky, and the blood bursts like a fountain. The legs of the chain were like afterimages, and they kicked the chest of the headless corpse fiercely. directly backwards rushed into the crowd, and the huge power exploded instantly. Pang! The bones of dozens of people were broken in an instant, and Senbei's skeleton was exposed like that. The sharp scream rushed out in an instant. In the heroic crowd, it also looks extremely piercing. Ha! With one hand, Broly opened a little, and a turquoise light appeared in the headless corpse's heart, and his body unconsciously expanded, exploding. Hundreds of people were once again engulfed in flames. Broly squeezed hard with one hand, and the rising energy turned into a black hole, directly devouring the human beings contaminated by the explosion. Abominable! Alak shouted loudly, "This Frisia's lackey, he actually hides his energy. Everyone, watch my attack, camera moving." Ha! With both hands stretched forward, 3 white energy bent dashes circled around the crowd, and from 3 directions, wrapped Broly. At this time, everyone below raised the energy emitter in their hands, and the Deo Scarlet energy instantly rushed out. Every energy contains a terrifying aura. Not to mention 100,000. Not good. Raymond shouted, "Broly! Get out of there quickly! Those guys' energy will drown you directly." Raymond never expected that Broly's body, which looked like a dirt bun, contained such terrifying energy. In his memory, it is much stronger than the Kinyu Special Combat Team. However, it is difficult to fight with 2 fists and 4 hands. The power of 100,000 people is really terrifying. Humph! Drowned. Broly sneered disdainfully, "You think of this group of ants as a bit tall." Ha! The turquoise energy rushed out of his hands, and along Broly's hands, it actually combined into a soft ribbon and wrapped around him. Broly twisted his waist and abdomen, and suddenly rotated. It's like a spinning top. All the energy was directly ejected at the moment of collision. A lot of energy returned the same way and directly crashed into the crowd. Boom! Countless whales rushed out again, blood splashed, and the sky was full of dead bodies. Broken arms, the body was destroyed, internal organs, hung in the air, and even half of the head was blown off. All kinds of deaths, in an instant, thousands of people, don't swallow in the firelight. Abominable! Damn it! This guy, how can he be so powerful? Alak couldn't believe what he saw. The attack of 100,000 people was actually rebounded. The enemy did not kill at all, but himself, thousands of people died. I will never let you go. Roar! Alak roared loudly, and a blood-red energy in his mouth instantly erupted, soaring into the sky, and the fierce energy almost made the blood chi boil. Pang! The energy slammed into the spinning Broly and exploded directly. Broly's body stopped, and he was also shocked back a few steps. The sound of shattering kept coming, and after 3 steps, Broly stepped on the air and stabilized his body. A person with 10,000 combat power can actually repel himself? That guy seems to be weird. Broly whispered. Woohoo! Alak gasped loudly, and that attack almost condensed all his energy. Raymond behind it is already completely Spartan. Feel the blood chi in the sky, look at the lonely back, with 1 vs 100,000. What a boldness! Broly's majestic body rushed into his eyes and was deeply imprinted in. It's so strong. Too strong. Haha! Raymond shouted excitedly. Broly looked at the opposite side quietly, and the dense figure made him feel upset. Swallowed into the abdomen in one breath. Big bang! Attack! Ask for attention, ask for collection. Chapter 009. Big Bang Attack. Broly took a deep breath, the gurgling energy flowed down his abdomen, his neck flowed, and the turquoise light looked clear through the bronzed skin. In the dark eyes, a flash of madness flashed. So, what is the guy going to do? No matter what. With him alone, how could he possibly resist the existence of 100,000 people? Each of us is a warrior. Such a power that even Frisia was deterred. It's just a dirt bun in a mountain den. Everyone looked disdainful, and the crazy slaughter of Broly had indeed been repelled by them. The corner of Broly's mouth hooked, and he sneered, hee hee. Poof! All the energy stored in the mouth spewed out instantly. It's like a storm of wind, involving half of the humans on the other side. The energy is mixed with bursting flame light. A few people close to Broly actually had a little orange light on their bodies. The body gradually carbonized as if it was scorched, and only dry bones remained in the storm, disappearing cleanly. Flesh and blood, muscles, blown clean by Broly in one breath. Demon! Demon! This guy is the slaughter devil of hell return. Where the breath blows, people are burned to death, scraped to death by energy. The blood-red sky was filled with vast energy fluctuations, and the world was actually trembling. In this attack alone, more than 5,000 people died at the hands of Broly. The remaining people looked at Broly in fear, and the smell of blood in the sky made them uncomfortable. After a while, it rained, that is, the blood of nearly 10,000 people. Bastard! A female voice came sharply from the crowd, and the heroic female warrior wearing a red robe and a ponytail roared madly, "Don't kill! As art! Hurrah!" A silver energy rushed out instantly. Broly sneered, "This attack, without any cover, is definitely not my opponent." He actually held it with one hand, looked at the terrified warrior next to him, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Ugh! The screams came out sharply, and Broly leaned back and lifted the man into the crowd. The body was gradually distorted because of the huge energy, and everyone seemed to feel the earth-shattering fluctuations, and felt the sense of health, which was simply a futile thing. The female warrior's eyes cracked, and she shouted hysterically, "Run away! It's late!" Boom! The earth-shattering explosion sounded out instantly, and the bomb made of flesh and blood stirred dozens of people into powder. The female warrior looked at everything in front of her in disbelief, and one warrior after another died. And the devil in the sky that was full of turquoise light did not have any fluctuations. As if in his opinion, this was a normal thing. Abominable! Abominable! Broly's body spins, his feet in the air. The gurgling and sharp aura diffused on the toes, and in an instant, two sharp meniscus-shaped energies directly rushed into the crowd. The sound of harvesting is produced. That crescent-shaped chi wave directly cut hundreds of people and broke them in half. The eyes of the human beheaded by the waist widened, and the body was enduring severe pain. Slashing is extremely cruel torture, because humans will not die for a long time. You can only consume your own life little by little in the decline of cells. Ugh! The screams kept coming. Broly bowed slightly on his knees and shot into the sky like a sword. The knee bent. Instantly fell from the sky, and smashed the woman's head. Pang! The woman just saw an afterimage descending from the sky, and the speed was like an afterimage. For that beautiful face, Broly didn't care at all. These are his enemies. The hatred in it is irreparable. The head, under the attack of huge forces, exploded. Tofu brain-like flesh and blood spread in the air. Angus, Lord Angus, killed by one move. Impossible. She is a Valkyrie with a combat power of more than 10,000. The death of Angus seems to be the last straw, seemingly disintegrating the combat power of Koans. Hey, hey! Broly laughed cruelly, the corners of his mouth hooked, his deep eyes were full of contempt, and the boundless earth in his eyes was full of dry bones. Phew! Suddenly, a turquoise thunderbolt rushed into the crowd, and the two groups continued to wave like dragons. A continuous muffled snort came out madly. Deo Deo blood flowers exploded. On the dragon-like muscles, infinite energy surges with it. With a punch attack, the brain of the person in front of him was directly burst. Suddenly turned around and fiercely pierced a person's heart. There were dead bodies everywhere, and Broly was like a bloody god of war, his hands covered in blood. Those are all innocent. Once he uses his energy, he can't control the mania hidden in the legendary Super Scion's body. That's a bloody impulse, only blood can cover up. A fist swing, like hitting a kunpang for 9 days, will shake the heavens and the earth. Ah! Broly shouted, and the gurgling green light turned into the sea of Wang Yang, constantly surging in the sky. Mixed with blood, all the brain was poured into Broly's body. His power is growing again. The humans on the other side were already stunned. Broly's body was high, and the terrifying white chi wave was mixed with a dark green light. Behind, a terrifying giant ape, like an ancient giant beast, is constantly roaring. Bloodthirsty feeling, to devour them all. Demon. His energy absorbed all the blood chi in the sky, and it actually fed back to his body, making him explode again. He's a vampire. Being able to absorb other people's energy is powerful. He is simply not something we can beat. Damn, why did this monster run to our planet? Broly stepped forward, the sound of footsteps slowly sounding in the silent universe. People's hearts seemed to start resonating and beating continuously. The frequency of beating also began to be messy. Blood gradually came to my eyes. 1 step. 2 steps. That silent fear is raging in everyone's hearts. 5 steps later, the chaotic heart, countless fears rushed up. Boom! Hundreds of people, unexpectedly directly self-detonated. They can't control their fear of Broly. Brilliant fire light spreads in the air, full of light, fire trees, and silver flowers. It is full of a sense of decisive sonority. The battlefield seems to have fallen into silence. Broly stopped attacking, while the humans on the opposite side enjoyed a rare pleasure. They didn't realize that they had already lost the courage to fight Broly. You can only suppress yourself in fear. The teeth were clenched, and the corners of the mouth were full of blood. Click! 2 or 3 lightning bolts in a row wrapped the battlefield, and the dark red lightning was also full of blood chi. This is the breath of the coming killing. New books set sail, asking for attention, asking for collection. Chapter 010. Ha! Broly shouted, and the majestic energy hidden in his body instantly burst out, like a vast Wang Yang, oppressing hundreds of people to death in an instant. In front of tens of thousands of people. However, in Broly's calm eyes, he kept retreating step by step. Monster! Lord Alak, this guy is a monster. We can't win at all. Bastard! Below, the feeling of Alak's victory has long disappeared. My heart is full of fear. You guys, get on. Even if you hold him and blow himself up, you will blow him up. Hearing the order, everyone was stunned, but this seemed to be the only way. Everyone roared loudly, their eyes cracked, and they rushed directly into the sky. Broly's body swung quickly, like a dexterous ape, his agile fists were stained with blood, crackling and bursting dozens of people in front of him. But snap! Or quite a few people, bypassing the bones of their friends, stuck their bodies on Broly. Monsters that hurt my friends and relatives, let you, hurry up and die. Dozens of people besieged Broly and formed a huge ball of people. Their bodies are twisting, their limbs, chest, and abdomen are constantly enlarging. From the heart, the orange energy began to condense, gradually spread, and exploded. Go and die. A person closes his eyes, as long as he explodes, the energy condensed by others will completely explode. With life, blow up Broly. This is also the reason why Kun's star has been rebelling for so long. You can suppress the rebellion, but you can't suppress their souls at all. The active resistance is in the blood. But how so? Alak was stunned. The swollen body was slowly getting smaller, the flesh and blood disappeared, the flesh and skin gradually dried up, like an old man holding sand skin, full of folds, and finally, it turned into skin and bones. This is what they... My life energy was actually absorbed and absorbed. Around, the dozens of people holding them are also gradually aging, leaving skin and bones, and even the energy to float is gone. Pang! Directly smashed to the ground, bones, body shattered. Definitely dead. A warrior, even if he doesn't have any energy in his body, can't fall to death. Is that body full of combat power just a decoration? Alec flinched a little in fear. Broly in the air, like the devil, suppressed him and couldn't breathe. Impossible. The person who fell to death, under a gust of wind, the bones actually broke into several lobes and rotted there. And Broly in the air burped and looked at them with contempt. For such a long time, absorbing the energy of the planet and the enemies on the opposite side, he was still at his peak, and he didn't even feel tired without any sense of exhaustion. Broly slowly fell to the ground, snapped and held the lightning rod in his hand, and the corner of his hideous mouth hooked. Shout! Instantly turned into a residual light, rushed into the crowd. The lightning rod became the most terrifying soul-locking weapon. Heart, eyebrows, instantly left a blood hole. Among the electric flint, hundreds of people died at the hands of Broly. Ha! Broly shouted, raised his hands horizontally, and the lightning rod suddenly rushed out. Turned into an afterimage, like a fiery thunderbolt, hundreds of people were pierced straight. Suddenly, he clenched it with one hand and shook hard. In an instant, the hundreds of people who were compressed on the lightning rod turned into powder directly under the manic energy. Broly rushed into the sky with his hands raised. Squeaking lightning roared wildly, and blood-red thunderbolts spread wildly like spider webs, completely enveloping the battlefield. The lightning rod is held high and rotated. Like a sea god needle that stirred the sea, the manic lightning actually began to rotate in the direction. A little, under the hook of energy, it is like a storm winding around a lightning rod. Broly snorted coldly, how is it? Fighting until now, only 2/3 of the 100,000 people remained. Do you want to continue? My condition has not weakened in any way, and after 10 days, I am also like this. It seems that your state is not good. The eyes are scarlet, full of soreness because of the sweat. Maybe now that Broly leaves, their nervous psychology relaxes, and they will all pass out directly. No kidding. Alec shouted loudly, invading our planet at will still means that it doesn't matter. You murderous executioner, the soul of death will eventually wrap around you until one day, pulling you into hell. Ha ha. Ha ha. Broly laughed maniacally, pull me into hell? Until then, I can send you in first. Frisia's lackeys, listen, even if you kill all of the Koan Star today, there will definitely be no one who will surrender. You dream. Alec shouted loudly. Me. And the people behind it, who will resist to the end. Until your demise. Broly was silent. Now what he did was indeed dishonorable. He could not stand at the highest moral apex to despise others. Right now. With both hands waving, the lightning rod suddenly fell. Manic lightning mixed with the energy of the storm, actually swirling and rushing below. Squeaky lightning spreads continuously, completely enveloping almost half of the enemy. Ugh! The screams rose one after another, and a group of people were directly roasted into black charcoal, which dissipated in the wind. Thousands of people exploded directly under the mania of thunder and lightning. A crackling sweeping sound circulates in the sky. A brilliant thunder river appeared instantly, gurgling. There is a terrifying energy in it, which will be wrapped as an enemy and completely destroyed. Under this blow, I am afraid that about 30,000 people died. Blood chi mixed with energy rushed into Broly's body. He finally understood why Moro had been sealed for so long and could kill Vegeta when he came out. This energy was too weird. Moreover, as if combined with the ambition to rule the world, one's greed cannot suppress the growth of terrifying energy at all. The universe will turn to ashes in greed. This skill is too dangerous. No wonder it's used as a boss. Now he is just a person with hundreds of thousands of combat strength. If it is tens of billions, Wouldn't it be a breath to completely turn a star field into a barren world? Kill! 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 A bloody light rushed into the thunder and lightning. Broly flicked with one hand, blood holes constantly appeared in the heart of his eyebrows, and hundreds of people instantly exploded in the air. Even, just touching the person, knees and limbs, will automatically break. Ugh! The screams came madly. Even if Broly couldn't kill them, he would break his limbs to completely disable them, and then maneuver around and kill them again. Poof! The sound of piercing sounded. And a person looked at the chest stunned, tens of centimeters of big holes, and there was almost nothing left in the chest. It was Broly, the whole person followed behind the lightning rod, almost completely cutting himself apart. Yes! The screams suddenly sounded, and the turquoise light wandered in the body, frantically restless in the meridians. That person's body constantly twisted and exploded directly. Blood splashed in Alek's eyes, and the bone-like world exposed everything, the fear in his heart. Ah! He roared loudly and hysterically, panting, and his cheeks were covered with sweat. The body is trembling. Broly is like the figure of a god, directly poured into the heart. Even if he survives, I am afraid that he will not be able to escape Broly's nightmare. And one more person. Raymond. New books set sail, asking for attention, asking for collection. Chapter 011. In the air, blood erupts. The ground, severed limbs squirm. The person who was cut by the energy was still crawling on the ground at this time. Eyes of hatred stared at Broly. Raymond in the air is trembling. He looked at Broly's mighty appearance, and did not feel any worship at all. It's pain, despair, and even helplessness. A man died at the hands of Broly, but he could not do anything. In order to experience the universe, he joined the Frisia army, and even his simple self had already thought that he would encounter something cruel. He feels sadness when his companion dies in the middle of the mission. He thinks that in the succession of deaths, he has become commonplace. But today, Broly showed him the massacre, but he was shocked to find that everything was just too naive. Those tens of thousands of people died tragically in front of him. Let him. Wow! The abdomen was painful, and the taste buds were sour, and I spit it out directly. His fingers trembled and he raised them and said softly, "Cloth, Broly, or else, let's come here today." Hey! Broly turned around instantly, staring at Raymond with bloody eyes, like a desolate beast. Just one look made his knees go limp. "What did you say?" Raymond slowly shook his head. "Nothing." He was shocked to find that in front of the strong, he didn't even have the guts to make suggestions. Abominable! Damn it! Alek shouted loudly, feeling the energy that kept disappearing. Those were his own good sons. Rush up! Direct self-detonation! Blowing him up too! This time, all the warriors were no longer close to Broly, rushing into the sky, their hearts gradually flashing with orange light. An earth-shattering explosion sounded instantly. Fiery red streamers converged in the sky and burst out instantly. Dao energy combined into a brilliant flame, like a waterfall, and the manic torrent of energy buried Broly directly. Boom! Broly was instantly submerged. Go on! Alek was not willing to let go of this best opportunity at all, and hundreds of people blew themselves up in the sky in an instant. In this way, with human life, Broly is locked in the air. Haha! Damn guys, rampant dirt buns! I look at you, how to survive? Suddenly, buzzing, the world trembled several times. In the smoke, the turquoise light of the Dao gradually shot out, and a protective shield was formed around Broly's body, completely defending all energy. Even, there are no scars on the surface of the body. During the human self-detonation attack, Broly did not suffer any damage. Rush! Alek shouted loudly. The two of them instantly rushed into the air, roaring loudly, and all the life energy burned, concentrated at one point. Start with the legs and turn into a stone statue little by little. A ray of light rushed into the sky, full of light, like a rising sun. The two completely turned into stone statues, and the uncontrolled energy rushed directly towards Broly. Humph! Broly snorted coldly, and in an instant he actually rushed up. Find your own death! Alek sneered. Look at Broly like a dead man. Broly rotated with one arm and raised his knees, and in Alek's terrified eyes, he actually spoke of that energy and flew directly. What? He couldn't believe it, two people combined with their whole lives, for Broly, is it really so unbearable? Hey! Broly crunched his fists and laughed evilly, just by such an attack? Do you want to get rid of me? I'm afraid, even Dororia can't kill it. A person's strength depends on his strength. In your opinion, it is already an endless terrifying energy, but I can completely devour it in one bite. It's just that your chi and your vision are already confined to the planet, and I have been involved in the wave of cosmic hegemony. The Traverser is like this, with an amazing vision, and when others are still exploring for the Super Saiyan, he will even change the Super Saiyan for my vision. Alek was stunned, suddenly covered his head and began to laugh. Ha ha! Ha ha! What qualifications do you have to mock me? In order to defeat Frisia and seize the dominance of this world, I have made a lot of preparations. Today, let you this dirt bun see the real energy of science and technology. The ground of the entire Koan star was actually trembling. Crunch! A huge crack appeared instantly. Looking at the huge device hidden under the ground, even Broly retreated in horror. That is, the exposed parts are three huge mixing tanks. Above is a fan blade, below it seems to be silver savings steel. Broly could only see this, while everything else was hidden in the ground. This is what they... Raymond was also stunned. He just joined Frisia's army. In this world, not only Chi can dominate the universe, but sometimes, technology can also exert great power. Alek laughed. This is the cosmic destruction device that I developed in 10 years. 20 years ago, the Kurdish king brutally occupied the planet and forced us to give him a trigon. How could the arrogant Koans endure? Then the Kurdish king handed over his army to Frisia. Unexpectedly, Frisia's heart was even cooler. Even the scions who worked for him were killed cleanly. Hey! With the strength of me alone, I am not his opponent at all. However, if we want to unite the Koans, none of us are afraid. Boys! It's time for you to dedicate yourselves. I'll come right there. The people who remained in the sky were hesitant in their hearts, and it was obvious that they knew what the so-called cosmic destruction device was. Hurry up! What are you waiting for? Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, Alek shouted loudly. Abominable! Death is death, anyway, against this demon, it is the same to die. Might as well be vigorous. 18 years later, Lao Tzu is a good man again. I can see this demon die with me. Die well. The sound gradually became a vast ocean of sounds, and all the remaining humans directly rushed into the storage tank, quietly looking at Broly. Full of tips. Broly floated into the air, not knowing what they were going to do. Raymond was also stunned. The whole world seemed to be filled with sonorous intertwined sounds, and everyone in the savings tank began to sing with tears in their eyes, and the sound shook the earth, and even Broly was shocked by the power of unity. Brothers? You guys go first. Alek is incompetent, I'm sorry for you. Let me kill this demon who invaded the planet, and I will go down to accompany you. The battle soul of our Koan star will never be destroyed. Someone will stand up against Frisia's atrocities again. Broly, you too. I will wait for you in hell. It seems that taking out a remote control from his hand, Alek trembled all over, and the whole person burst into tears and constantly struggled. Immediately put down his heart and pressed on the red button above. Buzz! The world was trembling, and the ground, under the power of the side, actually diffused countless cracks. The ground around the storage tank collapsed, the gurgling smoke surged, and the dense transportation pipes below were all exposed. Broly floated in the air and watched quietly. What do these guys want to do? Suddenly, he was suddenly choked like a male duck's throat. Raymond was trembling all over, and his eyes were almost shrouded in fear. Below, the huge fan blades began to rotate, directly stirring the tens of thousands of people in the storage tank into pieces. The savings tank also began to shake and rotate, and little by little, the severed human beings inside directly turned into liquid, floating in it. Along the pipeline, it was sent to a distance where I don't know where. Wow! Raymond threw up directly. This is a terrifying Azura field. Favorites, attention! Chapter 012. Wow! Raymond floated directly and vomited. Broly's face was also full of embarrassing colors. That thing turned out to be a huge juicer. Tens of thousands of people were squeezed into plasma and flowed down the delivery pipeline to other places. You still have the face to talk about me? Aren't you the same as the executioner of the killing? Broly said mockingly. I'm not like you. You are an evil invader, and I am the guardian of justice. These people all died for the Koan's star, and they share a common belief, that is, defeat you. Even if I lose, you win. What circulates in this universe is still me. Broly. There seemed to be a lot of mockery in Alek's eyes. Your strength brings only slaughter to the world. When humans are no longer afraid of death, you are exhausted. When violence is uncontrollable, what greets you must be a violent backlash. Alek was like a wise man at this time, just like Frisia, he flaunts his might, the emperor of the universe, and he dances his teeth and claws. But how many people in the universe are dissatisfied with him? He is succeeding now, and the universe is full of praise, but just one failure is enough to sweep it into the trash. Humans, ruled by fear, will also rise up and resist. Broly, you will be like this after all, drowning in the sea of human kings. Squeak! That surging plasma disappears in the delivery pipeline. Alek said, in the distance, what supplies the entire Koan's star is a huge reactor. Human beings can emit endless terrifying energy, enough to destroy you. The four tall buildings in the distance, a trace of red light climbed, on the lightning rod on the roof, the terrifying energy was instantly released. Huge blood-red energy slowly accumulates in the air. 10 meters in diameter. 100 meters. 150 meters. It's like an asteroid, and it's still expanding. The remaining human beings have all been put into the storage tank, and the energy squeezed out by a full 60,000 people is terrifying. Goku's Genki bomb has always been this truth. It's just that the method used by Alek is even more crisp. The blood-red energy fluctuated wildly, and the Dao light shrouded the surroundings. The ground is shattering, rubble is floating in the air, and it evaporates in a moment. Cracks surging, ground, gurgling magma erupting, submerging half of the planet. Mountains, tall buildings are all swallowed. The planet has entered the dying stage, and all that causes all this is the energy in the air. Broly was stunned, and in the face of the terrorist attack of those 60,000 people, he seemed to feel cold fluctuations. Raymond! Get back to the ship and wait outside. After that, I don't have time to take care of you. But don't mother-in-laws, leave quickly. Broly roared. Raymond returned to the spaceship with a puff of smoke, looking at Broly's proud back, he couldn't help anything himself. Even, the mind is still swinging. In order to see the vast universe, he came to the Frisia army, but he couldn't stand the slaughter of Broly. When Broly is in danger, he is worried about Broly. Hey! In the future, I will stay in the logistics unit. Here, not for me. Woohoo! The turquoise light instantly surged above Broly's hands. With his hands folded, it suddenly sounded, a tiny energy bomb slowly flickered, gradually expanding. Dao Chi waves spread towards the surroundings. And the squeaking lightning connected the heavens and the earth, making the world begin to tremble. Red and green seemed to divide heaven and earth in half. This blow will definitely be able to determine the victory. Revenge bomb! Alak shouted viciously, pressed the green button hard, and in an instant, the majestic energy condensed in the air sucked into the sky. Snap! The world of the path also shattered directly, the sky was purple and red, and the Dao cracks spread. Broly showed no weakness, the energy was raised high, and it fell instantly. Green fear bomb! The two collude with the world and collide sharply in the air. Pang! Earth-shattering, the unique explosion sound rushed out instantly, and the two energies were like two completely different energies, absorbing each other and spinning rapidly. The pitch-black thick ink seemed to pollute the heavens and the earth, and the light of praise spread continuously in the cross-linking of the two. The world is also trembling, and the terrifying energy makes everyone around feel it. Click! The ground shattered, and the thick cracks of tens of meters of the road continued to spread, and the magma, the energy was fierce, and the ground was flooded. The gurgling torrent continues to erupt, and the entire planet has already been swallowed up. Ha ha! Ha ha! The corners of Alak's mouth were full of blood, and he had the will to die, and roared loudly, "Even if I want to die, I will definitely pull you up. This is the dream of 100,000 people in Kuans." Alak, unexpectedly turned into a ray of light and merged into the energy. Squeak! Dense lightning networks fell from the sky and seemed to completely envelop the battlefield. The thick and diffused energy gathers into flowing water, gurgling. This planet is already full of restless energy. Alak is just a shadow. Boom! In Raymond's panicked eyes, all the energy exploded instantly. The world instantly turned red, and the world was actually flowing, turning into a dense liquid. The light of the explosion rang below, enveloping Broly little by little. Broly! Raymond shouted loudly. Buzz! The orange light suddenly spread, and the white energy of the Dao fell from the sky, like brilliant fireworks, disappearing. Smoke will envelop the world. Although the energy explosion has been completed, the planet is about to be destroyed. Raymond pressed the combat effectiveness tester and hurriedly looked for Broly's location, but on the planet, there was nothing. Hey! He suddenly said suspiciously. Empty, a condensed cloud of smoke gathered but did not disperse, condensed but not emitted, attracting his attention. Long black hair, body full of scars, Dao blood stains flowing wildly, upper body clothes have burst, face, there are also deep scars. Broly! Raymond rushed over. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, this group of guys was able to condense such terrifying energy. Sure enough, every planet in the universe cannot be underestimated. Broly said lightly. The moment Raymond just held him, he was soaked with blood, and you can imagine how badly Broly was injured. At the last moment, he couldn't dodge the energy of the explosion at all, and could only swallow it in one mouthful. However, the manic energy had already exceeded the scope of digestion, and it exploded wildly in the body, and finally the body was also blown up. But it doesn't matter, he survived, as long as he recovers. The Scion body will appear, and the combat effectiveness will suddenly rise. Let's go! The planet is about to explode. Raymond hurriedly helped Broly to the planet, quickly turned into a stream of light, and left here. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Broly quietly looked at the planet. Alak, what a difficult person. Condensing the energy and belief of all the clansmen together, compared to King Vegeta, it is really much stronger. I admit you. Boom! The planet erupted, the cracks were filled with magma, and it exploded directly. Fire and honeysuckle, Ambidaki. All the energy condensed at the last moment, the resulting sense of disillusionment is indelible. New books set sail, ask for collection, ask for attention. Chapter 013. Coinstar exploded. The blood sacrifice of 60,000 people, the energy sandwiched in Broly is too terrifying. A fragile planet simply can't afford it. The spaceship turned into a stream of light and rushed into the universe. Broly lay in the seat in front of him and looked at the bright starry sky. Like a white jade disk, shining with silver light. Holy without the slightest impurity. In the distance, 4 galaxies swirled in the air, like a crystal jade belt, injecting into the very center. Raymond puts the spaceship into autopilot mode and looks at Broly in a complicated way. In front of him, he stretched his waist lazily, defenseless, closed his eyes, and with the baby's fat head, he looked like a child next door. However, the smell of blood on his body meant that the slaughter of 100,000 people just now, that crazy demon, really came from his hands. Raymond said, still not suitable for fighting. Before joining the Frisia army, I looked forward to all this, and even expressed disdain for my dead teammates. They dragged me back before I was left in the tattered utility room. But... Broly turned around slightly, looking at him with dark eyes. Raymond once again felt the dry bones in his eyes, as well as the sea of blood in the corpse mountain, swallowed his spit, and continued, however, when I really saw the killing, I realized that I was helping to cause abuse now. Take off the combat effectiveness tester. That thing will expose you. Broly reminds. Yes. Raymond hurriedly closed directly. How? Do you regret it? Broly asked, what does it feel like I was just now? Devil? Tens of thousands of people were slaughtered by me, and the last 60,000 people also died indirectly at my hands. This bloody body is full of sin. Raymond shook his head. Frisia conquered the universe and forcibly killed, and I don't know how many planets were killed by him. Broly, you did it at his beheen. I don't blame you. Instead, I felt that I was still suitable for logistics. Killing, blood spread into my eyes, contaminating my soul with loneliness. Hey, Raymond sighed deeply. Frisia. Broly snorted coldly and continued to close his eyes. The scene is obviously embarrassing. Broly suddenly spoke, don't worry. After we go back, we will be able to live in a good place. Your combat power is almost negligible, and you can't help much when fighting. You will live with me in the future and help me deal with things behind me. Pick up your gear or something. On the planet Frisia, live well. Raymond's face changed from sadness to joy, and he nodded heavily. The spaceship turned into a stream of light and rushed into the starry sky. 6 hours later, he slowly landed on the planet Frisia. Watching the people coming, traffic, high-rise buildings, and rows of people, these are all obtained by sucking blood in the universe. Frisia, that guy, not slaughtered one by one like himself. He generally destroys the planet completely. The number of scions who died at his hands alone exceeded 10,000. Compared to him, Broly is a younger brother. Tread. Walking into the deep corridor, you can only hear the sound of footsteps. Hey! Broly suddenly frowned slightly and looked at the passage next to him. Footsteps are coming. That irritable breath is a bit similar to what I exuded. Or 3. Broly stopped. Raymond didn't say anything. Gradually, in the dark passage, 3 figures appeared. Long black hair rushing to the sky, and his face is full of hideous evil. The murderous aura in his body can hardly be concealed. Wearing a blue tights with the combat uniform of the Frisia army on the periphery. The other is a bald head with an evil face. The last long hair was draped to the knees. With the combat effectiveness tester, the tail behind his back is gently wagging. Vegeta. Naba. Raditz. Stay out of the way. Naba said hoarsely. And Raditz is full of disdain. Vegeta was stunned. Standing in front of a tall figure, he had a familiar feeling in his heart. Absolutely can't be wrong, have you seen him yourself? But why don't you have any memories at all? Vegeta looked a little bit, and underneath the green fur, he seemed to see something, squirming. The consternation in my heart instantly blurted out. But I saw that the man on the other side turned off the combat effectiveness tester. Vegeta was stunned. Broly fluttered away, just no. Stop. Vegeta's heart was shocked, it turned out to be a scion, how could it be? In addition to them, there are only Kakarot, as well as Dales and Tabul. There are scions who you haven't seen before? That familiar feeling must have been obtained on the planet Vegeta. That's right. That's right. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to be calm and asked, who is that black-haired guy, do you know? Naba shook his head, but Raditz said, it seems to be called Broly. Just joined the Frisia army yesterday. Broly. Vegeta nodded, Raditz's combat effectiveness is weak, he can't beat others, he just likes to bully those recruits who have just joined, he knows that there is no accident at all. Is something wrong? Nope. Let's go. Broly walked down the corridor, thinking seriously, Vegeta's battle was only less than 10,000, not high. The Naba next to it is about 3,000, and Raditz has not arrived at 1,000. With this kind of strength, all three of them can live on it, and you can imagine how weak the Frisia army is. Now, apart from Frisia, there is no opponent who can't kill himself. Walking to the place where the task was handed over, watching the man huffing and sleeping, Broly snorted coldly. Humph! The man was like a lizardman, and he woke up instantly. This time should go to hibernation, deal with these inferior fighters every day, have long been bored to burst. His name is Gust. We've done the job. Now it's time to exchange for a better room. Mission. Gust said disdainfully, cut. What can be accomplished, go to another planet and catch a cat back. Slag. However, when Raymond handed over the mission report, Gust was stunned. Immediately, the body began to tremble wildly. How is that possible? Cohen's star? That planetary rebellion with strong combat power and leader Alek's combat power has reached more than 10,000 was actually suppressed by those who had just entered. 100,000 rebel troops are completely destroyed. How is this possible? Gust couldn't believe it. The situation is right in front of you, believe it or not. Broly said coldly. Eyes shining with a chill. Gust was stunned. It was as if he felt a flood beast that was about to devour him completely. His body trembled, and he couldn't stop nodding, I'm sorry, I'll find you a free room now. No thanks. Broly suddenly spoke, where do you live? 152. From now on. It belongs to me. New books set sail, ask for collection. Chapter 014. Broly didn't give Gust time to react at all, and left here without thinking about it. How can this work? After a long time, Gust said tremblingly. Broly is famous. How terrifying it is that the two-person squad was able to suppress the rebellion of Cohen Star. Not to mention Alek, then the 100,000 fighters above are not at all able to solve by the squad. Didn't you see that Dodoria returned several times without success? Pang! Kicked the door open fiercely, looking at the environment in front of him, Broly finally laughed. Floor-to-ceiling windows, a ray of sunlight comes in, and there is a faint fragrance in the room. Sofa chairs for tea, 2 soft beds, single luxury bathroom. Living room, kitchen, everything you need. Finally got out of that kennel. Raymond, you go and change the door lock in the afternoon. It's ours. Raymond lay on the bed, focused his head, lay comfortably on the bed, and stretched hard. A murmur comes out of your mouth. This is the real life. He said dreamily. Looking at the ceiling, he suddenly said, if we rob the room, Doria will definitely be angry. However, he went on a mission and is not here. We'll be able to relax for a few days. Out on a mission. Broly muttered for a moment, you can live here with peace of mind, no one can retake it. 2. Raymond spat out the turbid breath in his mouth, maybe by the time he comes back, we'll already be on the second floor. Broly, with your strength, is too possible. Can you tell me how your strength came about? I, too. Stop dreaming. Physique and hard exercise have forged me now. You are aging, your bones are fragile and have missed out. Broly struck directly. All right. I'm just asking. Raymond lay on the bed, perhaps seeing the cruel killing in the universe, physically and mentally exhausted, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Broly was fiddling with the combat effectiveness tester, looking at the tiny light spots on it, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So there. A day later. Delix, located in the east of the universe. It is inhabited by upright walking dinosaurs. Because it has not yet evolved into the industrial age, it is rich in resources and has not been exploited in large quantities. It is precisely because of this that he was targeted by Frisia. The peaceful planet is shrouded in smoke, and the thin steam makes it look like a heavenly palace. But... boom! The noisy explosion sounded instantly, and a pink energy instantly swallowed the mountain peak, and even dozens of dinosaur people also dissipated in it. Haha! In the middle, a pink figure, none other than Doria, laughed loudly and maniacally. The ugly face is full of distortion, and the scarlet eyes are full of killing intent. This group of uncivilized people, it is really a bit overkill for Lord Doria to come here to execute you. Waving his hands, dozens of energies rushed out again in an instant, and endless explosions sounded. Mountains collapse, sea water roars, and where energy passes, it seems to be corrosive. Barren. A pile of ashes was left in the air, and the scarlet flame rattled from it, still bursting continuously. Boring battle. The surrounding people were completely slaughtered in just a few minutes. Dodolia scolded secretly, and instantly intercepted a few beauties in the starry sky to delay a bit, and also vented a loss. Otherwise, this boring battle, really. Why send me here? Lord Frisia. He only dares to win a little here. Hey! Suddenly, under the curtain of a house in front, there seemed to be a wonderful young woman, her graceful figure, full of fragrance, exuding nobility. It seems to feel that Dodoria saw it and hurriedly disappeared. Dodoria, who was hungry, licked her lips and hurriedly rushed up. In the abandoned and blown-up house, raise the curtain and shout. I'm coming. However, inside the tattered interior, there are only some wooden, vulgar furniture. Among them, a person, sweeping the dust with his hands. Dodolia's pupils shrank and cursed sharply, who are you? What about the woman? Where are you hiding? After a while, he didn't get any answer, and Dodolia was already about to explode. Let me ask you. Tell me. The right hand rotated, and a pink air bomb instantly included, pinched fiercely. Pink light bursts through the gap between your fingers. Bastard! Speak! Darius' eyes burst, and the air bomb in her hand was instantly thrown. Pang! The man in front of him rotated with one hand and smashed the gas bomb into the air bomb heavily. Explode in the sky. He slowly turned around, the combat uniform of the Frisia army, long black hair, bronzed skin, and killing intent in the corners of his eyes. You are. Doria looked at the familiar figure in front of him, and he seemed to have seen it. But... introduce yourself, my name is Broly. Just joined your party the other day. Broly? What are you doing here? What for? Haha. That's an interesting question. Broly looked at him, saw that the combat effectiveness tester had been taken off, and chuckled, sure enough. It's not in vain for me. Even if you are loyal to Frisia, you don't want him to see everything, for example, at that time. Less nonsense. Dororia cried out, what about the woman? What are you doing here? Don't worry, I'll answer them one by one. That woman was created by me using a combat effectiveness tester, recording images of other planets, and then throwing them on the door curtain. It's really difficult to find that kind of stunner, and I almost can't catch the timing. What? Dodoria is like a lightning strike. The body trembled, the lips were blue, and the eyes were bloodshot. You said, that's fake. Ah. It was I who specially asked you to take off the combat effectiveness tester and prepare for it. Hearing Broly's words, Dodoria was stunned. What are you planning to do with such great painstake? That's the second question. Broly paced slowly in front of him. I won't forget that when I joined the Frisia army, you embarrassed me, let me live in a grocery store, and even gave me the most difficult task to be cannon fodder. Complete your mission to show off in front of Frisia. If it's someone else, it doesn't matter. But remember my personality. Eyes will be rewarded. The answer to the second question is that I have traveled so many planets and gone to such great lengths, just to kill you. New books set sail, ask for attention, ask for collection. Chapter 015. Doria was stunned, and after hearing Broly's words, after a long while, he actually began to laugh. Haha! Kill me? Who do you think you are? Just joined the Frisia army, so loud and shameful? Exactly. A killing intent appeared in his eyes. I don't know why, there is a stupid energy on your body that makes me feel very uncomfortable. I want to kill you too. Humph. Broly snorted coldly. To tell you the news, I killed Alak, as well as 100,000 warriors on the planet Corinth. This combat power, killing you, should be more than enough. What? Dodolia was stunned when she heard this, her legs were forceful, and she instantly fell backwards. With a squeeze of one hand, purple waves of chi emerged from the fingers. A purple air bomb that directly blew up the house. Boom! The mushroom cloud is slowly rising. Haha! Looking at the messy ground, Dodolia instantly began to laugh loudly, and shouted wildly, just by you, that slight power, also want to kill me. Phew! In the smoke, a figure rushed out instantly, his legs bent, like a full bow, suddenly diving. With a manic impact, a punch hit Dodoria's abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of saliva spurted out, that sharp speed, he didn't even see anything. But the elite warrior of the Frisia army, what are you? Dodoria gritted her teeth and attacked suddenly with one punch. The majestic power is all tilted into the void. What? Afterimage? Broly appears in the back, punches straight and attacks. Directly smashed into the spine. A cracking sound came out, and Broly's body sank, his hands propped up on the ground, and his feet suddenly upward. Kicked Dodoria straight into the air. Ugh! A scream kept coming. Broly rushed into the air like a thunderbolt and unleashed his manic speed. After experiencing the Battle of Koan Sea Star, he had already mastered this perfect body. One arm swirls behind his back, suddenly forced. Pang! A muffled snort came out and smashed into the neck. The soft part was attacked, and Dodolia suddenly vomited blood, and his head was dripping on it, and it was obvious that the blow had smashed his neck. Broly folded his hands. Suddenly forced. Smash down! Doria was like a shooting star, dragging a burning wave of chi behind his back, rushing down in an instant. Broly flashed again and smashed a punch overhead. Pang! A muffled snort came out, and the hedgehog-like head was directly dented, like a turtle. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Dodoria smashed into the ground like a pinball. Half of the body is sunken in. The ground also exploded. The cracks in the road spread outward, spreading like spider webs. A few meters deep hole appeared instantly. Hey, hey! Broly laughed cruelly, and his body was filled with manic energy, and suddenly fell from the sky. In the dark pupils of his eyes, it seems that there is a sea of corpse mountains and blood, and he wants to swallow Doria directly. Bang bang! Broly smashed into Dodoria's abdomen. A mouthful of blood instantly spurted out, white chi waves erupted, and the ground suddenly collapsed. Broly's body lifted off and fell again. Doria couldn't stop screaming. Just like that, constantly attacking again and again, more than 10 times in a row. The ground also collapsed deeply. Doria's abdomen can be clearly seen, and a sharp toe is embedded in it. The vicious green tendons around them can't stop squirming like earthworms. Wow! Blood spurted out wildly. The corners of the mouth and teeth have already been completely dyed red. Woohoo! He was panting on the ground and looked at Broly with hatred. Broly crossed his hands at his waist and looked at the sky peacefully. What's wrong? Isn't it the so-called elite? Why can I only be under my body, begging for mercy? I think you better go to a planet to sell, maybe the future will be better than here. Bully soft and hard-afraid bastards, not suitable for fighting in the universe. If you hadn't had Frisia's protection, you would have died hundreds of times. Darius' teeth crunched, and suddenly, his mouth opened. Go and die. An energy rushes directly into the sky at an instantaneous speed. Blasted towards Broly. All around has been printed and dyed pink. Oh? Is the energy already gathering when I speak? Broly said disdainfully. He suddenly exerted force, clenched it with one hand, and the energy that jumped out was grabbed by him deadly. Suddenly, his body sank, and he followed the shocked mouth and stuffed it directly. Rumble. The explosion sounded, and Dodolia's body instantly bulged, and under the thin skin, you could also see the energy moving in the veins. Smoke erupted from the mouth, the pupils were scarlet, and in the explosion just now, the eyes even fell off. Hey! Broly smiled disdainfully. You said how you became the elite of the Frisia army, it seems that you are quite used. Just by your little power? Is there no longer a strong person in this universe? Still. Wang Ba looked at the mung beans, just like that. Broly kept talking about the wind, and the Doria below was already about to smash. However, the sharp pain spread madly towards the limbs, and the condensed energy was directly emitted under the severe pain. Even counterattack can't be done. Ha! Ha! Broly shook his head. I should send you on my way too. There won't be too many of these opportunities. After all, I am not Frisia's opponent, if only he knew. I'm afraid we're going to go through a hard fight. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that my combat power is far away, and even the legendary Super Saiyan doesn't know how to transform into himself. In case it gets out of control, it's not good. Broly landed on the ground and stepped directly on Dodoria's hand, twisting hard with one foot. Ah! Yes! The screams came madly, and after Broly heard it, the bloodthirsty impulse in his body broke out again. The toes are surging with turquoise energy, kicking out. Pang! Blood splatter! Doria screamed instantly. I saw that his right arm was actually kicked off by Broly. Haha! Broly laughed maniacally and jumped into the air. That's right, that's right. He suddenly thought of something funny. Let you see my true appearance before you die. Doria endured the severe pain, his eyes narrowed, otherwise he would not be able to see anything at all. I saw under the green fur, I don't know what is gradually squirming. It was immediately exposed. Furry brown tail. Doria was stunned. Looking at that familiar thing, his surprised words suddenly rushed out of his mouth. Saiyan. Thanks brother for the tip. Chapter-1-60. Saiyan. Frightened, as if overcoming the pain in his body, Doria cried out. You're right. Impossible. Originally, before destroying planet Vegeta, I specially summoned all Saiyans. I'm pretty sure all Saiyans are dead except for Vegeta. You, where did you come from? Doria couldn't stand this blow. He saw Saiyans like ants, but he didn't expect that his life would end at the hands of such people. All dead? Haha. It's time to pretend again. Let me tell you, Cockroach, Darls, me, and Tabul. King Vegeta's bloodline has also been preserved. There are many more scions in this world than you think. Impossible. Darius' face was flushed, and under the anger, a mouthful of blood spurted out again. Broly pressed on top of his head, with despair, die. One arm force. The ground collapsed instantly. Darius' head was directly knocked to the ground. The exploding blood kept flying, and the red and white liquid was also slowly wriggling in the cracks. Humph! Broly snorted coldly, his right hand opened, a pitch-black comma flickered, and thick energy slowly circulated in his hand, condensing a deep black rod. Look at the heart and pierce it directly. Poof! Dirty blood rushes out, and the beating heart loses its last momentum. Dodolia's body went cold. Thank me. Finally, a corpse was left for you. Broly wiped away the extremely disgusting-looking red-white thick liquid on the ground. That's Darius' brain pulp. He slowly buffered into the sky, and it seemed that from the planet, a little energy climbed up, turning into a blue silk thread, constantly surging around his body. Broly took a few deep breaths, feeling the sweet taste, and the whole person seemed to be in a fairyland. A hazy feeling surrounds you. The ground began to barren, and the green grass gradually withered. All the resources turned into an energy and were swallowed abruptly by Broly. Poof! From the pores around his body, scorching energy erupted, and his aura increased by a few points again. Reach out with one hand. A little bit of turquoise light gradually condensed, and finally formed energy that was only the size of a palm. Broly suddenly backhanded, and the energy fell to the ground, as if a drill bit was embedded in the ground. Boom! In an instant, the cracks in the yellow sand of the planet's road were prominent, the magma was surging, and the orange flames seemed to turn into oceans and hover in the sky. Planet explosion. Like a fire, it is full of brilliance. The flame streamers condense in the vacuum, forming splendid petals. All the remaining life force of the planet was released in an instant. It's the most beautiful scenery in the world. Sitting in the ship, Broly seems to understand why Frisia loves destroying planets. It's a pity that I'm a normal traverser and don't have as big ambitions to rule the universe. Like the Monkey King, you can be the master behind your back. Phew! The spaceship turned into a streamer, and on a planet on the way, Broly disposed of the spaceship, replaced it with the ship of the Frisia army, and returned to the planet. Broly is on the mission, constantly spending his time. Every time you attack the planet, kill everyone, absorb their energy, and devour the planet too. One planet after another gradually turned into desolation, and his strength was steadily improving. 10 days, half a month. Dodoria didn't come back. Finally caused panic. What? Is Dodoria dead? On the top floor of that palace, the sun is shining, and the corridors are also labyrinths made of glass. In the innermost part, there is a huge portal. From the outside you can only see the pitch black, but inside, you can see it clearly. The scrutinizing but hoarse voice came instantly. I can't believe it. The other is full of mid-centered, masculine. Turning the portal, I saw two figures. A short figure with sharp feet on the top of his head and purple spots around him. The faces look inspective. Wearing a standard combat uniform, the whole person is curled up in flying chess. And the other kneels on one knee, green hair, blue skin, like a beautiful man. Cosmic Emperor Frisia. Already left-handed, Sob. Mr. Sob, are you sure? Lord Frisia. On the star of Dili, Dodoria lost track and never returned. The planet has exploded, and all traces of the battle have disappeared cleanly. Scattered from the universe of minced meat, we confirm his death. What about the combat effectiveness tester? Didn't anything come back? This. Lord Frisia, you also know that Dodoria has a habit of insulting others, and before that, he did not carry a tester, and we have no way of knowing what happened. Using the speed of the spacecraft, plus time, to draw the most likely killing radius, so that it is still impossible to determine. Frisia said impatiently, not that Doria was so important, but he claimed to be Frisia's right arm, but he was suddenly killed. It was Doria's ass, but Frisia's face. I'm sorry. We've all tried, and in that radius, there are a lot of people who can commit crimes. But so painful, even if you do it cleanly without leaving a trace, you need a huge combat power. Those people, it's impossible. Frisia was stunned. Damn, things happen every year. I only fought with Shrag for a while, and there was such a mess in the army, Mr. Saab, I doubt your ability. Frisia's eyes were full of sophistication, and Sabo knelt on one knee, one on his heels, and directly lay on the ground. Feeling a faint murderous aura, he suddenly shouted loudly, Lord Frisia, recently, I have discovered an interesting thing. What? Saab hurriedly said, the Kuan star that even Doria has been unable to take 3 times has been taken by a new joiner. However, according to observations, his combat strength was only 5,000, and there were no fluctuations up and down. It is impossible to break out. It is logically impossible. After our inquiry, he only said that because of the operation of the giant cannon of the Kuan star guy, the energy formed by thousands of people stormed away, and finally blew up the planet, and he also escaped. However, even so, if he can force Kuan star to use a giant cannon, his combat effectiveness cannot be ignored. Can be a candidate to replace Doria. Frisia was stunned, and appreciation flashed in his eyes. Oh! In my absence, did such a master appear? What's his name? Broly. Favorites, attention! Chapter 017. Frisia said in amazement, when I was away, such a master came to me? Broly, is that his name? He touched his chin and chuckled. Obviously, the shadow of Darius' death has also been diluted. Saab hurriedly stood up, controlled the surrounding instruments, Broly's room, and the image instantly appeared. They installed monitors in everyone's room to prevent rebellion of fighters. Frisia nodded with interest, quite a strong body. Combat effectiveness 5,000? A battle did not improve in the slightest, it is clear that this guy is hiding. He paced slowly in the room, the importance of Doria was naturally self-evident, but he was dead. In this world, it is a king and a loser, and Doria has failed, proving that he is not qualified to stand in front of me. Let Broly replace him. Saab's eyes flashed with a gloomy, he originally planned to divert Frisia's gaze and take the opportunity to push his subordinates to it, but he didn't expect to help Broly by mistake. But what about loyalty? Saab said, Doria has been tested countless times, but Broly, he has only been on for a few days. In the same problem, Frisia looked at the screen carefully, and when the gaze passed Broly's neck, the tester suddenly began to tick alarm. That is, Frisia whispered, there seems to be a powerful energy reaction in that thing. With a swift attack, if you can grasp it through the air, you can hold Broly in your hand. That device seems to be quite rudimentary and not very difficult to control. However, Frisia kept pacing, there is this thing on the neck, Broly, it seems that there is also a difficult past. At this moment, Saab saw the light in Frisia's eyes and understood that Frisia's heart was moved, but there were still concerns in his heart. This is the best time. Let Broly die and push his men up. He hurriedly spoke, how about giving him a trial and letting him eliminate the scavengers of the universe? Hey! Frisia was stunned, his face was a little gloomy, but after a long time, he nodded slightly, waved his hand to signal Saab, go and get it yourself. Raymond lay in the room, looking at the task passed by his hand, he couldn't believe what he saw. What's wrong? Broly asked hoarsely. Saab, let you go and eliminate the cosmic scavengers. This task. Raymond was like a male duck's throat, and he was directly choked. It's just a fight. Your true strength is already known to you. Raymond looked at his indifferent attitude strangely, and jumped directly to the side. Broly, do you know what you are talking about? The scavengers of the universe have been formed for a longer period of time than the Frisia army. Many people who were hunted down by Frisia and had nowhere to escape, but who sought to restore the country, joined them. The experts are like clouds, and they also have great hatred for the Frisia army. Even those who rival Frisia have one or two on the surface. Occupy your own star field, show off your might. It's like a soil overlord. Although you defeated Corinth Star, so what? In front of them, you don't even have the energy to resist, that's for you to die. Do you know? Broly was stunned. Scavenger, he thought it was a robber wandering in the universe, but he didn't expect that it was such a hard bone. Raymond, tell me carefully. We only know that on the bright side, the scavengers are roughly divided into 3 teams. One of which is the scion who defected to the Frisia army, Darren's. With the power he has, he can easily kill Sob and Doria. I'm afraid that only the Kainu special combat team can defeat him. The second is the Cosmic Wanderer, Rikik. This man is from Dragon Ball GT, the planet of the Pit People. He is a mercenary outlaw. Employed with many notorious humans, committed monstrous things. Because of the pursuit of the Galaxy Patrol, I had to flee outside and join the scavenger sequence. Use your strong combat power to win the commander's chair. He loves luxury and lives in Dora Star Palace. Everyone knew he was there, but the Galaxy Patrolmen didn't dare to make any moves. They, not opponents. Third, it's the most terrifying. The legendary super name X-Man, Shrag. He grew up in the barren regions of the West, was aggressive and became an extremely evil warrior in the environment. He unified that planet, renamed it Planet Shrag, and even raised a huge army that was not inferior to Frisia. Before, the reason why Dororia was so domineering was because Frisia went out to fight Shrag. A person that Frisia can't help, hand it over to your hands. Do you think you might survive? Raymond's eyes were clear, and he said categorically. Broly, however, lay in the wound, leaned on his hands, and replied lazily, not necessarily. You. Raymond didn't even know what to say. What a formidable opponent. Don't you think about your own life? Broly, I'll pack your clothes right away. Dark Sky, run away. Staying here is doomed to death. Looking at the busy Raymond, Broly smiled angrily. Don't worry. The car must be straight before the mountain. Not so scary. Sob didn't say when the mission will be completed. My combat power is still growing. We, one by one. You really want to fight? Maniacs, simply crazy people. Raymond is almost speechless. But Broly has his own thinking. That's right. He suddenly said, Rikik is on Dora, Shrag is on the planet Shrag. What about Dales? I don't know. Raymond had already given up the treatment. Dales is a defector, the opponent is still Frisia. You can only wander through the star field. Maybe this year it is still in the East Galaxy, next year I will go to the West Galaxy, the whereabouts are floating, and no one knows. Really? Broly was stunned, and he also said to kill Dales first. He was a weak chicken. I didn't expect it. Okay then. Tomorrow, we'll go to meet Rikik first. Let's see if you can find out the whereabouts of Darren's from him. Raymond slapped his head door, full of black lines. Why don't you listen to advice? Let's not talk about whether you can fight or not. If not, is it a lifetime wandering in the universe? Don't forget, if you return if you can't complete the mission, someone will let you die. None. Broly chuckled, that doesn't matter. As a scion, Vegeta must know his whereabouts. That's right, the setting is here again, following 3 books. This time, though, they're important. Chapter 018. Early the next morning, a stream of light rushed into the universe and disappeared in an instant. After a 2-day journey, Broly finally saw Dora Star. Located in the middle of the North Milky Way, the lights are red and green, the flowers are blooming, the high-rise buildings are one after another, and the crowd is rubbing shoulders. The continuous mountain peaks run like dragons across the east and west, the green trees are verdant, and the breeze is even mixed with the smell of malt. It seems that Rikik has indeed found a good place. Broly controls the spaceship to float in the air and slowly lands on its own. In the middle of the planet, there is a huge square. Behind it is a continuous cluster of towering palaces. The porch stands tall, layered on top of each other, and the golden glazed tiles shine in the sun. I really want to enjoy it. Broly slowly descended and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a ray of light rushed out from the side. He squeezed it with one hand, and the hard energy condensed into a black rod, which was thrown out casually, and directly inserted into that energy center like the wind. Thunder and lightning emerged from it, and the black rod easily escaped the attack and followed the direction of the energy. Poof! Right in the heart of the sneak attacker's eyebrows. Looking at the figure shrouded in red robes, he can also be regarded as a master, stronger than Goku at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. But he can't stop his own move. It seems. Rikik raised a group of dead soldiers to protect his safety. He's a man with millions of combat power, and he still. It's just a facade. Broly said with a smirk. The sound of the corpse falling to the ground was abruptly transmitted in this silent palace stacked with heavy rocks. The sound of stepping footsteps came madly, and hundreds of figures appeared on the wall. These guys surround Broly. Water leaks. Good dogs don't get in the way. Broly whispered. Hearing the words, everyone was stunned. I've seen crazy, I've never seen such crazy. Who the hell is surrounded? A group of people are even a little bit skeptical of life. A red-robed man came from it and said loudly, "Don't you know? This is a forbidden area, and idle people are forbidden to enter. Since you have already come here, prepare to die. If you have any last words, you can record them and we will pass them on to your family." Oh? It's quite human. Broly said mockingly. You tell my family like this that Rikik's wife tastes really good, and Lao Wang thinks so too. Compared to his little wife, he is a little more charming. I don't recognize Lao Wang's point. Poof. The people surrounded by them all laughed. And the leader is constantly understanding the meaning of this sentence. The amount of information in it is really too big. Haha. Broly started laughing too. Abominable. The leader became angry and roared loudly, "Everyone is ready, kill this guy for me. Kill." Broly groaned and gradually floated into the air. The turquoise light slowly flows on the surface of the body. In the dragon-like muscles, the infinite energy converges into a stream, constantly rushing. Click. Suddenly, people heard something shattering. Broly's body seemed to be shining, and from behind him, the dense energy was like a spider's web constantly extending, climbing, and in the clear blue sky, it was like a hideous black crack. Still spreading. Click. Click. Energy condensation, falling from the sky, mixed with countless chills. That is. The leader was stunned for a moment, not good. He's going to use that, wrap us all up, and kill us all at once. Everyone, give me an attack. Suddenly, hundreds of energy rushed into the sky, and the rising energy made the sight distorted. That's caused by high temperatures. Humph. The leader sneered a few times, the number of people, often can decide everything. However, then he was like a male duck whose throat was choked, and he was stunned and unable to speak. Broly's eyes shone a little, and the corners of his mouth sneered. In front of him, it seems that a piece of aura has formed. The burst of energy rushed into it, sinking into it like a stone sinking into the sea, and every step forward required a huge amount of energy. Impossible. The leader immediately shouted loudly. A circle of black holes suddenly appeared, wrapping all the energy in it, and rushing into Broly's body. I only heard a grunt, and I was actually swallowed. Gollum! Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the guy is a gluttonous reincarnation? What is delicious about energy? Bah, a group of people with crooked thinking. Energy, how can you eat? If it can be solved so easily, what is the painstaking battle? Sit down and rock paper scissors. Are we already behind on this planet? Is the outside world moving so fast? Mom! There are many routines in the city, I want to go back to the countryside. Click! The cracks behind them are still constantly extending, slowly falling from the sky, covering them all. Snap! Broly clasped his hands together and shouted, "Energy Realm!" In an instant, countless thorn-like sharp energies rushed out from that turquoise light, surging towards the wrapped humans. Poof! Hundreds of piercing sounds suddenly sounded. Everyone stared blankly at the ground, and the energy thorns pierced them like hedgehogs, and the blood exploded like a fountain. Severe pain spread in the limbs, eyes gradually hazy, breathing disappeared. The body was fixed in the air and died just like that. Broly's body slowly floated down, looking at the strange state of death. This is called giving back to the other body. If it were not for your energy, the formation of the energy realm would not be so simple. Haha! After all, before the war, I didn't have any habit of wasting energy. Tread. Step by step, he continued to walk towards the middle, and the gate was completely soaked with blood. Make the vermilion porch look even more enchanting. Phew! Suddenly, a figure flickered and appeared, blocking Broly's way. The whole body is shrouded in red robes, but the shoulders are exposed with a bright silver sharp light. Broly excitedly took out the photo and compared it, just like an amateur killer. He nodded solemnly, indeed there was no mistake, the Lord is here. Rikik, don't come unharmed. Broly spoke. Do I know you? Could it be my former enemy? Impossible, they didn't even leave corpses. In a word, the chat was completely crooked, and Rikik was still making sure that Broly was the enemy. Is it the eldest wife and his father, or the little wife and his father, or the lover and his father? The painting style had been completely distorted, and after a long while, Rikik shook his head, forget it, this matter is not important. Why did you forcibly break into my palace? Take the dog's head. Suddenly changed the literary language, so abrupt. It's impossible to talk about this day, and I can't have fun with it. New books set sail, please collect, please pay attention. Chapter 019. Can I still have fun? Kill me. As if he had heard some joke, Rikik burst out laughing. You know what? The Galaxy Patrol even offered a reward for my head on the black market in order to kill me. Every day before, I would be assassinated. But I survived, and they all died. Over time, no one came to kill me. Just because you, a kid who looks to be in his early teens, is also ashamed to say that you want to kill me. What a joke! Rikik laughed. Broly looked at him calmly, try it, you will know. Arrogant. Are you also sent by the Galaxy Patrol? Guess what? Broly laughed mockingly. Humph! Rikik snorted coldly, it doesn't matter, break your limbs and imprison you in the dungeon, just right, I think of a lot of torture, let you try. I'd rather see if your body is as hard as your mouth. Broly jumped back a few steps, stood on the ground, and looked at him contemptuously. In an instant, like a turquoise thunderbolt, his legs were bent, and he rushed out instantly like a full bow. The ground exploded, punched hard, and suddenly attacked. Pang! The muffled snort came out instantly, but there was no time for the declaration of war just now, and Rikik didn't react at all. A little bit of blood comes out of the corner of the mouth. He felt the pain in his body, the dark energy that existed in a punch, and he was frantically destroying his cells. Rikik's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Just one punch will make me bleed, you, not an idle person. Bang bang. Continuous muffled snorts continued to come out, and Broly frantically punched his abdomen fiercely. The abdomen collapsed, the green tendons kept squirming like earthworms, and Rikik held his feet on the ground, marking 2 straight marks. Bro used his force to kick, rotated on one leg, and smashed directly into the neck. The burst of power makes Rikik fly upside down. Shout! Broly flickered, hurried to the back, looked at the neck, and the elbow pressed down sharply. 2 opposing forces penetrated in the neck, and Rikik could no longer bear it, and a mouthful of blood instantly spurted out. The body was like a shooting star, burning with flames, and it hit the ground brilliantly. Rumble! The smoke burst out, the cracks in the road dispersed, and the turquoise energy kept swirling along the cracks, directly collapsing the surrounding vermilion walls and palaces. Humph! Broly snorted coldly, his hands stretched out like lightning, and there was a sassy whistle. A wave of chi appeared in his hand, and in an instant, it expanded to 10 meters in diameter. Like an emerald disc, it falls directly. Rikik in the smoke couldn't believe it, just condensed such terrifying energy in an instant, what kind of divine was he? Rumble! A violent explosion sounded, and the energy devoured the ground, like an upside-down bowl, expanding and expanding, and this continuous palace was reduced to ruins the moment the battle began. The flames engulfed them, and many treasures were turned into ashes. Looking at the burst of energy, Broly sneered twice and floated in the air. With a wave of one hand, dozens of breaths instantly dispersed the smoke, but in the deep hole of the shattered dark ground, there was nothing. Hey! Broly raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, at the last moment, did you use your super speed to escape? This is what you rely on, being able to escape repeatedly in the pursuit of the Galaxy Patrol. You should be a mouse. The movement just now was indeed unexpected. Broly turned and looked behind him. There, Rikik was panting and looking at him with wide eyes. You! Rikik couldn't believe that a nobody let himself fall into the downside. This, like a fantasy. Buzzing! The air seemed to begin to vibrate, and he hurriedly stared at Broly. If he was a little distracted, it was estimated that death would greet him. Poof! Don't be so serious. Even if you are so guarded, it will have no effect. The right hand was shrouded in cold light, and it slashed hard. In an instant, the turquoise crescent-shaped chi wave rushed out directly. Not good! Rikik shouted and suddenly jumped into the air. A mountain peak behind it was smoothly cut in half. Drown in smoke! Rikik fell from the sky, using huge kinetic energy, and smashed out with a punch. And Broly sneered twice, punched. Click! Ugh! On the contrary, Rikik screamed, never expected that Broly's body was so hard, and he almost broke his arm with a punch. Syllable! Broly shook his backhand, and in Rikik's shocked eyes, he quickly rushed into the sky. The body suddenly began to spin like a whirlwind, and the speed became faster and faster. Suddenly let go, Rikik flew directly upside down. He gritted his teeth, stretched out his hands, and in a moment, scarlet energy rushed out of his hands, enveloping Broly from all directions. Humph! Broly snorted coldly, his hands swirled, the turquoise light gradually burst out, and in an instant, countless oval-shaped air bombs directly rushed out. Collided with Rikik's energy. Rumble! Instantly exploded, 2 strands of energy intertwined in the air, flames like a cross, constantly spreading towards the surroundings. Stretching for hundreds of miles, it was all wrapped in raging flames. Boom! The explosions continued to sound, and Rikik flew upside down while Broly chased after him. The 2 sides frantically spewed energy from their hands, and a line of fire split the sky in half straight. A lot of residual energy smashed into Broly's body, but he didn't care. At most, tickle yourself. But Rikik, not necessarily. Yikes! 3 consecutive air bombs broke through the line of fire, all exploding in his chest. How could that originally fragile body endure such devastation? Wow! A mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out. Broly's eyes flashed, his fists were clenched at his waist, and he shouted. Ha! The turquoise light formed a protective shield and rushed into the line of fire. The huge energy continued to bloom in the ears, and the energy intertwined between the two was so terrifying, the protective cover was covered with cracks in an instant. But, electric flint! Broly rushed out directly, and Rikik didn't have time to react at all, and was slammed into the ribs. Gat! The ribs were broken, and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. Broly felt a tight sensation, and his body suddenly sank. The huge energy drives Rikik to keep flying. Bang bang! Several peaks were directly broken. Engulfed in turquoise flames, slowly disappearing. Rikik screamed loudly, but his body couldn't get out of Broly's impact at all. Die! Several mountains shattered in a row, and Broly felt that the power of the collision was about to disappear, and his body suddenly swirled in the air and smashed into Rikik's chest. Wow! He couldn't hold back any longer. And the whole person flew upside down and smashed into the mountain behind him. The body is also embedded in it. Chapter 020. Hey, hey! In Broly's dark pupils, a touch of madness flashed again. During the battle, his whole person almost fell into mania. Always use the most direct way of playing, and even have such a ridiculous idea as exchanging injuries for injuries. He couldn't contain his crazy actions. This is the legendary Super Saiyan, and the blood of the battle is even crazier than the Saiyan. This is only now, if you transform, it is estimated that your thoughts will be completely overwhelmed in an instant. Your strength doesn't seem to be as good as your ability to talk big. Broly floated in the air and said coldly, "It's been so long since the battle started, and you still haven't gained any upper hand. I traveled thousands of miles specifically to get your dog's head, and I thought I could fight fiercely. It's a bit disappointing." Broly clearly expressed his disdain. What? A hoarse voice came, and in the smoke, Rikik was furious. Ha! He suddenly shouted, his figure expanded a little, and the energy surging on his muscles completely shattered the mountain that embedded him. The reddish aura instantly swallowed everything, the mountain collapsed, and the rumbling dull sound sounded again. Smoke will completely envelop the battlefield. Broly pondered, this guy was thrilled by my words. I don't know what kind of way it will be used to attack. Don't let me down. Poof! Suddenly, a little chill rushed out of it, and it came to Broly like lightning in an instant. Directly stabbed into Broly's chest, reflecting the red origin. Weapons. Broly hesitated slightly. However, behind that sharp cold light, there were chains hidden, drawing circles directly in the sky, and binding Broly with a click. Suddenly locked. Hey! Broly also snorted. A powerful force drove his body downward, and Rikik still had that little chill in his hands. He only now saw clearly that it turned out to be 2 barbs on the shoulder. That thing is linked together with a chain on the back. Die! Rikik's blood-red eyes flashed with killing intent, and infinite energy surged in his dragon-like muscles, and the cold light flickered and stabbed down fiercely. Click! The sound of gold and iron intertwined came out, but I didn't expect that the sharp barb, which only left red spots on Broly's body, actually shattered. What? This, but made of the strongest metal on Dora Star, he also hit him on his body, and the last life-saving weapon to use did not have any effect? Ha! Broly clenched his fists and drank loudly, his muscles erupted, and the turquoise aura rose on the surface of his body. Suddenly forced. Jump the chain directly. The Dao fragment fell to the ground, emitting a dull sound, and it actually sank into it. You can imagine how huge that weight is. Broly sneered, "If this is your last resort, then I can only regretfully announce that the battle is over. You are not my opponent at all." "No kidding. How could I lose to such a milky child as you? Damn it!" Brushing among the fragments, Rikik was like a magician, grabbing the fragments and suddenly clasping his hands together. A long spear, actually held high in the hand. Where did it come from? Broly was fascinated by this strange scene. Rikik waved in the air, and a spear danced in the wind. Like a dragonfly touching water, and like a tiger falling to the ground. Sometimes galloping, sometimes tactful, people can't even notice. Where will he land? The neck, heart, seemed to flicker with white chi waves, and Broly was surprised to find that 2 red dots suddenly appeared. After a few seconds, the roar of sonorous gold and iron was revealed. The speed at which that guy shot out would be so much faster than the sound. Suddenly, the spear swept from the front. Broly's arms were like eagle wings spread, suddenly retreated. The spear was like a dragon, flashing with electric light. The tip of the spear was shrouded in cold, straight towards Broly's heart. Broly narrowed his eyes and finally saw something. But the dense tip of the gun appeared in front of him, making it impossible to tell which is true and which is false. Damn it! His body couldn't stop dodging, and a little blood appeared on his arm. In other words, when Rikik performed his marksmanship, he was already enough to hurt himself. "I really didn't expect that you who got the gun seemed to have changed as a person." Rikik panted and shouted, "This is my hidden trick. Broly, you are the first unjust soul to die under the gun. If you go to hell, don't resent me." Haha. On the way to dodge, Broly laughed loudly, "If you can really cause me a huge crisis, I still need to thank you. Only in battle can I get stronger quickly. Didn't you see me appear? Half of the chapters are fighting?" Haha. "It's been so long, I already know the secret of your marksmanship." "Impossible. Spoiled my attack with a big bang?" "Amusing." Rikik pulled back, and his body suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, a sharp cold light came from the front, the spearhead from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and finally, thousands of spearheads, unexpectedly densely shrouded Broly completely. "I'd rather see how you dodge." Humph. Broly kept flashing in the shadow of the gun. Poof. Dao blood stains appeared on his arms and chest, and bloodthirsty waves flashed in his eyes, shouting loudly, "Those things that can't be killed, why should I dodge? Only, see through your final blow completely. That's enough." Gurgling blood left from the body, dense scars surrounded his arms, and a little sweat oozed from the corners of Broly's eyes. However, with dark eyes, he is a legendary Super Saiyan. Ordinary bleeding injuries can be restored in a moment. He doesn't have to care. Is he one of those dashing swordsmen, dressed in white robes, who need to show that he is strong and spotless in deep battles? In the pupils, it seems that a wandering dragon appears impressively, mixed with electric light, with a monstrous momentum. Towards the heart of Broly. That's it. The bloody body shouted loudly with excitement, pinched it with one hand, and the thick energy formed a black rod, attacking instantly. Snap! In Rikik's unbelievable eyes, the spearhead, guided by a black rod, deviated impressively. Poof! Blood splattered. "Sorry, I took a leave of absence yesterday." Chapter 021. Poof! Blood splattered. Rikik looked at Broly fiercely, and suddenly began to laugh. However, the whole person was like a male duck's throat was choked, and the hoarse voice stopped abruptly. Ah! A sharp pain came from the ribs. His power is gradually disintegrating. He slowly lowered his head mechanically, his pupils shrank, and he was horrified to find that his gun head was grazing Broly's arm. Scratching deep marks, blood gushing out covered Broly's arm. And, a black rod, unexpectedly, crossed the body from his right rib and rushed out from the left side. Impossible. The action just now, I didn't see it at all. When severe pain rushed to the limbs, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Broly flew with one foot and kicked him out fiercely. The tattered body smashed into the mountain behind it. This violent shock made the black rod in the original body show its majesty again. The lungs, and even the heart, were hit hard. Rikik's breath plummeted, and the gurgling blood chi came from his mouth. His eyes were raging, wrapped around Broly's body, and in one breath, he was absorbed by Broly. Broly's consumed aura was also gradually replenished, and he recovered his peak little by little. Hey! He sneered twice and wiped the blood stains on his body with the red robe that Rikik had fallen to the ground. Rikik was horrified to find that the densely packed scars he left behind had been restored to their original state in such a short time. This! His eyes were scattered, and he looked at Broly in surprise. Absorb other people's energy to become stronger, you, what kind of monster? Monster? Also, having obtained the ability of Moro, I am indeed very much like the monster in your eyes. However, for me, who is destined to climb to the top, absorbing energy is just a means of use. This is the size of the gas. Broly lightly covered Rikik's heart with one hand. Boom! The scorching streamer instantly covered Rikik, and a sharp scream rushed out instantly. He seemed to be burned by flames, and the sharp pain coming from his whole body was even more terrifying than Ling Ling. From the heart, a pure white ball of energy entered Broly's arm and was directly devoured. I really didn't expect that you actually hide such powerful energy. It tastes good. This is my assessment of you. Broly licked his lips and said softly. Devil! You are a devil! Rikik cursed sharply. At this moment, he had lost skin and bones, and his originally healthy blue skin had already turned miserable. The life energy of the whole body is absorbed, and even if Broly doesn't do anything, he won't live long. Shout! In his index finger, a pink streamer rushed out and shot straight through Rikik's heart. Rikik roared unwillingly twice, the breath disappeared, the corpse was embedded in the mountain peak, and died. Broly floated in the air, patting the dust in his body. Rush to the sky. This planet, let him go for the time being. The energy in your own body takes a while to digest. Shout! A stream of light left quickly, and a few days later, the news that Rikik, one of the 3 commanders of the Cosmic Scavengers, and the earth-shattering Cosmic Demon had died, gradually spread. And Broly is already hundreds of light years away. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know who Rikik is? The combat power is nearly 1 million, and the Frisia army is only able to fight against Frisia alone. You even said he died. Impossible. Rumor. I heard too much. A celebrity without scandals, he is not a celebrity, this is a thing everyone says. That demon is dead? Which hero killed it? I'm going to erect a monument to him. Eliminate harm for the universe. There are all kinds of strange things in the universe, all kinds of languages. Overall, the evaluation of Broly, the unsung hero, is still good. Although he is just handy. Planet Frisia. Standing in front of a huge turquoise screen, Frisia looked at the rapidly flashing spaceship and said softly, Mr. Sob, did Broly succeed? Sob said unwillingly, clenching his fists. Hey! I really didn't expect that a person with 1 million combat power would be killed so easily. It seems that, Mr. Sob, you have really found a good fighter. Thanks for the compliment. Sob didn't think so at all, he planned to divert Frisia's attention, so he pushed Broly out, intending to catch the power of the Cosmic Scavenger and get rid of him. Clear the way for your subordinates to ascend to power. Unexpectedly, that guy sang and could kill Rikik. It's like a fantasy. Sob himself is certainly not Broly's opponent. But he will not accept his fate, there are many masters in the universe, those with big heads and thick necks will only kill, and any trick can solve it. Sabo pondered, it seems that I need to contact Slug. Broly, if you die, blame you for joining this cruel army at the wrong time. Report. A loud voice broke Sob's thinking, and a bald scientist with white hair and a white robe walked in. Looking at Sob, looking at Frisia without saying anything. Say. Yes. Fundamental to our intelligence analysis, Broly's neck, should be a simple electric shock meter. In the simple device, an old-fashioned spaceship energy crystal is integrated into it. Being able to emit millions of volts of current, coupled with a weak attack, is enough to make a million people with combat effectiveness lose their combat capability. Faint passed. Really? Frisia nodded. Sob understands that Frisia is seeking a way to take complete control of Broly. As long as he can do it, he will add another fierce general. The Kinet team is much weaker than the Gula Mech team. This is ready to be reused. No, Shrag must be asked to kill Broly. Did the remote control make it? Frisia asked, scrutinizing. Da Wang, that instrument is very simple, and the method of capturing signals is also using our old-fashioned equipment. It was easy to build, and even, I made a little improvement. Ability to control at a greater distance. Really? That scientist took out the remote control from his arms. Frisia nodded, he needed to find a time to practice. If it really succeeded, this scientist would have made a great achievement. However, he frowned, and then thought of some strange question. What did you just say? All our old-fashioned equipment? The scientist looked at the folder in his hand and nodded. How many years ago? This transmitter should have been made by the Kurdish king when he handed over the army to Lord Frisia. 13 years ago, we developed updated equipment. Pang! Frisia seemed to have been hit by a bullet. 13 years ago, what a familiar number. Science, it seems that they have just perished. Ask for a tip. Chapter 022. Shout. A streamer broke through the black and silent universe, the brilliant brilliance bloomed like a shooting star, and there were white fluctuations in the deep space ahead, and the spacecraft plunged in. Disappear. Broly sat cross-legged on the ground, breathing in and out, meridians, and the energy gurgling on the surface of his skin could be seen clearly. Overhead, there seems to be a lot of turquoise light. The divine brilliance reflects the contours of the body, as noble as the gods. Wu spit out a little star in his mouth and nose, and Broly's body is like a huge universe, frantically absorbing the surrounding energy. His combat power rose straight up, crazy fluctuations covered the world, and the spaceship also trembled several times. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes. Electric flashed in the deep black eyes, and the sharp light suddenly rushed out and disappeared in the void. Abominable! Clenched fists and clenched. It would be nice if there was a gravity chamber. In that way, the energy in your body will be quickly absorbed during intense exercise. And not like this, snail-like speed. After leaving the planet Wampa for more than a month, Broly's combat power increased from more than 10,000 to more than 1 million. This speed is actually too slow. How embarrassing it is for other cultivators. Open the fridge, take out the beer that Raymond prepared for himself, and Broly sits in his seat. Look at the starry sky around you. The fierce cold wind is blowing in it, and the spaceship is also crunching. The dense energy converges into silver-white ribbons, circling the universe, and the beautiful Milky Way is injected into the center of the galaxy from 4 directions. The planets are moving, as if the Milky Way is slowly flowing. But even if the spacecraft technology has been so developed, countless people still died. Who knows how many bones are buried in this seemingly beautiful universe? However, drinking beer and looking at the universe is a beautiful enjoyment. Broly took out the combat effectiveness tester and kept looking for it. Expand the scope. A few minutes later, he said loudly with a smile, "Lucky." I really didn't expect that Vegeta was actually on the planet next to him. In this way, you can ask him where Dales is. Turn, target. Xia Sixing. Shout. In the spaceship, there is even the ability of voice recognition, and it instantly draws a circle in the air and quickly goes to the side. A day later, Broly came to Xia Sing. This is a relatively desolate planet, full of deserts, countless craters, and gunsmoke in the air. It seems, absolutely experienced a tragic battle. Even the buildings are condensed by mixing sand with water, just like the wild men of the ancient era before. After turning a few corners, Broly also showed a surprised expression on his face. The ground actually collapsed, forming a large pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. Under the covered yellow sand, you can still see the computer dripping. So it is, this desolate planet is just a cover-up. I don't know who actually made the base underground. That's why Vegeta is here. Line after line. Next to the pothole, Broly saw Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. The three were injured to varying degrees, but for the Scions, they looked bloody, but they were all skin injuries. Vegeta sat on the body of a corpse, eating solidified dry food. His eyes suddenly looked sharply to the side, and shouted, "Who? Sneaky, get out of here!" Shout! A pink energy had already rushed out and exploded. Pang! A muffled snort came out, and Vegeta was shocked to find that his energy was directly ejected in the yellow sand and exploded in the distance. Although it is just a matter of convenience, it is enough to show the strength of that person in the yellow sand. Vegeta slowly stood up and watched warily. Nappa stood side by side, and Raditz was naturally one position behind. This is the formation of three, Raditz, just do the necessary support. Allah! Don't be so guarded. After all, we are all the same people. Broly came out of the smoke and said softly. Look at the man in combat uniform with long black hair full of scars. Vegeta was stunned. Are you, Broly? It's an honor that the Scion Prince still remembers me. Broly pretended to be excited and said loudly. Humph! Vegeta sneered, put away your fake smile gratefully, no one has told you, is your acting skill fake? Really? Broly smiled lightly. Broly. Hearing this name, Nappa was stunned. In the past few days, the news of Rikik's killing has already spread throughout the universe, and as a member of the Frieza army, relying on their own intelligence network, they naturally know who did it very clearly. Broly. It turned out to be the Scion who had a relationship on the planet Frieza and deliberately exposed himself. Raditz took a cold bite. There are just false rumors in the universe, and the most powerful Vegeta can't make a move in Rikik's hands. Kill him, how is it possible? He clearly didn't believe it. It is precisely because of this character who does not trust the strong and does not know the height of the sky, he is not destined to become a strong person in this life. Vegeta sneered, isn't this Broly, a Scion who flaunts his might in the universe? What's wrong? The big car is coming. What's going on? He didn't say a word about ruling the Scions. The rumors in the universe must be true, and they had been determined by Frieza. He knew that the harmless man in front of him contained terrifying combat power in his body. Themselves, simply cannot be compared. I have accepted the mission, I need to find the whereabouts of Dales. You are the Prince of the Scion, you should know. I don't know. Vegeta said crisply. Oh. Broly nodded, the Prince of the Scions only has this little energy. Even the Scions themselves could not be aggregated, only. Broly looked contemptuously at the two people next to him, this bald head, and that useless guy. When with the ass just that. What? The two exploded directly. Vegeta clenched his fists, but pretended to be calm and said, I don't need you to dictate how to act. I just want to know, whose son are you and how you survived the explosion of Vegeta? The remaining Scions should only be cockroaches. Humph! Broly snorted coldly, do you think I'll tell you? All you need to know is that I left planet Vegeta before. I ask again, Darrens, do you know where he went? Vegeta didn't care, ignoring Broly, staring at him with dead eyes. You? Is it the legendary Super Saiyan? Snail-like speed. Chapter 023. Donkey lips are not to the horse's mouth. This day, how to continue talking. Vegeta stared at him deadly, his eyes were red and his lips were blue. A million combat strength, nearly 20 times more than his own. Or a Saiyan who does not know the origin. And Super Saiyan, really similar. Guess what? Broly raised his eyebrows and said. Vegeta was stunned, and then shouted loudly, don't grind, tell me quickly. Humph. Broly's inner pride was stronger than him. If you said the legendary Super Saiyan, then I am now, although it is a bit untrue. If it's a Super Saiyan, then I'm not. What do you mean? Find out for yourself. Now it's time for me to ask, Dalles, where the hell is it? Vegeta fell silent, turned and sat on the corpse, and after a moment said, fight with me. Let me see how strong you are. After that, whether you win or lose, I will tell you everything. Fight? Just by the right person? It's not that Broly looks down on him, but he is afraid that under one move, he can't defend at all. If he blows up, who will tell him his whereabouts? The universe is so big, do you want to let yourself find it yourself? Broly narrowed his eyes into a slit. You know, it is very difficult to master the strength well and not kill someone who is weaker than yourself. What? Vegeta roared loudly when he heard this. I tell you, don't underestimate me. Ha! In an instant, purple light suddenly erupted from the body, and the majestic aura continued to spread wave by wave. With the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops, wipe out the surrounding rubble. The mountain peaks are shaking, and cracks in the road are appearing. Ha! Suddenly burst into drink, the circle aura exploded, and the ground collapsed with a clear sense of layering. O Prince of the Saiyans! Diddy! The combat effectiveness tester was frantically alarming, and Naba said in shock, Vegeta's combat power has actually exceeded 8,000. He was actually able to hide his combat power and release it in an instant. 8,000? This breath seems to have a feeling of expansion and vanity. It seems that he was forcibly promoted when he knew my news. You know, this kind of combat power, even your own body can't get close. However, it is not bad to play with him. Yikes! In an instant, Broly stretched out with one hand, and 3 rays of turquoise energy instantly rushed out, circling gracefully, and attacking towards Vegeta. Vegeta tapped with one foot, jerked back, and his arms spread out like wings. The explosions floated, and the battlefield was drowned in smoke. The sputtering energy gently grazed Vegeta's body, and he suddenly felt incomparable pain, snorted and closed one eye. On the arm, a deep scar appeared. The blood is flowing. It's just sputtering energy, actually. He had no doubt that if he was getting closer, he would definitely cut off his arm. Is this the power of Broly? Is the legendary Super Saiyan really so powerful? Haha. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. The man who could beat Frieza appeared, but it wasn't him. Shout! The smoke shook, and Broly turned into a green thunderbolt and rushed out instantly, attacking with a straight fist. Vegeta couldn't react at all, and was smashed heavily into the abdomen. Poof! Endless power spread in the body, and Deo white light waves erupted behind the back. He felt that his internal organs had also become a mess. And his body was on his knees, and he actually fell to the ground on one knee. Shout! Broly ghostly appears behind his back, elbow drops. Gently touched the neck. That's it, Vegeta was struck by lightning. Ugh! He screamed instantly, countless blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person was like a demon god, infused with blood. The ground is wet with sweat. The power in the limbs and bones is constantly receding like a tide. Impossible. No way. He whispered, it's just such an ordinary attack. Unexpectedly. Sweat made his eyes sour, and the darkness gradually shrouded him, only a little light. His thinking has reached its limit, and if his body relaxes now, he is bound to faint directly. His body trembled, his green muscles burst out, and he planned to forcibly stand up. But burst. The exertion of physical strength seduced the injury, and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. What? Vegeta was already so powerful that he couldn't even catch Broly's two moves. Raditz said in surprise. Naba looked at him boredly, can you see Broly's attack? Can't. So what do you say? Who said there were only 2 times? Naba's current combat strength is less than 3,000, and Raditz is even more pitiful, not even 800. In this way, it can only show its might in the weak cosmic planet. If it weren't for Broly's care for them, the first attack, the sputtered energy would have been enough to kill them. Shout! Broly flickered in front of him, obviously his body was there, but Vegeta could only see a turquoise afterimage appearing. Like an electric flint, it kicked him fiercely in the chest. The ribs shattered and Vegeta flew upside down again. The body swiped on the ground, and a straight mark appeared. One of his eyes has swollen and he looks embarrassed. The mouth is full of yellow sand. See the quicksand river on the ground? That's all the water that Broly put in. He was really afraid of accidentally killing him directly. Vegeta's heart was full of unwillingness, let alone attack, he hadn't even done a counterattack. The green afterimage is fast, and I can't see anything. How can it be? How can it be? Shout! Broly appeared in front of him, outstretched out with one hand. On the fingers, a little light wave is diffused. Faint energy fluctuations flicker, hat. Suddenly, 4 strands of energy rushed out instantly. Vegeta used all his strength and hurriedly stood up. Cross your hands, intending to block by force. However, those 4 energies in front of him were inadvertently divided into 2 strands. 2 attacked in front, and 2 actually deterred behind under exquisite control. What? Vegeta said in horror. He raised his hands high, and the terrifying energy suddenly fell like a heavy mountain range. And the energy in front can only be resisted with both legs. Gat! The bones of the limbs were directly broken, and the body was constantly compressed by the terrifying energy. The body, which was not tall, was actually shortened by a few centimeters again. Poof! Broly laughed when he saw this. Abominable! Damn it! Vegeta's eyes were stunned and bloodshot, like a devil returning from the abyss. Don't underestimate me! Oh proud Scion Prince! His body suddenly stood upright, and his thin body seemed to hide the power of Optimus, and he actually lifted up that huge energy directly. Rip and pull. The arms and legs were full of scorched sounds. And the tearing pain left Vegeta at a loss. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Poof! The ground shattered, and an energy rose from it, smashing directly into the chest. New books set sail, ask for collection, ask for attention. Chapter 024. Poof! A mouthful of blood spewed out again. That majestic energy hit his body, directly causing him to fly out upside down like a rag. The body tumbled on the ground and finally hit a gravel. Forward! The strength of the body is overdrawn, and there is no more energy to resist. Broly fell to the ground and said softly, the victory is decided. Oh, yes. The winner is decided. Vegeta's breath was weak, and his whole body was full of wounds. And the combat uniform on the chest was actually torn, and the bronzed skin had turned into char. If it weren't for Broly's lack of full strength, it is estimated that at this time, he would have been able to smash him. The 5 restless energies floating in front of him actually returned to Broly's hands like a good baby, flowing along the meridians and back into his body. Broly played a comfortable burp. This kind of energy without explosion, can actually use the ability of Molo to achieve the effect of secondary recovery. It is really good. Broly nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Vegeta, how? The proud Scion Prince can now tell me the whereabouts of Darens. Vegeta was silent. There were some tears welling up in my eyes. That is, the manifestation of a complete defeat of self-esteem. Immediately, he began to laugh like a psychopath. Naba touched his bald head. No, Vegeta can't withstand such a blow, is he crazy? They have challenged from weak to strong, and their combat effectiveness is increasing step by step, and it can even be said that they have not tasted a defeat. Although there is a lot of moisture. But now, it's a Super Saiyan. This force easily crushed me. Terrible. Terrible. The laughter also kept spitting out blood foam, which made Broly also a little panicked. He corrects again. I'll tell you again, if you say it's the legendary Super Saiyan, I can barely count it. It's a bit of a misnomer. But you say Super Saiyan, I tell you very clearly, I'm not. You put, Vegeta was just about to get angry. Was this amusing himself? Is it different? However, he understood in an instant. Broly stressed that the two are bound to be different. It's just an added legend. Vegeta was stunned, constantly thinking in his heart. Broly asked, the fight has also been fought, now tell me the whereabouts of Darens. Vegeta sighed and said slowly, I am not the same person as him. Although I used to belong to the Frisia army, Dales looked down on me and begged for everything. Speaking of this, Vegeta's body began to tremble. Clenched fists and rattle. In the pinched hands, countless lightning bolts sprang up. What is it to be bent and complete? That guy actually thought I had become Frisia's lackey. He defected from here, joined the Cosmic Scavengers, and became a lackey under someone else's door. It's kind of ridiculous to say. Originally, my relationship with him ended here. However, I suddenly received a task a few days ago. The Cosmic Scavengers have transformed this Si star into a stronghold. And with super high technology. After I killed them, I found out that there seemed to be a battle inside the Scavengers. Dars escapes in a fit between Rikik and Trag, jumps into the asteroid belt, takes advantage of the complex environment, is badly damaged, and barely escapes. Both of Rikik are sending out all their men and horses, constantly searching. However, there was no news. After that, Frisia and Trag fight. And Trag is forced to withdraw the searching warriors. However, there is no intention to insert willows. They, unexpectedly, occasionally discovered, Dales, fled to the frontier of the universe. Not sure what to do. Specifically, it should be around 23 o'clock in the Z area. Rikik was going to send soldiers, but he has already been killed by you. Vegeta looked at Broly and said categorically, I have told you all the things I know. At 23 o'clock in the Z area, is it actually in the North Galaxy? What a blessing! According to Broly's understanding, the frozen demon race that occupies the universe divides the universe with 26 letters. Ab is the center of the galaxy. After that, every 6 letters belong to a galaxy. The North Galaxy is ranked last because of its weakest strength. Z area. You can imagine how far it has been. Broly nodded, I know. You should have life support devices in your ship. Don't die. I don't use any strength. Cut. Vegeta sneered for a moment and shouted at Broly, Broly. Don't be proud. Tell you, I'm the only one who can become a Super Saiyan. Sooner or later, I will want you to launch a challenge and seize all the glory that belongs to you. I want to prove to the world that I am the recognized king of the Saiyans. Don't you know I'm still here? It's a little too boring for you to say that you want to defeat me like this. Hee. He really didn't want to pay attention to this arrogant human being. Thanks to the news, I was in a good mood. Otherwise, directly reward him with an energy bomb and see if that guy can survive. What direction will the Dragon Ball world develop without Vegeta? Haha. Look at the shabby spherical spaceship next to Vegeta, and then look at your miniature spider spaceship and floor-to-ceiling windows. Broly is in a better mood. His spaceship is like the one Bardock just rode in the Dragon Ball Super theatrical version. Full of sci-fi feeling. Oh people! There is a gap. Do not do some delusional things, you are not my opponent at all. No matter how strong you are, above your head, there is always a presence named Broly who can crush you. Even if... No, don't say it. Broly looked at him mysteriously, shook his head slightly, and got on the spaceship. Shout! A stream of light instantly pierced the heavens and the earth and rushed into the universe. Vegeta looked at Broly's back leaving stunned, his fists clenched. He really didn't expect that there were such terrifying humans in this world. The light emanating from his body actually made him feel ashamed of himself, and even wanted to bow down. Is this the suppression of the bloodline? Could it really be that he is the legendary Super Saiyan? After a long silence, Naba asked softly, Vegeta, where are we going now? Rikik is dead. His little minions must have rebelled in the universe. Among them, there are many fighters with tens of thousands of combat effectiveness, let's go and kill them. Broly. Don't be proud. One day, I will definitely surpass you. Definitely. Thanks to my brother's support, my old book plus new book is updated 7 chapters a day, and I really don't have the energy to explode. Excuse me. Chapter 025. Shout! A stream of light streaked through the universe, and Broly looked at the starry universe outside, his fists clenched. Travel time is boring. I could have exercised, but now I am myself, because there is no gravity room, the development of energy in the body is very limited. The energy of the planet is swallowed into the stomach every time. It seems that the combat power is strong, but in fact, a lot of it has been accumulated in the veins. Hey! Broly sighed, it's boring. Just one day without exercise, I felt as if my body was rusting. From the Z region, even the space jump will take almost a month. Just stay in the spaceship, so boring. Thinking of that bleak life, Broly shook his head quickly. Absolutely not. He fiddled with the combat effectiveness tester, which had a complete star map inside. Next to Seiko Star, according to the logo, is the dock of the universe, and it is the most prosperous place in the Frisia ruling area. Go and see, is there anything to cultivate? Shout! Just do it, the direction of the spacecraft is sharply bent. In a direct hour, I came to the legendary Seiko Star. It is worthy of being the most prosperous planet in the universe. High-rise buildings abound, one after another, asphalt roads straight forward. Humans are rubbing shoulders. Many spaceships quickly leaned on and docked neatly at the planet dock. Neon lights flash, high-altitude bundled trains constantly transport humans. Blue and white become the main tone of the planet. What a high-tech landscape! Seeing the spaceship of the Frisia army, the merchant ship that was about to dock next to it also hurriedly dodged away. Broly once again felt the usefulness of this identity. Stopped on the dock under the instructions of others, Broly walked into the planet. All around, the streets are slowly full of shops. In the planet of technological dreams, there are many ancient-style buildings. Broly slowly paced to the side, as if he was looking high. The planet that can study the beam tube highway does not even have a gravity chamber. Could it be that people are not studying in which direction? Broly is a great kid who loves to inquire. The boss said so, that thing is useless. Who will buy it? Who in the universe would suffer such a sin? No kidding. If you want, I can put one together using existing technology. About a month. A month. I've been in the Z region for a month, what else do I want you to do? Bad reviews, not negotiable. He moved forward again in disappointment, looked at the bracer next to him, and heard the boss say that it was filled with the hardest fragments of thunderbolt steel in the universe. Broly wore it on his hand and didn't feel it at all. Still shredded. How do you grind the hardest things in the universe? In a word, he was speechless when asked. Think of yourself as a Keiko who doesn't understand anything? It's ridiculous. It's a fake at first glance. However, he reminded himself that buying a few pieces of thunderbolt steel, holding him up for sit UPS, exercising or something, is also a good choice. A minute later, Broly was disappointed. This supposedly invincible cosmic pier has no such thing at all. Why? How to transport that thing? Moreover, the strategic materials were all divided up by Frieza and Gura. If there is that thing, who will sell it? Isn't it better to be a coder in the Frieza army? Flaunting might. Protected money. Is it better than being busy and tired like this, and can't earn a few bucks? Why, Broly suddenly felt connected to life. In my previous life, I seemed to be like this. Hee. After a busy morning, I found nothing. How the hell is the technology tree of this universe ordered? Can research spacecraft, but life is much worse than on Earth. Hey! Broly sighed and slowly walked into a restaurant. A good meal is always fine. Unexpectedly, he stood in front of the cash register dumbfounded, looking at the menu opposite. I don't know any of the things above. What a complicated dish name. Pure bread, organic, delicious vegetables. Earthworms buried alive on the planet Darrent? And also, insect? Isn't there a decent thing in the universe? Finally, Broly is asking for Bitstar's dinosaur meat, already that vegetable, and charcoal grilled deep sea animals. Sitting in his seat, looking at the dishes next to him, he suddenly had a bad premonition. That's right. Pang! The huge fish meat smashed directly in front of Broly. It looks quite luxurious, but after eating it, it smells like a rice field. How the hell did they use this thing to set up a store? The people next to me ate with relish. Broly looked at the second course of dinosaur meat in front of him. How did he smell burnt? When you take a bite, it seems to be stewed, and the lack of seasoning makes the taste float outside. To be precise, there is no taste. And the last vegetable, quack, take a bite, sweet. Hey, if you finally have something to eat, just drink water yourself. But the person next to him looked at Broly in surprise. That thing, is used to wipe the bottom. Your sister. Poof. Broly exploded directly after hearing it. Why should it be used as a menu after wiping the following? Why write it on it? Grabbed the chef's collar, and a green energy bomb appeared instantly. Don't you want to give me an explanation? I will torture you to death with the cruelest punishment. Don't doubt if I can do it. See this combat suit? Frieza Star's bearer, it's me. The chef trembled. Usually these people of the Frieza army are uncles, they must tremble, but they did not expect to fall into their hands. Guest, that's not the menu. That's everything we have in store. Bastard. Bully me for not understanding cosmic language, right? Shouldn't the world be in Japanese? Why are you a little special? Abominable. Anyone who eats that thing will feel bad. The chef hurriedly explained, it's okay. That thing is organic, eats it without any side effects, and even breaks down quickly. There are no side effects when you eat toilet paper. Do I care about that? Bastard. Actually. Buzzing. A ball of energy quickly rushed out and blasted the entire hotel, along with the high-rise buildings above, into ashes. The roaring fire kept spreading, thanks to the fact that everyone had already fled when they saw that something was wrong, otherwise just this time, it would have caused great damage. Broly said, what does it have to do with me? Really? At the Cosmic Pier, I actually ate something like this. It's really unpleasant. Filled with smoke, Broly slowly walked out. However, just as he was about to leave, a buzzing sound caught his attention. Just now, he didn't see that in the smoke, a turquoise light wrapped the deep purple-robed figure in it, and he actually felt the energy explosion, and he was still choking. White sky-high bun. Broly suddenly felt an unfathomable oppressive force. Wise. New books set sail, ask for collection, ask for attention. Chapter 026. The faint green fluorescence just wrapped the body and the dining table. In the smoke of the collapsed high-rise building, there was no damage. Dressed in a crimson robe with intricate patterns engraved on it. A blue divine ring around the neck. Soaring white bun. Broly just glanced at it and felt an unfathomable pressure. Wise. He whispered. Broly knows who this guy really is, the highest god in the universe, but the strongest god in the entire universe. It's really unreasonable. Looking at the smoke around him, Weiss whispered, and then continued to enjoy the food in front of him, taking a sip. It was crispy, and a little saliva fell in his mouth. A rattling sounds. He shouted happily, "Boss! Your craft is really good." "Boss? Already killed by energy?" "Hey?" No response? Ves laughed at himself and said softly. Broly walked up slowly, poked his head out, and looked at the familiar thing. Organic vegetables. What Weiss eats, is also the one that wipes the things underneath, and the toilet paper on the earth has a role. Broly is wondering why a restaurant is making these things. However, the universe crouching tiger, hidden dragon, there are people who eat below. Prepared for them? Thinking of this, Broly retched again. Feeling the powerful combat power next to him, Weiss slowly turned around and looked at him. Airplanes. It's just a pair of bland dead fish eyes, but Broly feels that his whole body has been seen through. Monster. It's terrible. He whispered. Please leave a little. The stench of sweat on your body, and the bloody smell of killing, pollute my meals. Weiss whispered, not intending to pay attention to him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The angels treat people kindly, and from Weiss, you will definitely get what you want. He reminded, this thing you eat is used to wipe the bottom. Boom. The world seems to have forbidden for a moment. Crunch. Weiss slowly turned around mechanically and asked in a low voice, what are you talking about? I just blew up the hotel because of this. It's not a shame to meet people. Ves has a feeling of 5 thunders hitting the top. I noticed that something that tasted good, sweet, and moist, turned out to be. So, are other dinosaur meats used to eat? Vomit. The sound of retching came out instantly. The divine staff in his hand appeared, and the green light was transmitted to the waist, and the clumps of food scraps in the abdomen were quickly taken out and thrown directly to the side. It turns out that for this reason, the sin of disturbing my meal can be forgiven. However, you kill too many people, and I don't go all the way. Weiss said softly. This planet is full of evil. Cause the universe to produce negative energy, and then let Lord Beerus destroy it. However, he seems to like the food on it, and before going to bed, he suggested that I come here. Weiss was suddenly stunned, and he thought maliciously, Lord Beerus, can't you also eat this vegetable? Quite possibly. That guy only knows the word of God and most of the universal language of the universe. This menu, it must be unreadable. Broly leaned in and said softly, do you want to eat top-notch food? For Weiss, food is the biggest killer. He endured the blood on Broly and asked with interest, you have that kind of thing? Of course. I've been to a food planet and learned a lot about cooking. Just kidding. Before crossing over, I was just a small job. With a salary of several thousand a month, how can it be outside every day? A good dish must be a skill. Moreover, the ancient civilization that claims that foreigners can't eat a street after they come, can't even buy a foodie? Then you are too incompetent. Weiss looked at him suspiciously. Then you still come here? It's experiencing life. Intend to eat the taste of other planets. After a huge struggle in Weiss's mind, he still believed it. Besides, didn't Vegeta, who killed no less than him, also become Weiss's apprentice in the original book? In the eyes of the high gods, human beings are just ants. It will only be used as a criterion for the evaluation of good and evil. What's your name? Weiss asked. Broly. Mr. Broly, if you can't get something good, I'm going to be angry. Don't worry. The two slowly dangled towards the spaceship. Broly bought as many materials as he could. But what is missing in the universe is seasoning. These things, but it took him a lot of thought. Tread. Broly walked towards the ship with a big bag, and Weiss followed closely behind. He asked with interest, "Do you know me? It looks very gracious." Strange? I haven't been to the universe for a long time, and I really haven't seen you. Can you even know me? I'm a scion. Before the demise of the planet Vegeta, it was launched because the combat power was too strong. Paragaas is my dad and he told me a lot of interesting things. Including, before the destruction of the planet, let King Vegeta forcibly bow his head, the god of destruction Beerus. Oh. Ves said suspiciously, did you know about it at that time? It is indeed possible. Hurry up, Mr. Broly, I can't wait to taste your delicacy. If it's delicious, I'll grant you a wish. Whatever it is, it's okay. Weiss's eyes seemed to shine with interest. This child, only 14 years old, has already surpassed 99% of the people in the universe in terms of combat effectiveness. That strong body is really the best choice for the god of destruction. In the spaceship, Weiss looked at the traffic outside, the prosperous world. And Broly tinks to work in the kitchen. Vegeta cooks himself in order to curry favor with him. With such a strong combat power, isn't the arrogant self-esteem also bowed? Half an hour later, Weiss shouted, "Are you okay?" Right away. Still need to wait a few minutes. Hurry up as much as possible. I came out while Lord Beerus was sleeping. The operation of the destroying God realm also needs my constant adjustment. If the delay is too long, it may go wrong. Got it. Right away. Broly replied again. New books set sail, ask for attention, ask for collection. Chapter 027. God of Destruction, the highest god in the universe. It has extremely powerful combat power, almost invincible with the help of the laws of the universe, and can kill any living creature in the universe. And Weiss, on the surface, is a servant of the destruction of God, but more of a leader of his way, master. Snap! Delicious dishes are on the table. Xiaolong bao. Noodles, rice, simple stir-fry. Although Broly's craftsmanship has not reached the point of opening a restaurant, in the backward universe of food development, it is as precious as gold. Of course, compared to the current Earthlings, it must be a lot worse. In his last life, he was just to fill his stomach, not to enjoy. Fool Weiss, enough. This is what they... Broly finally saw what a foodie is. Weiss's simple blue skin actually left Deo sweat stains. It's incredible. The plain dead fish's eyes widened and even bulged. He was intoxicated and smelled the tempting fragrance above. Those meals seemed to seduce him. This is also what humans can do? Incredible. He took the fried rice and swallowed it directly. Comfortable discount full burp, eyes shining, moved to tears. Delicious. The feminine voice sounded instantly, and Broly secretly gestured yes. Ves suddenly put down his chopsticks and clasped his sacred hands together, as if praying. This incredible delicacy, I must engrave it in the scepter, and it will not be long before I will taste it. What a pity. Stay in the God realm, you can't eat such a thing. Xiaolong bao, thin skin, gently pinched, beating like a splash. The ultimate treat of beauty and smell. Bite into your mouth and the piping hot soup sprays everywhere. Let your taste buds enjoy the 360-degree all-round attack. Weiss was full of cleverness, and he kept trembling in place. He had never seen such delicious food. Lord Beerus, it's a pity that I went to sleep again. Otherwise, you will be able to eat such delicious things. Next to him, Broly pinched the Xiaolongbin. Don't you bring him some? Hey! Weiss was stunned. Mr. Broly, don't say this proposal. Otherwise. His expression gradually became solemn. Then he shouted, I'm going to share this delicacy with others. Packing is definitely packing. But Lord Beerus must not be allowed to know. He is my master. Let me hand it over, how dare I not obey? It's definitely a foodie. Broly eats quietly, this is what real people eat. The development of this universe, combat weapons are so advanced, but the tools of life are so backward. The tech tree is definitely a little off. All the energy goes to developing combat equipment, resulting in no good food in the universe at all. Weiss said lightly, it's all Frisia's fault. Find a time to destroy him. After 3 hours, the meal time is over. Weiss listened with a big belly and lay on the sofa without a dignified angelic posture. Mr. Broly. Thank you for inviting me to such a delicacy. Your food has indeed conquered me. Cluck a full belch, rushing out of the mouth. The scepter fell to the ground without knowing it. No matter who he is, he can't stop me from enjoying the delicious food. What is it? As far as I know, there is a blue fat man who has a powerful prop in his hand, a gourmet tablecloth. As long as it is spread on the ground, I can eat food that is 100 times more delicious than mine anytime, anywhere, and there is no end. That's the real, foodie's artifact. However, not in the world of Dragon Ball. Weiss was stunned, trembling all over, as if he saw some holy relic of Shijao. What you said, is it true? This universe, and such treasures? Grab it, be sure to grab it. Even if that thing belongs to the great priest, it must be snatched up. This is the essence of foodies. Let me see. Weiss looked close to the scepter, constantly searching, his body trembling, and his lips trembling. But after a long time, his body quieted down. Nope. Mr. Broly, are you lying to me? Weiss said suspiciously. How is that possible? I swear by the food below. If I lie to you, you will never eat such food in your life. For Weiss, this is definitely the most vicious oath in the world. He nodded, I know. He must believe it. Snap. He patted Broly on the shoulder a few times in a row. Broly, the task of finding a gourmet tablecloth is up to you. If you give it to me and give you the position of the god of destruction, there is nothing impossible. This big position was easily thrown out. Let Broly, there is a sense of unreal disillusionment. If there is that thing, it really feels like a fairy every day. No more searching for food in the universe. Broly, you must hurry up and find it early. Weiss was excited and said loudly. Broly smiled bitterly, Fat Blue, and not in this world, what should he do? Do you practice a psychic art and find him? Psychic arts are not in this world. What a big problem. Just smoothed his mouth, said that he was bald, but he didn't expect to cause such a terrifying lethality to Weiss. Forget it, there is time to ask Shenlong to see if he can make it. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange blue button fell into Broly's hands. Broly. This is my communicator, which can contact me anytime, anywhere, anytime, anywhere. If there is anything delicious, or if you find an artifact, you must tell me. I know. He solemnly collected it. Weiss rested for a moment and stood up in full clothes. That solemn angel was restored. What I said just now still counts, you have indeed conquered my taste buds, and I can grant you a wish. Anything? Okay. Finally, it's time to harvest. Too strong a desire is not needed, and you still have to wander in the universe, so now. Can you give me a piece of equipment that balances the gravity of gravity on my body? My workouts have reached a bottleneck and energy absorption is extremely slow. I desperately need better exercise equipment, but the universe, as you can see, there is no such thing. Oh. Weiss looked at him suspiciously. If those greedy humans would definitely open their mouths and ask themselves for $18 trillion. Unexpectedly, Broly wants to increase combat effectiveness. Drink! He shouted, and suddenly, a turquoise glow enveloped Broly. The fluorescence flashed, and a yellowish spacesuit appeared on him. In a moment, the majestic pressure poured out, directly making him fall to his knees on one knee. We have to fully play the spirit of giving the face, even if you are strong, don't pose in front of Weiss. Chapter 028. That's what you need. Weiss said with a chuckle. Broly was sweating and his muscles were tearing. He felt that his body, every cell, was strangely and smoothly exerted pressure. Even his little brother is about to fall to the ground. This is proud capital, but under the action of gravity, it is even more proud. Woohoo! He was panting, suffering from pain in many parts of his body was sore and numb, and his manic strength could not be used at all. This spacesuit is modified by me and is able to seal your energy. If you want to overcome the huge pressure, you can only rely on the strength of your own physical body. It only takes 10 seconds to think continuously and the gravity will change. Gravity, just in planet Vegeta as a unit. You have to do what you can. If the body is strained, there is no possibility of recovery in a short time. If you want to cancel, just meditate for 10 seconds. It's still very convenient. Broly knelt on one knee, his arms were strong, his body trembled, his forehead was bruised, and he slowly stood up. Stagger and fall to the ground. Don't worry, gravity is only exerted on your body, and has no effect on other instruments. This spaceship is still bearing your weight. Broly grinned, it's really a humane design. Okay. Weiss clapped his hands, I'm leaving soon, too. The divine realm can't be left alone. This time he came out without Lord Beerus, and he has already violated the law. Mr. Broly, if you find a gourmet tablecloth, be sure to contact me. Absolute. Hehe, actually remember. The hatch slowly opened, feeling the breeze blowing, and Weiss suddenly said, Mr. Broly, breaking God's standard of judgment is the principle of merit and offset. You save a planet and devour the energy of a planet, which is naturally harmless. But if you devour 2 planets, the god of destruction is qualified to destroy you. However, devouring the energy of an evil planet and destroying evil is also a good deed. Moro's ability, although powerful, but... He swallowed his spit, if Beerus makes up his mind, I can't stop it. You, master the proportions. Shape up or ship out. I know. Broly said breathlessly. Whoops. The divine staff touched the ground, and Weiss instantly turned into a multicolored streamer and rushed into the universe, and the transparent ripples spread outward, and in an instant, it disappeared. Broly's eyes are hungry, if I have such a speed, the world is so big, I can't go anywhere. The spaceship launched, turned into a streamer, rushed into the universe, and left the planet that made him feel the collapse of the 3 views. Broly will never forget that he ate something that someone else wiped underneath. This incident will definitely be remembered for a lifetime. However, when he thought of Weiss, he felt balanced. Hehe. The dark universe, a little starlight. Fiery red neutron stars, blue ice stars, and countless planets flashed in front of Broly's eyes like clouds of the past. But Broly and Ben had no intention of enjoying it. He wore a bulky spacesuit and did push UPS on the ground again and again. Sweat flowed and dripped on the ground, and the spaceship was also full of sweat smell. 351. 352. Turn on 20x gravity. Weiss said that this spacesuit is based on the planet Vegeta. That 20 times is 200 times the gravity of the Earth. Just adapt to his combat power at the moment. The green tendons of the arms burst out, and the gurgling energy turned into a stream and gradually flowed in the gaps of the dragon-like muscles. The tendons and veins were all relaxed, and the remaining accumulated energy began to circulate little by little. In just one day, Broly felt his aura expanding rapidly. Combat effectiveness rises wildly in a short time. Wearing a spacesuit, his movements are greatly restricted. After a while, I was out of breath. Airplanes. The yellow light flashes and the spacesuit disappears. The flowing lines and muscles are obvious, and the sunny and handsome body is already full of sweat stains. The stench of gurgling sweat wafts through the ship. It is not possible to turn on the fan in a vacuum, otherwise it will fly yourself. Broly can only endure it by touching it himself. He lay on the ground, panting, greedy breathing. The energy increases, but the training intensity of the body cannot keep up. Obviously the combat effectiveness is high, but it is completely weak so easily. It's so comfortable. This powerless pleasure is like heaven and earth for Broly. The massage in general. Go on. Broly gritted his teeth and shouted. During exercise, it's always easy to lose track of time. Like a smooth ribbon, it swirls around the ears, wraps around the fingers, and quietly turns around and disappears. Soon, a month passed. Broly spent his time training crazy. It is hard to believe that his combat power has increased by 5 times. That's as many as 5 million. He had just left the planet Wampa for less than 2 months. The mechanical voice sounded slowly, Z area, there is still 1 day to arrive. The workout time you set must run out. Take note. Area Z, right away. Played 3 times in a row. Broly removed the spacesuit on his body and lay panting on the ground. Without such a healing holy relic as immortal beans, the restrictions are still too great. It seems that there is time to go to the same Earth. Sit in a chair and look out in the haze. There was no light a long time ago. This is the Z region, the frontier of the universe. Without scorching stars, nature will not have any dazzling light. Without the soil for the birth of humans, there is not even the possibility of plankton production. Most of the land is shrouded in ice. Unmanned development. The creatures born here are also mutated varieties after natural selection. Broly silently walked into the bathroom, and there was still 1 day that he had to take care of himself. The most unfortunate thing is that the transformation of the Super Saiyan has never been completed, and the legendary Super Saiyan also needs anger to achieve his first stage, so as not to be overwhelmed by the perfect Saiyan form. However, Broly never had a clue. Perhaps, it is precisely because he has too many thoughts that he can't transform as easily as Broly in the original book. Wash and brush. Wash and brush. After washing off the sour smell of his body in the bathroom and eating a big meal, Broly lay on the bed and slept beautifully. Mom said that it is good to go to bed early and get up early. The spaceship, in the black and silent air, was like a firefly, and it was instantly submerged in darkness. Target. A day later. Z area. Chapter 029. Airplanes. The spaceship landed slowly and docked next to it. The headlights of the spacecraft formed 2 straight rays of light, beyond which, nothing could be seen. There was darkness and dead silence. Area Z has arrived, the spaceship has landed. Good air outside the cabin. Meet the conditions for human existence. The mechanical voice began to narrate, and Broly turned on the night vision mode of the combat effectiveness tester, so that he could barely see the surrounding environment. Really, it's scarier than hell. In Broly's eyes, the pitch black turned into a deep green, and there was rubble everywhere, and the planet was mixed in. Broly has no doubt that a person wearing a spacesuit can go from one planet to another. Thousands of miles of ice, thousands of miles of snow. Without sunlight, it seems that the entire star field is frozen in it. Broly walked out gently, the fierce cold wind made him shiver, and unconsciously pulled the cotton robe coat on his body. Turquoise, embroidered with golden auspicious clouds, and Broly's character, quite in line. Thanks to his mental eye, I am afraid that he will be directly frozen to death when he leaves the cabin. Even in the air, there is a lot of ice. Between exhalation and inhalation, the lungs are also faintly painful. Broly was wrapped in a protective cover and flew forward little by little. At 23 o'clock in the Z region, there are close to dozens of planets, which is already a very small star field. You can imagine how terrifying the density of planets is. The ice disintegrates gravity, the position of the planet, without any movement. Hey! The combat effectiveness tester began to tick alarm, and in the dead air, it seemed so abrupt. Right ahead? What a blessing! Broly suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the starry sky. Not far away, a planet is completely covered in ice, but the flames surging below are still flowing slowly. That is magma? The thin ice doesn't fit the setting here, everything looks so weird. Broly stunned forward, and his vision suddenly widened. A huge tree, dead-rooted in the ice, gurgling to absorb the magma energy below. The trunk is thick, and 10 adults may not be able to hold it. A huge canopy completely envelopes half of the planet. Vines hang down gracefully. The crimson fruit already emits a gurgling fragrance that makes people mouth water. Spirit tree. Broly was stunned for a moment, and then relieved. I didn't expect it, I already started at this time. However, there are at least 10 years to grow up and fight with Sun Wukong, and during this time, what has he been doing? Leave him alone. A wisp of breeze actually came from it. The comfortable breeze completely defies the location of the planet. Broly took a deep breath and coughed twice, and the cold wind had begun in his lungs. Since the fruit is ripe, why doesn't Dales pick it? Perimeter, combat effectiveness tester, there is no reaction either. How strange. Everything may not be the same as what you know. In addition to this huge body and Moro's ability, Broly's biggest advantage is the broadening of his vision, and he knows everything about everything he has experienced in the universe. Before, he thought the same way. But in less than a week of Frisia's army, he overthrew everything. The universe is vast, the Earth, the galaxy, are as small as dust. How much has Goku experienced? Cosmic Crouching Tiger. Hidden Dragon, the previous Koan Sea Star, almost made him capsize in the gutter. Broly took 2 steps forward, and on the ground, the newly condensed cold ice turned out to be blood red. Pang! He smashed his punch hard and saw the hard human body below. Wearing the white robe of the space scavenger, it is impossible to see when he died because of the freeze. It shouldn't be long, though. Broly found 5 bodies nearby, 2 in white robes and 3 in Scion combat uniforms. It should be Daren's men. Without exception, he was accurately penetrated through the heart and died. In such a place, only Daren's can do it. But what's going on? That's right. Broly suddenly had a flash of light, before Vegeta said that inside the cosmic scavengers, Slug and Dales started a fire in order to fight for something. It should be the fruit of the spirit tree. And these 2 people were sent by Shrag to hunt them down. Already dead, you can't tell the difference in combat effectiveness. But how did Dale's men die? Scratching the heart, the same scars, what a confusing thing. Broly looked at the red orange spirit tree fruit in the sky, this thing didn't do much to himself. He condensed the planetary energy into fruit, and he was also able to devour it, but it was better than nothing. Just as he was about to rush into the sky to pick it up, suddenly, roar! A hoarse roar came instantly, like an ancient beast, full of combat type. Who? Broly's body tensed and said loudly. Echoes keep coming around. Tread. The footsteps came slowly, and in the darkness, the figure of that guy was gradually revealed. Dressed in a scion combat suit, with a crab head, and an identical face to Kakarot, only full of evil. Darren's. He is already very old, it is estimated that he is a generation with Bardock. However, Broly was stunned. Dale's eyes were red, his pupils disappeared, his teeth were sharp, and saliva even flowed from his mouth. Look at Broly viciously. It seems that a fierce pounce will tear him to pieces. The combat power actually reached 4 million? This. Daren't capable of that. Here, what the hell is going on? Why, he became what he is. No one can tell. That guy has no sanity, has fallen into madness, and only relies on scion instincts to fight with people who are close. No wonder the fruit of the spirit tree was ripe, but he didn't pick it. With such high combat effectiveness, he can be regarded as a powerful opponent again. Broly twisted his arm. Irrational guy, you are not my opponent. Dale's is very aggressive, and his own goal is to kill him. Good, such a pleasant decision. Broly slowly took 2 steps back, although the darkness hindered his career, but he could sense the breath. This environment was quite favorable to him. Dalles, the combat effectiveness tester, does not know where it fell either. Roar! Dalles squatted with his legs down, his hands lightly on the ground, like a puppy. Could it be that this guy got rabies? That's not a good sign. Broly is more and more affirmative, the appearance is too similar. Suddenly, from Dale's fingers, a few centimeters of sharp nails protruded. Chilling in a dark world. Come on! Broly shouted. New books set sail, ask for collection, ask for attention. Chapter 030. Roar! Dare roared, his legs were bent, the ice exploded, and his body was like a pitch-black thunderbolt, unexpectedly hidden in the air, towards Broly instantly. What? Suck it! 5 cold rays bloomed in front of him in an instant. Broly quickly retreated and dodged, and Darls appeared in front of him. The 2 fists are like dragons out to sea, fiercely attacking in front of Broly. You, don't be too presumptuous for me. Pang! 2 consecutive punches in the air, fight erupts, and the gurgling air melts the ice. The 2 retreated instantly. However, the sharp cold light flashed in the sky again, and Broly hooked it with one hand and held it on Dale's wrist, but with a gentle lean, his feet were forceful, and his body suddenly flipped into the sky, flying quickly, and falling behind. But... tick! Tick! A lot of blood dripped from his sharp nails. Broly looked at his chest blankly. I don't know when, the 5 blood shots are clearly pervasive. At the moment of the battle, he actually fell into the downwind. This. Absolutely impossible. Humph. Broly snorted coldly, tapped his feet, and suddenly swiped back. The tall body surged with turquoise light, and the gurgling and majestic breath continued to flow in the dragon-like muscles. The pores are slowly opening up. A refreshing breath rippled in Broly's heart. Intensive bombing. Suddenly, almost all the pores became attack weapons, huge energy surged around them, and countless oval-shaped air bombs rushed out from Broly's body and exploded towards Dale's. Feeling the dangerous aura, the tail behind Dale's also stood up abruptly. Stand upright with your hands crossed. Do you plan to defend like this? Idiot! Boom! The endless explosions sounded instantly. The ground exploded, and the sputtering energy melted the ice, and the flowing magma also spewed out again. The energy accumulated for tens of thousands of years exploded in an instant, and the damage caused could be imagined. Darren's didn't have time to dodge, and his body was directly wrapped in magma. Roar! A scream came instantly, and the skin and hair were all burned clean. The scorching smell comes gradually. The continuous ice is also melting, like the domino effect. This ice structure of the planet is actually in the process of disintegrating. Boom! The explosion still sounded continuously, the energy sputtered was fierce, and the branches of the spirit tree next to it were also falling. Smoke rushes. Shout. Suddenly, a black glow was hidden in the energy and exploded forward. Like a thunderbolt, it directly hit the heart of Darren's. Ugh! The flames rolled, and the orange flames began to extend. That black mang is a black rod that Broly can also condense energy. However, after a muffled snort, I saw that the heart was there, and it collapsed slightly. The sound of gold and iron intertwined came out, and the black rod was suddenly ejected. Pang! Darren's was shocked and flew backwards abruptly, and his beast-like sensitive body rolled in the sky and suddenly landed. 4 deep scratches appeared on the ground. I can't imagine it. His body turned out to be so strong. Shout! Broly sighed with emotion, quickly rushed out, grabbed the black rod that was ejected with one hand, suddenly towards the heart, and directly inserted it. Pang! A muffled snort came out, which Broly never expected. Like the creak of diamonds and glass, the black rod smashed in front of him. That's something condensed by absorbing the energy of the universe. You can imagine how strong it is. Unexpectedly, even the heart can't be pierced. Take a moment's attention. Pang! Dals punched and smashed into Broly's abdomen. A mouthful of saliva directly squirts out. This guy. The pain of the body has also been weakened to the extreme, and under that condition, it can still react. Just burned by the flames, bombarded with energy. Black rod piercing. It was even able to fight back. If it is yourself, I am afraid that my body will also have some stagnant due to pain. Abominable. Broly clenched his fist with one fist, and the gurgling energy gathered in the dragon-like muscles into a stream that was flowing. The fist shadow is blurry, like a dog barking, like a tiger roaring, like a dragon groaning. The voice of the dragon tiger dog is intertwined in it, whistling away. Rumble. Smashed the heart. Poof. Blood splashed everywhere, a warm feeling came. Broly, a punch, hard to pierce the strong body of Darren's, directly pierced. Wow! A mouthful of blood spewed out directly. Dales's mouth was full of blood, his eyes were red, and his bloodthirsty light gradually flickered. The green tendons are bursting up, like earthworms that are constantly squirming. Broly looked at him with a sneer. He had one hand behind his back, and the central heart of the human body was also held in it. Still beating strongly. Now, can you still fight back? Dale's body was trembling, his head buried in his chest, constantly devouring his own blood. Wu Qing's face also began to slowly turn red, and the whole person roared loudly. Roar! Like a dragon roaring, he attacked with a punch and smashed into Broly's face. Pierce his hand and pull it out quickly. The tissues, intestines, along with the fiery heart, were staggered back by Broly. 2 deep marks appeared on the ground, and Broly suddenly and slowly stopped. Is this still human? Broly looked at the beating heart in his hand, and the blood vessels of Dalles, on the hollow of the chest opening, were pulled outside. The pitch-black blood was directly frozen the moment it just landed. The heart was taken out by me, and that guy actually became stronger because of his bloodthirst. Here, what the hell is going on? On the ground, the linked blood was frozen. Broly touched the bruises on his face. Careless. Unexpectedly, because his heart was caught, he thought that this crazy guy lost the ability to move, and finally was punched in the face. The gums are also a little loose marks. Abominable. Broly clenched his fist tightly, and the beating heart in his hand was also crushed into pieces. Blood splattered and exploded. That's fine. It will allow me to enjoy this battle even more. Broly sneered. Darren's body was shaking and panting. The red eyes seemed to be constantly examining Broly in front of him. The dripping blood is still flowing. He slowly opened his mouth, and the blood of the link was broken little by little, and the whole person was like a human crawling in the blood. The body trembled, a black pupil, gradually emerged in the blood-colored light. It's like a big day climbing. Open your mouth lightly. From the hoarse roar, it seems that you can blur what words can be heard. Sigh. Second person. New books set sail, asking for attention, asking for collection. Chapter 031. Sigh. Second person. In a beast roar, a few words came out. Broly was stunned. Did this guy temporarily recover his sanity after losing his heart? Why? What the hell did he go through to become what he is now? Sharp teeth, like a monster. Ugh! The sharp scream came out again, Scion. This time, the words were much clearer, much, thanks to you, I have regained my sanity. I eat so much. Ugh! Suddenly there was a scream, Dale's furry palm covered his head, roared loudly, and the pupils that had just appeared disappeared cleanly. Broly couldn't believe it. The heart is gone. Just like himself, even if the legendary Super Saiyan is strong and his heart is gone, it is absolutely impossible to live. Roar! A sharp roar came, and the blood shadow in the sky appeared directly, falling from the sky, and the corrosive blood raised a sparse sound on the ground. Pang! Broly stomped on it and shattered the ground. The huge ice cubes immediately bulged. Roll in the sky and push it out with 2 feet in a row. Darren's didn't care at all, he landed on all fours, his body smashed the cold ice abruptly, and rushed towards Broly. The pitch-black ink suddenly cut through the sky. The mouth was full of salivation, and the sharp teeth flashed with cold, filled with infinite killing intent. Kill everyone who is close. The fruit of the spirit tree is its own, and it must not be taken by anyone. Good to go. The black rod in Broly's hand flashed again, and it was firmly inserted into the ground. With both feet on it, the black rod bent to the limit bounced Broly straight into the air. Sharp turquoise lightning sprints abruptly. And black energy, colliding instantly in the sky. Pang! A violent explosion sounded, and Dale's head collapsed deeply, and from the debris, brain plasma overflowed from the cracks. Every heavy blow is enough to make a person die completely. But Darren's, the vitality is still vigorous. His body was like a withering leaf, falling from the sky. How could Broly let him go so easily? Body flipping and flashing, hands folded. Smash down! Gat! The sound of the spine shattering sounded, and Darren's roared miserably, and the flames burning on his body suddenly fell to the ground like a meteor. Pang! Broly flashed below, knees up. Smashed into the abdomen. 2 completely opposite forces erupted in the body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. In the mouth, there are even a little pieces of tissue in the mouth. Like intestines, but also like internal organs. The power of the explosion was enough to tear his body apart and shatter. Broly folded his hands. Attack! Pang! Smashed to the ground again. 2 or 3 such attacks in a row, Dale's body was hit hard, and his body was embedded in the ice. A green glow surged in Broly's arms. This is what I researched myself this month. Originally, the moves of the Turtle Immortals were not very difficult. Coupled with my development, the output of energy was completely increased. Darren's. Die. The hands converged into a calyx-like shape, and a thick green color burst out between the fingers. Turtle Pai Kigong. In an instant, an energy roared away, instantly submerging Darren's. The energy of the explosion slowly spread out like an inverted bowl, and in the surrounding area of hundreds of miles, all the solid ice and magma were actually swallowed. It was also Broly who secretly took care of the spirit tree. Otherwise this attack would be enough to make him burn clean. In the smoke, a pitch-black deep hole emerged, bottomless. Deist golden lightning spreads in it. Hook up heaven and earth. Red magma poured down from all sides, intending to fill this vacancy single-handedly. Broly closed his eyes. Now, can you still live? Roar! As if slapped in the face, a purple energy like a sword suddenly rose from the void and pierced the darkness. Dals landed on all fours and floated into the air little by little. Majestic energy surged in his hands, and gurgling black chi actually bloomed from it. Golden lightning fell from the sky and surrounded the body. He raised his hands high and let out the roar of a beast, and a ball of energy instantly formed. Purple, mixed with black, is full of majestic murderous aura. Call. The energy instantly rushed into the sky, and Broly actually felt that the movement of his body was also restricted. Is it the murderous aura in the energy that is holding me back? Are you going to use this to wipe me out completely? Ridiculous stuff. Broly said softly, his hands outstretched. Pang! The energy hit directly on it, and Broly stepped on the air with both feet, and the breath behind him continued to spew out. It took dozens of meters in quick succession before he stopped his body abruptly. A slight scorching smell emerged from the hands. The energy has pierced its own protective aura and attacked the body. Darren's also watched quietly at the moment. Scarlet's eyes were full of streamers, not knowing what he was thinking. Buzzing! The energy suddenly began to tremble, bursting out countless rays of light. Obviously it's about to explode. But Broly did the opposite, his hands were covered deadly, and the turquoise energy spread little by little. Unexpectedly, outside the purple light, a layer of energy was rewrapped. Ha! He suddenly shouted and injected his own energy into it, completely replacing the evil energy of Dale's. Transform it into yourself. Doing so requires your own energy far beyond Dale's. Darren's combat power is 4 million, and he has been cultivating for more than a month, which is this level. This is Broly's strength, his legendary Super Saiyan, the strongest will to fight that never says die. Turn it to me. Suddenly, with his hands raised, the turquoise streamer instantly eroded, and the red in it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Broly sneered and blushed slightly. Releasing so much energy is not something that can be easily restored for a while. Go and die. The palm-sized energy ball landed directly on the ground. Dallas' eyes lit up, his legs tensed, and at the moment of contact, he jumped straight into the air. Don't try to escape. That energy was like a bouncy ball, and when it hit the ground, it didn't explode. Instead, it bounced back into the sky. It happened to hit Darren's in the chest. Syllable. Broly clasped his hands together and shouted. Boom! Rumble! The turquoise thick energy instantly expanded, swallowing Dale's directly into it. Powerful energy bloomed, and dense nano-like attacks frantically destroyed his body. Cells, tissues, are all destroyed. There is also a little blood on the arm. That's what happens after the capillaries are attacked. The intense light suddenly flickered, and in this secluded universe, it was as if the sun appeared, shining all night. A mushroom cloud slowly rises. New books set sail. Ask for attention, ask for collection. Chapter 032. Broly landed on the ground, looked at the bright sky, and breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, you should die. I don't know why, the vitality suddenly increased, and the combat power was so terrifying. When Darren's arrived on Earth in the original work, he did not have such combat power. Sure enough, you have to use your strongest energy to deal with everyone. If you treat it according to common sense, the first to kill Darren's, I'm afraid it will really capsize in the gutter. However, how can it be common sense to be able to cross by yourself? It is difficult to understand such a situation. But it doesn't matter anymore. He can only laugh at himself like this now. Syllable. The streamer in the sky finally disappeared, and Dale's shattered body smashed to the ground. I can't believe it. The flesh and blood on his shoulders, arms, legs, and chest have completely disappeared. Also the whole person, scarlet eyes are still staring at Broly. You have a problem, make yourself like this. Or I'll kill you in the first chapter. Broly could only complain like this in his heart. Damn it! Roar! Blood dripped on the ground, and Senbei's bones were exposed. The fierce eyes are still staring at Broly. He seems to be fighting with his soul. He must be killed, otherwise, he will not die. Roar! The sky-rushing blood chi diffused, and the majestic power was like a waterfall, instantly submerging his broken body. The bones were wrapped in purple aura, and the Dao energy began to flow. What? Broly exclaimed, it's reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted, and his combat power is still increasing. What did this guy do to get such terrifying vitality? The irascible Darens looked at his left hand, which was still stained with a little energy, a little corrosion. Gat! Dales roared, even belt meat, plus bones. He abruptly pulled off his right arm and slammed it in front of Broly. Broly was really Spartan. Have you misunderstood your role? You're a scion, not Bu. Is this way of attacking, cutting off an arm, coming to demonstrate to me? Rumble! The arm in the air exploded straight away. The scattered blood and minced flesh floated in the air, as if covered by purple energy, and it was slowly transformed into sharp spikes. Boom towards Broly. And such a move? 1,000 strange, a big world, really strange. The blood was fine, like an embroidery needle, piercing into Broly's body. But I didn't expect that the huge corrosiveness above actually made a piece of Broly's skin scorched black. A tingling sensation spreads towards the heart. This is a toxin that acts directly on the heart. If you accumulate too much, I am afraid that you will also be directly killed here. Broly looked at Darens blankly. This guy not only boosted his energy, but almost every organ on his body became an energy attack weapon. He drew circles with both hands, and the turquoise protective cover formed instantly. But the sharp bloodthorn was constantly corroding, making him tattered in a few seconds. Shout! The terrifying figure of Darens suddenly appeared in the sky, punched hard, and fell across the sky. Rumble! The protective cover, which had reached its limit, exploded in an instant. The energy shield was destroyed so easily. Broly's eyes shot a cold light upside down, his body flipped, he hung the golden hook upside down, and his toes smashed into Dale's chin. The manic power burst out, making his flesh and blood blur in an instant. Broly points the ground in a row and retreats quickly. With a turquoise glow on your feet, you swiped abruptly in the air. Two moon-like waves of chi rushed out quickly. Gold and iron were intertwined, like a gong and drum-like roar. The sharp chi wave suddenly shattered when it touched the bones, and disappeared cleanly. On the white ribs on his chest, there were 2 more marks of himself. That's all. Broly opened his mouth wide, and a stream of energy instantly erupted, overwhelming the sky. And Darens had already lost any desire to dodge and rushed straight in. Rip and pull. The sound of frying sounded again, and the small amount of flesh and blood of Darens was about to disappear at this moment. The body, almost already a bone frame, the face is dark, that is caused by energy burning. The internal organs of the body are constantly dripping blood, broken and severe, and the pale white light completely links it together. However, Broly estimates that it will definitely not be able to play a role. The blood vessels of the whole body are exposed, and if you move casually, blood will spurt out of it. All over the body, like a home leaking everywhere, only a straw can directly disintegrate. Broly was stunned. I can't believe that Dales can do this. Dales fought with his life to break through the energy and attacked with a punch. Rumble! The ground exploded, and all the energy poured into the air. Broly sucked and flashed behind his back, like a dexterous cobra. Wrap your arms and legs around it. Humph! He took a cold bite, his body twisted quickly, and he turned straight into a whirlwind and rushed into the sky. Darren struggled physically, and his mouth couldn't stop roaring. Broly suddenly flipped when he rose high in the air and accelerated to the ground. The whistling wind whistled and burst into flames, and suddenly let go the moment it landed. Pang! Darren stood upside down, and his white bones were directly pierced into the ground like that. The lonely legs are still swaying. In the fierce cold wind, it is like a lullaby, gently swaying. Broly crossed his hands at his waist and fluttered to the ground. He calmly said, "What a difficult guy. The vitality is so exuberant. Could it be that the fruit of the spirit tree brought it? But why this result is caused, no one really knows." Broly thought carefully. He had never heard that the fruit of the spirit tree could make people crazy. Something must have happened here before he arrived. And Darren's is clearly already unable to say anything. As long as you know who sent the cosmic scavengers, you will know everything. It seems. The puzzle should be revealed in Trag's body. He sighed the same. Bang! The ground suddenly began to shake, and the thick cracks of the Dao began to spread, like spider webs constantly condensing. It's as if someone has broken the planet apart. Gurgling magma gushes out, flooding the planet in an instant. Even the spirit tree began to falter. Originally, almost all the energy was swallowed by the spirit tree, and it was hit hard like this. I'm afraid it's about to explode. Shout! Senbei's skeleton, I can only call Dale's that, because he has no flesh on him except his eyes. All the internal organs have been burned out. A temporary white glow is released from the body. Scarlet eyes, still the same. Groove! Come back! You're all like this, big brother. Broly was shocked. Favorites, attention! Chapter 033. Groove! You're all like this, and you're still here. Broly suddenly felt a little panicked. Who is the legendary Super Saiyan? How is that guy's vitality so strong? Except for the pupils, all the bones are already all bones. Stutter! The pure white light kept flickering, stitching together the tattered body. That's it, he turned out to be alive. Dallas' strength is not particularly strong. As if he didn't have this strange vitality, he had already killed him in the first round. How strange! Bang! A heavy muffled snort sounded, the ground shattered, and the entire planet, under the huge power of Darren's, was like a watermelon half being broken in half. This guy! Roar! A sharp beast roar came from its mouth. The pure white bones are full of cracks. Suddenly, the gurgling energy surged, an endless laser-like light came from the body. Like a continuous stream of missiles, it overwhelmed the sky and completely surrounded Broly. What? He even has such energy? Where the hell did it come from? His body has been completely disintegrated, even if he has overdrawn cells, he has no place to overdraw. This guy reveals too much weirdness physically. Cosmic scavengers, what kind of people are they? Broly kept flickering on the ground, and although his attack was powerful, he couldn't touch an inch of his body. There is no power of mental control, just a facade. Bang! The ground exploded, the flames burst into the sky, and the endless cold ice was completely blown to pieces, filling the smoke. This planet has entered the final stage of disintegration. A quick fix? Broly didn't want to be dragged to death by him. Although he relies on the protective cover to be able to travel through the starry sky for a short time. But long distance, like Frieza to survive in a vacuum, must transform. Shout! In an instant, dozens of afterimages appeared in the air. Broly waved his hands, and two thick balls of energy suddenly stopped in front of him. The body flickered and disappeared instantly. Dals is still frantically releasing energy. Senbei's bones are also aging and withering little by little. The white energy on the surface slowly disappears. Poof! Suddenly, a puncture sound came instantly, and a black rod penetrated the pupil from the back of the head, stirring it into pieces. The only bit of flesh and blood also burst out. Dallas' action finally stopped. Broly suddenly waved his hand, and the energy stopped in front of him suddenly attacked, cutting through the sky like a storm, and suddenly smashed into Darren's. His aging and weak body was already unable to withstand a powerful attack. The energy just now is just a spontaneous attack of the body in a crazy situation. Pang! An explosion came out, and all of Dale's bones disintegrated, turning into dripping fragments and falling to the ground. This time, it was finally dead. Call! Broly gently spat out the turbid breath in his mouth, looking at the bone slag on the ground. This guy, I don't know what happened, the vitality was so vigorous. Even, it can be said that it is an alternative immortal body. Something strange must have happened in the battle within the cosmic scavengers. And Trag should know, it seems, that the secret must be revealed on his body. Broly flew to the side and looked at the huge spirit tree. Talk is better than nothing. Shout! A green thunderbolt flashed. And all the red orange fruits on it had already fallen into Broly's hands. Instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Just a few seconds later, the planet, which had reached its extreme, suddenly turned into a cloud of fire, and all the magma hidden under the ice burst out. Outside the planet, Broly sat in the spaceship, smiling at the fruit in front of him. The harvest was not bad. At least he knew that 4 million combat power was in front of him, and there was no power to resist. Haha! I also got the fruit of the spirit tree. The spaceship starts, turns into a streamer, and flies outside. This Z region is already in the frontier of the universe, shrouded in solid ice all year round, and there is no place worth nostalgic for. In the spaceship, Broly bites off the fruit. The flesh of the red orange turned into sufficient vitality in the mouth, as if a warm current instantly cut through the throat and fell into the abdomen. Broly felt that his tired body after the battle also instantly returned to its original state. The breath is also slowly rising. Thoughts flew by, and the orange spacesuit covered the body again. Huge pressure, binding their own cells. And the vitality of the spirit tree fruit intends to completely break this bondage. Two strands of energy collide wildly in the cell. The turquoise streamers turn into tiny streams, flowing continuously in the gaps of the dragon-like muscles. Broly's body is wrapped in thick energy. With his eyes closed, he seemed to have entered some kind of mystery. His body is like a hot current in midwinter and March, like a breeze in June. Full of comfortable feelings. It's like a pair of soft yi on top and constantly stroking. Broly actually slept so deeply. A day later, the spaceship landed on a frozen planet in the Z region, and Broly sat cross-legged, and the spirit tree fruit was swallowed in one gulp. The gurgling energy of the planet below also rushed into his body madly. Fruit, develop his potential as much as possible. Let his body be like a black hole, constantly devouring the planet below. 1. 2. 10 planets in a row were reduced to ashes by Broly. As far as the eye can see, it is full of desolation. The ground cracked, and the shrouded ice all fused, but just like that, there was still no life. The energy of the planetary nucleus is absorbed clean. Even gravity cannot be maintained. The soil on the surface was captured by other planets and gurgled into the sky. The planet is falling apart. There is no sense of explosion. His energy has already been absorbed cleanly. Broly's body surface is shimmering with turquoise streamers. The black hair that was pulling up also floated up little by little. The roots stand upside down, like an explosive head, full of light. Rumble. The majestic aura instantly exploded from the body. Never before has such manic and powerful energy been felt in a person. This is Broly's unique form and the first transformation of the legendary Super Saiyan. The hair stood upside down, but it was still black, and it was covered in green light. After 3 months of cultivation, his energy has completely reached the peak of the world, and he can compete with the highest level of human beings. Call. Broly gently exhaled the turbid breath in his mouth, and lightning and thunder surged in his dark eyes. Creak. Golden lightning entangled around his body, and Broly slowly stood up. Finally. With the fruit of the spirit tree and the energy of the 10 planets, he finally broke through the original boundaries and transformed into a Super Scion. Collect it, pay attention. Chapter 034. Slug. A more alternative existence among cosmic scavengers. Unlike the fugitives of Dales, he occupies planets, expands his territory, and faintly becomes a cosmic hegemon, but for some reason joins the ranks of scavengers. Broly looked at Raymond's projection in front of him. So, is Shrag still on his original planet? Raymond nodded. Shrag, the legendary super name X-Man, with an evil aura that makes people can't believe it, he is one of those kind people who love peace. A long time ago, he was sent to the brutal western region, but he forcibly killed a bloody road, became a king himself, and occupied the planet. His combat effectiveness, deep and bottomless, has exceeded the scope of the combat effectiveness tester. Raymond immediately said suspiciously, I have a news here, very strange. Lord Frisia's combat power is 540,000, but he was able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Shrag. And the combat effectiveness of Shrag, we can't measure. Raymond was a little puzzled. Broly took a cold bite. It's not strange. Frisia has been hiding his true level. Or in other words, there are only a few in the universe who can make him shot. Nah Broly. Are you still going to fight Shrag? His horror is completely different from Darren's. Broly smiled. Raymond, remember that before I fought the scavengers, you said the same. Now, only that last one remains. His eyes were full of mockery. If before, he would be afraid of him a little. However, he has already transformed into a Super Scion, a nemesis, just kill it. Shrag is on the planet all year round, and the defense power above is not weak. Raymond expressed his concern. It's okay. Broly taps his right hand and drinks the drink in his hand. Just kill it. Alright. If you are strong in combat, you can be willful, and Raymond feels that he and Broly can no longer communicate. However, standing by his side, there is also an infinite sense of security. That's right. I looked into it. The one who arranged for you to fight the cosmic scavenger was Sob. There was no intelligence to prove that he was venturing for Doraria. He had been planning to have his subordinate, a man named Salbi, replace Doraria. It should be you who entered King Frisia's eyes, which is why he developed hatred. Raymond himself analyzed. Broly really celebrates that after he left the planet Wampa, he was actually assigned such a handy teammate. It's really good. Raymond, well done. It seems that there is time to solve Sob. In front of me, he is not worth mentioning. I know. Raymond said with a smile. By the way, in the past 2 days, it seems that the Space Patrol is chasing and killing a woman, and she was forced to join the Frisia army and was assigned to us. Woman. Broly frowned slightly. What's her name? Lychee. Yes, it's Lychee. I know, you can arrange her. Look at her power and, if you can, take her out on some quests. Even, far away from the planet Frisia. I have a feeling that when I defeat Slug, Frisia's vigilance against me will reach the highest. At that time, maybe the two of us will have an earth-shattering decisive battle. You guys, where to stay, will bother me. Hearing Broly's bold words, Raymond was stunned. Broly, don't you want to? Do you want to send people under the fence for the rest of your life? What's good about being Frisia's lackey? Wouldn't it be better to kill it and get all his things? No. Raymond shook his head in shock. It's not that I don't feel bad, but I didn't think about it like this at all. It's a bit too fanciful. Beat Frisia? I don't know how many people in the world intend to do this. But the legend of his universe emperor is not fake. That terrifying strength has cooled the heart, almost everyone is discouraged. It's just that no one dares to do it. Alak is right, he is showing his might in the universe and dominating the world. But his rule is built on fear. It is based on his invincible strength. When you have a failure, you will be attacked by a crowd and tear him to pieces. When death is already commonplace for human beings, and fear cannot sustain the human heart, it is when he dies. Raymond's face was full of shock. It's crazy, Broly, what do you think? But a scion. Scion. Raymond was stunned, and then shouted loudly. He never expected that Broly was a scion who had been exterminated. Scions and frozen demons will always be mortal enemies. Besides, the legendary Super Scion that Frisia feared the most had already manifested himself on my body. Raymond's face was full of shock, and he was going to be scared to death sooner or later with Broly. However, there was excitement in his heart. If Broly can really succeed, what kind of point will he reach? It's also one of the best. Just like the current Bailey Brew, the staff officer of the Frisia army, weak in strength, but handles all the major civil affairs. Raymond's face was flushed, and he was sharply emphasized. By the way, don't forget to check that guy's sincerity, don't be sent by Frisia to spy on us, you stupidly told her everything. I know. Raymond nodded, he was originally dealing with the things behind Broly. All right. Let's talk about it here today, I remember. It seems to be called lychee, right? The two directly cut off communication. Broly tilted his head and gently tapped the seat with his right hand. I don't know what role this new person plays. Haha. Interesting. The orange spacesuit was put on again, and Broly started exercising again. Sweat spilled on the ground, and in the ordinary exercise again and again, the energy in his body was gradually exerted. Powerful energy is on the side. In this way, 10 days passed again. The spaceship travels through the silent universe, escapes the Dark Z region, suddenly turns around, and heads west. The brilliant Milky Way is like a crystal ribbon constantly flowing around. Dotted particles, like white jade discs, like snowflakes, constantly rising and falling in the Milky Way. Majestic energy is flowing slowly. Every point of light is almost the energy condensed into a solid entity. This is the splendid universe. Full of life, but full of danger. Target. Shrag's star. The word rebellion is not used very well. Chapter 035. Shout. A streamer streaked by, and Broly sat quietly in front of him in a spacesuit, looking at the gradual starry sky outside. He breathed a sigh of relief, and finally, walking out of the Z area, he saw the light again. The long-lost sunshine almost made him feel the breath of freedom. In front of you, there is an earthy yellow planet. It's full of wind and sand. According to the location of the star map, this is the planet Shrag. Because of the long war, Shrag's ambitions have swelled, and he does not know how to shrink and develop more powerful skills. As a result, all energy sources have been exploited on this originally rich planet. If it weren't for the continuous plunder of the Raiders universe, I'm afraid he would have collapsed on his own. Humph! A bunch of savage guys. Broly could say proudly at this moment, his fists clenched, and the pale green protective cover suddenly appeared. He instantly rushed into the starry sky and sneered for a moment. The hands converged and stretched forward, it seemed that the water waves were in the space me-san, and a little energy instantly overflowed from the gap between the fingers. Super large Kikong bomb. The name is too arbitrary. Ha! The majestic energy turned into a straight line, towards the Shrag star, soaring rapidly. Diddy! The people of the Shrag army were bored sitting in front of the combat effectiveness tester, and suddenly the alarm sounded. A group of people widened their eyes and shouted, "This is energy! Powerful energy is coming towards us! Hurry up and prepare for defense!" However, what can be done in a hurry? Those pale protective shields collapsed in an instant under Broly's energy. Straight energy rushed down. A man dressed in khaki rushed out and looked at the sky. Not good. This energy, there is simply no time to defend. Who the hell dares to attack my planet? Looking at the panic of the humans around him who had fallen into a desperate situation, Slug took a cold bite and rushed into the sky. Abandon them completely. How come? King Shrag. Help me. Run. At the last moment of the planet's explosion, when facing death, everyone rushed to the porpoise, and the originally chaotic planet became even more chaotic. Rumble. The energy crashed into the planet, sucking into the ground. The ground trembled, and cracks of hundreds of meters suddenly appeared. The flowing magma burst into flames, completely submerging the entire planet. Those humans who can't fly are directly melted into dry bones, still struggling in the magma. And the human beings in the air also directly suffocated because oxygen could not be maintained. You can no longer survive in the universe, but regard the universe as the last place to live. The person who rushed into the universe only died in a few seconds. Humph! Broly snorted coldly, returned to the spaceship, and got out of here. Fight against yourself in a vacuum, find a nearby planet to land. All his own men died, and it is absolutely impossible to say that Shrag is not angry at all. He looked at the distant spaceship and said coldly, Frisia army actually attacked my planet and became a fly camp dog. I'd rather see where you can run. Looking at the spaceship that slowly landed next to him, Shrag sneered, do you know that you have no way to escape, you can only choose to fight. Wise decision. Next to it, is the moon of Shrag, which is perennially deserted. Because it has withstood the impact of meteorites, it is full of ring craters. The rugged peaks are densely towering, and the central plain is the best place to fight. Slug landed on the ground, looked at the spaceship in front of him, and said coldly, Frisia's subordinates, quite courageous. Dare to single-handedly destroy my planet. Although I don't care about those little minions, it will take a while to re-entangle a batch. The hatch opened wide and Broly walked out slowly. Look at the Shrag. That's you? It's a good figure. I don't know if your fragile body can fully withstand my anger. Ridiculous. Shrag wears a helmet, his body is covered with an earthy yellow cape, and in the center of his chest is a heart goggles. He's a nemesis. Namex is a fundamental leaf development. Usually you don't need to eat, the chlorophyll in the body can freely synthesize the nutrients that the body needs. His arms have gradually withered yellow, proving that the body has begun to go downhill, and when it is completely yellow, it is the time of death. Can you, who are dying of old age, still be able to fight me? Broly thought for a moment and whispered. What? Slug was stunned. Immediately started laughing. What an arrogance! Even Frisia may not be able to take advantage of my men, you are just a little of his minions. Being able to sneak up and destroy my planet with this difficult and elegant attack is the pinnacle of your life. After that, I'll let you know what pain is. In my army, those tortures are not decorations. Wrapped around you, only despair, regret. Speak loudly. Broly said with disdain. For Shrag, Raymond's information plus his own intelligence has been analyzed clearly. At the peak of his combat effectiveness, it may be around 90 million, but now that his body has aged, it would be good to be able to keep 80 million. And yourself? Transform into the legendary Super Saiyan and, to put it bluntly, there are 9 ways to kill him. Ha! Shrag burst out, and the purple aura instantly burned in his body. The clothes are torn and the hidden energy in the body bursts out. Combat effectiveness is soaring. He was panting, saliva was constantly left in his mouth, and apparently, the explosion of energy also caused the excitement of thoughts. Dealing with you, using my full strength, is indeed a bit overkill. Do you know the legendary Super Saiyan? Broly was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked. Hey! Slug was stunned, and then said with disdain, Oh? You're talking about that boring legend, right? If that kind of person really existed, would the Saiyans die so miserably? It's just ridiculous. He didn't believe at all, the person who could defeat Frisia didn't mean that he was stronger than himself? Because the frozen demon is stronger than himself, he has to shelter under the scavengers of the universe. For Super Nameeks has hurt self-esteem. Now let him admit that there are people who are better than himself. He has ruled the universe for such a long time, how can he appear without a sign at all? Crouching tiger, hidden dragon, you are also hiding too deep. That's right. Shrag suddenly said, you are Broly. I remembered that Sob once contacted me and asked me to kill you unknowingly. I thought it was some kind of strong man. It's just a stinky imp who doesn't know how thick the sky is. Hey! Slug said cruelly, his purple tongue licking his lips little by little. As if he saw something delicious. He promised me a lot of things. Kill you by the way. Steady profit and no loss. Ha ha. Sob. Broly whispered. That dog thing, sure enough, intends to execute me in the universe. Even with Frisia's care, you won't survive. Remember this. Broly suppressed the hatred in his heart and whispered. Standing in front of you, it is. Legendary Super Saiyan. Another day of consumption of saving. Chapter 036. Hey! Hearing Broly's murmur, Shrag was stunned for a moment. Haha. Haha. Idiot. You're still playing the trick of Fox fake tiger power here. The Scions have long been extinct. Leave the three of Vegeta, but the useless guy's combat power has not exceeded 10,000 so far. If he's a Super Saiyan, how powerful can you be? Even if King Vegeta is still alive, in front of me, he can only kneel and beg for mercy. Pull the flag and pull the tiger skin? Joke, you got the wrong person. Hey, hey. Broly looked at him and sneered twice. The smell of gunsmoke began to fill the air. Broly's body suddenly floated in the air, and the thick turquoise light around him wrapped his whole body little by little. The manic aura burst out instantly, and the ground shattered. The foot collapsed in an instant. The hair slowly fluttered, and in the deep pupils, there seemed to be a little light. Pang! The muscles expanded by a few points, and under the dragon-like green tendons, there was a surge of energy. Ha! Broly shouted, and in an instant, like a rising sun, it emitted endless light. This is the first transformation of the legendary Super Saiyan. It's just that the hair is raised and the whole body is wrapped in energy. However, the expansion of combat effectiveness far exceeded everyone's imagination. This is... what the... Slug was stunned. He felt the vast power in Broly's body, like a flood beast, almost completely devouring him in an instant. Impossible. In this world, how can there still be a strong person like you? Underneath Broly's pale green fur, his brown tail was also exposed. Me. Oh Saiyan! The breath of his body began to stir, and after the transformation, he really couldn't suppress the bloodthirsty impulse in his mind. It is engraved in the blood, and it is not transferred by human will at all. Pang! The legs are bent, and the body rushes out like a bow. Like a green thunderbolt, punch hard, attack. What? This speed? Slug was just about to retreat. Pang! A muffled snort came to mind in his chest, and severe pain was derived, constantly washing towards the 100 remains of his limbs. The powerful power in his body gradually disintegrated. Shrag slowly bowed his head mechanically, the corners of Broly's mouth hooked, and he smiled cruelly. The huge fist directly collapsed the chest. This power, you, Saiyan. Buzzing. Broly waved his right hand again, and for a moment in the air, green energy attached to the sky, forming an air blade as thin as a cicada's wing. Pierce hard. Poof. Under one attack, it directly penetrated Shrag's heart. Broly waved with one hand, and the gurgling breath was frantically injected into the palm of his hand. The body is swirling in the air. Ugh! Slug screamed loudly. Bro used his force, the sharp air blade, and instantly split his body in half. Just break in the air like that. Purple blood keeps falling. Impossible. Unexpectedly, just once, was shattered. Cut. Broly took a cold sip. If this is the power you are proud of, then you are too vulnerable. The first attack tore his body to pieces. Kill him without much effort. Slug's face twisted, and his body twitched continuously in severe pain. Don't underestimate me. But the nemesis. The body has a huge amount of vitality enough to treat any injury. Yikes. From the broken body, there seemed to be some silk threads gushing out, constantly winding, and abruptly pulling the broken body together. The golden light flickered, the gaps coincided, and Shrag returned to his original appearance. But his face was covered in cold sweat, panting, and sweat gathered into a river and dripped from the corners of his mouth. I don't know if it's saliva or sweat. Looking at him embarrassed, Broly just sneered twice. Shrag saw Broly's tail, the classic symbol, which has absolutely proved that he is a scion. Do Super Scions, the strongest warriors in legend, really exist? Impossible. Shrag immediately denied everything. It's just that my tired and rusty body can't quickly adapt to all the energy. He stretched out his hands, and in an instant, his two arms were directly extended and grabbed towards Broly. Broly dodged sideways, but saw Shrag grabbing the mountain behind him hard. The arm was shortened, and the head hit him directly. Interesting. Bounce your legs and rush into the sky to dodge attacks. Idiot. How else do you dodge my attacks in the air? Slug laughed, his arms stretched out again, and his nails grew out, like the claws of a ghost. Broly's abdomen was strong, his body twisted slightly, and he suddenly rotated sideways Shrag's arm. His body stood upright, ran on his arm, and sprinted towards Shrag instantly. Stupid. Shrag's mouth opened, and the purple energy rushed out. Broly was stunned, waved his big hand, and easily knocked the energy away. The body jumped away flexibly, just dodging the sharp claws of the hands behind him. 2 strokes. Suddenly, Broly waved with one hand, and the air blade appeared again, suddenly rushing into the sky. 3 sharp cold lights flickered suddenly, and Shrag screamed, and he was surprised to find that his arm was actually broken into 3. Pang! Fell to the ground, stained with dust. Broly's solemn expression appeared in front of Shrag, spinning with one foot and whipping his legs. Attack! Pang! It smashed heavily on Shrag's neck, and the cracking sound of bones suddenly came, and Shrag's head was like a bow, bending inside. Broly hangs the golden hook upside down and kicks his right foot in the chest. Kick him straight away. Flashing. Hands folded. Look at Slug's defensive back and attack hard. Pang! The sound of a broken spine came. Although he is a mollusk, like the leaf, he also has leaf veins as a support for the body. Poof! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, Shrag's breath withered, his head rushed down and slid in embarrassment, and a straight trace on the ground instantly appeared. Hey! Broly crossed his hands and looked at him with contempt. Within minutes of starting the battle, Shrag was already showing signs of decline? How does this kind of person rule the universe? This is your strongest power? If so, it would really disappoint me. The irritable bloodthirsty feeling in Broly's body appeared again, and he licked his lips and looked at it coldly. What? Shrag, buried in rubble on the ground, trembled. He is the strongest of the big 3 of cosmic scavengers. Just a wild monkey, how dare you? Collect it, pay attention. Chapter 037. Shrag's body trembled, his arms were bruised, and energy surged. The ground shattered, and he stumbled to his feet. You're just a wild monkey. You underestimate me so much. Ha! He roared loudly, his body was slowly rising, and his body, which was originally less than 2 meters, suddenly doubled in size, and his dragon-like muscles were full of energy. The ground also collapsed. Can't withstand his power at all. Shrouded in smoke. Broly looked at him with interest. That's right. It would be disappointing if the Earth Overlord of the universe only had firefly-like power. Roar. In the smoke, an energy suddenly rushed out. The speed was so fast, Broly didn't have time to react, and was directly knocked out. But sacrificing strength in exchange for speed, it seems to hit, but the breath defense of the pity of his Super Saiyan can't be broken. Not to mention causing damage. Broly looked at the pitch black on his chest and clasped his hands together. Snap! Energy Realm! Click! In an instant, the gurgling dark energy behind gradually spread. When it solidifies, it produces a faint sound. It almost stirred the world. The energy is attached to Broly's back, showing off his might. Let him be like a spider, countless energy branches grow behind him. The irascible body adds a little weirdness. Shrag also looked at him quietly. Such a skill, he had never seen it at all. The body actually felt the danger. Shout! Broly flashed quickly and appeared in front of Shrag. Punch hard! Slug lifted up with one hand and caught it suddenly. But Broly's strength far exceeded his expectations. Knees bent, muffled snort before barely unloading. However, the black thorn behind it is abruptly extended. Exactly 8, flashing with a sharp light, attack. Not good. Slug cursed secretly, and his body couldn't stop flickering. Those black thorns are so fast that they turn into afterimages, and it is impossible to dodge them all. Deo scars appeared, and blood gushed out. It freezes in a moment. The corrosive stench comes out. Slagger actually felt the paralysis of his body. Toxic. How the hell did you do it? The energy that extends from your body is still poisonous. Shrag was about to retreat, but the right hand that was clenched by Broly couldn't get out at all. It was like pinning him down like pincers. Within seconds, the scars on his body were increasing. My mind is getting heavier and heavier, and my breathing is getting faster. Bastard! He desperately scolded, and instantly spit out energy in his mouth, and at a close distance, he slammed into Broly's face. Pang! Suddenly, the black thorns behind squirmed, and the 8 strands were brought together, and the temporary hasty energy was directly blocked. Buzz and tremble in front of Shrag. The 8 spikes exerted force again, and the energy flew abruptly upside down and exploded on Slug's body. Rumble! A huge explosion sounded, and Shrag stumbled, his body went soft, and he actually planned to kneel to the ground. Abominable! He gritted his teeth, knowing that he had fallen into the downside. If he didn't separate quickly, in such a short distance, he fought with so many hands with both fists, and there was no advantage at all. Boom! Energy slowly surged in his body, and Shrag shook to avoid Broly's black thorn, silently thinking in his heart. Suddenly, the left hand stretched out, and a terrifying flame swept away. Completely surround Broly. Rumble! The ground evaporates and is full of rubble. The flame energy extended backwards, completely devouring the rugged ground. A towering mountain was actually directly swallowed. Haha! So close to being hit, I see you, how to survive. Feeling the relaxed right hand, Shrag quickly retreated, waved his arms, and one flame after another soared into the air, completely submerging Broly in front of him. The burst of energy swallowed the ground, and the cracks of tens of meters continued to extend like spider webs. Bang! Black clouds overwhelmed the city, lightning was intertwined, and the sensation of energy caused the tremor of heaven and earth in a moment. Woohoo! After several minutes of continuous bombing, Slug was panting and wrapped in smoke on the opposite side, but the combat effectiveness tester returned the data to himself. Broly's energy weakened little by little. Haha! Shrag said loudly and happily, idiot, I didn't expect me to have this trick. Arrogance is always the scion's worst enemy. Die! Die! Ha ha! He no longer wants to torture Broly, it is impossible to capture him alive. In a life and death battle, even the enemy's strength is stronger than yours, and he is not determined to kill him. It's a self-inflicted humiliation. The value of the combat effectiveness tester weakened little by little, and slowly disappeared. Poof! What a super scion, isn't it still killed by me? Something bluffing. Step by step, Shrag stepped into the smoke, intending to harvest the fruits of his victory so that he could show off his might to Frisia. Suddenly, 8 black shadows flickered rapidly, shuttling through the smoke, and Shrag simply had no time to defend. Poof! 8 black thorns, all pierced into his body, stretching out from behind. Wow! A mouthful of blood spewed out again. Looking at his first serious body, he staggered back a few steps. What? You're not dead. In the smoke, Broly's body slowly walked out, and the contempt in his eyes was still so obvious. You will control your combat power. With this, let me take the bait. He finally understood it all. Look at that clean body, without the slightest dust. Don't say it's injured, you didn't even touch it. Ridiculous. The sudden attack is just what you look like. That speed in my eyes, no different from a snail. Even if it's twice as fast, I have plenty of time to open the protective cover. Broly's index finger and middle finger were folded up, and he murmured in his mouth. Boom! Poof! The black thorns in that body were like tree roots, directly extending branches and piercing out. Will Shrag's body, thorny holes. A mouthful of blood spewed out again. There is also a poison on the black thorn, which flows into the blood, and it has long been impossible to get rid of. Shrag's body was paralyzed and stood there quietly. Prepare to die. Broly snorted coldly, his feet touched the ground, his body suddenly rushed out, and above his fist, the turquoise energy seemed to outline the afterimage of the animal. Dragon Tiger Dog. Punch out! A muffled snort like a beast roar sounded. This is Broly's move. The shape and intention fist evolved with energy, the speed of the attack, the strength is several times stronger than the ordinary. Poof! Heart position, punched through by Broly. Bloody tissue poured out of the hollow of that arm. The slimy feeling made Broly's body tremble. In this way, the battle is over. Favorites, attention! Chapter 038. In this way, the battle is over. Broly sneered, it was boring. Hey! Suddenly, he felt strange fluctuations, and the empty cells in front of him were constantly squirming, slowly wrapping his arm and binding him inside. Shrag raised his head, looked at him viciously, and punched him hard. Smash it out! Pang! Broly was in pain, his arm was imprisoned, and he couldn't defend at all. Suck fell backwards from his body and was smashed straight out. Legs grasped the ground, and 2 traces appear deeply. The body has been pierced, and there is such a power. You! Broly was suddenly stunned and looked at the white light wrapped in his heart. And, exactly the same situation as Darren's. The vitality is strong, and it is precisely because of this that he is able to be immune to my attacks. You, how the hell did you do it? Broly shouted loudly, what is the situation of Dales, where did those white rays of light and majestic vitality appear? He seemed to feel the gurgling clouds gathering overhead. The water of the cosmic scavenger is not as simple as it seems. I rushed in with my own brain. Hey, hey! Shrag said fiercely, you said this. This is a gift from adults. As a mighty being, it only takes a few gifts to give us a second birth. Is that the same with Darren's? Oh! Slug was stunned. He instantly understood, it seems that in the universe wilderness, it is you who killed Dales. It is also you who snatches the fruit of the spirit tree. So in a short time, your power will make a sudden improvement. Don't talk that nonsense. Hurry up and tell me. Broly roared. Since this energy has been exposed to you, I don't have to hide anything. The cosmic scavengers have slowly developed to this point under the organization of adults. The spirit tree was originally blessed by my merits. However, Dale secretly used a despicable scheme and stole from me. I sent someone to kill, and in desperation, that guy ate too many unripe fruits. Fierce and brutal emotions are poured into the body along with the breath. Hey! Shrag raised his arms high and said softly, his thoughts have been completely submerged, and only a little obsession to retain the fruit of the spirit tree. Because he was not yet mature, I simply let him play the role of a dog. His combat power has skyrocketed, and no one in this world who can defeat him will go to that kind of frontier to find her for no reason. I thought it was safe, but when I went for the second time, I found that the fruit had been snatched away. Even the planet, the spirit tree, has all been burned down. After knowing this, I was really angry for a long time. But I didn't expect that God opened his eyes and sent you, a thief, to me. Hearing Shrag's explanation, Broly instantly understood. Why does Dals just keep attacking himself? He has already been turned into a dog. The fruit of the spirit tree is absorbing the energy of the planet, and constantly removing impurities in it as it matures, including some tyrannical thoughts. And Dales swallowed it because of the emergency, and naturally it will be completely drowned. I see. Everything is understood. And the last question, Shrag, who the adult you are talking about, who the hell is it? Hey! Shrag chuckled twice, I'd love to tell you and see your surprised expression before you die. Unfortunately, I don't know. I've never seen his true face. Not enough. My combat power is 90 million, some vitality has completely restored me to the peak, you can imagine how terrifying he is. You who vainly tried to challenge the scavengers of the universe fell to death at the beginning. There is no hope. Broly is a little numb, according to him, he must truly transform into the legendary Super Saiyan to be able to solve it completely. But... Shout! With the index finger and middle finger together, a purple light instantly rushed out, directly penetrating Shirag's chest with lightning speed. Boom! Broly roared, and those black thorns in Slug's body began to buzz and tremble in an instant. The scorching light flickered, and his body suddenly became huge. Rumble! Endless explosions sounded instantly, and orange flames enveloped the entire world. The mountains that stretched for hundreds of miles, the rubble, all sublimated under the erosion of the flames and turned into ashes. A mushroom cloud slowly rises. The ground presents a huge black hole, the golden lightning continues endlessly, the whole planet begins to disintegrate, magma rushes out, and the scorched smell comes with the wind. Broly flew in the air, outstretched out with one hand. Poof! A burst of energy solidified in his hand and rushed straight down. Deep into the black hole, feeling the weight, he came to smile coldly, like Veget, and lifted Shrag into the air. However, his skin damaged by the explosion, as well as his heart, has already completely recovered to its original state. That life force is too strong, plus the resilience of the Nemesis, it can almost be compared with the immortal body. What a tough bastard! It is necessary to know from his mouth who is behind it. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep. It's useless. Shrag said with a smile, his hands were hard, the corners of his mouth trembled, and his face was blue. The hideous thing is that the green tendons are surging like earthworms, and they actually broke Broly's energy with their bare hands. His palm was also burned black, but in an instant, it returned to its original appearance. He forcefully withdrew the energy from his body, and the hollow disappeared in the blink of an eye. Your strength is not enough to hurt my core. At most, it just made me feel a little pain. However, you must know that relying on this body, I am already invincible. All the pain, I will pay back twice later. Legendary Super Saiyan, I acknowledge your power. But you will be doomed here. This is the powerful power obtained after turning to adults. Haha. Shrag was laughing maniacally, with countless taunts in it. And Broly said coldly, I handed over my loyalty to the guy behind the scenes, in exchange for great power. Are you still laughing at Darren's? What's the difference between you and him? It's just that man's dog. When you don't need it, just kick it away. The way the fox barks wildly is also really disgusting. You bastard! Shrag shouted madly, the whole person was short of breath and panting. Because of the use of that strange power, his pupils gradually turned scarlet. Everything is going in that direction of Dale's. Broly got it. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. Chapter 039. Looking at Shrag's current situation, everything is clear with Broly. Darls and Shrag are in exactly the same situation. Shrag thought he was the one who made Dales like that. But he's also moving there. The vitality of the black hand behind the scenes is constantly corroding his body. When encountering a powerful opponent, it is like a watchdog, and it must burst out with great power. Kill him. Broly looked at him with a smile. Shrag's eyes were red, and his body was bruised. Height, energy is still skyrocketing. Damn bastards! Let you see, the power of the legendary super name Nemesis. Slug was actually 50 meters tall. The dragon-like muscles are full of gushing energy. The vastness is like Wang Yang, and it will directly submerge Broly. Humph! Broly took a cold bite, and his dark eyes gradually showed a turquoise light. A giant ape phantom seemed to appear behind him. That's the soul of a scion. It is a heroic soul passed down from ancient times to fight unyieldingly from generation to generation. Die! Shrag shouted loudly, his eyes constantly spewing energy. The purple light exploded around Broly, forming a terrifying electric mass. The smoke is gone. But he was soon stunned. Those energies were floating around and couldn't get close to Broly's body at all. It was as if an invisible wave of chi ejected all his attacks. In the smoke, a ghost light rushed out instantly. Broly's body was wrapped in an emerald-like defensive shield and rushed up with a loud roar. Ridiculous! Are you going to compete in strength, thinking that my body is the first and can no longer condense energy? His hands suddenly clenched, and the fierce energy swept in an instant, and Shrag shouted loudly, Gamma Energy Cannon! The galloping light collided with Broly suddenly. Space seemed to tremble for a moment. Shrag sneered and looked at Broly, but then he was tightly choked like a male duck's throat. That straight energy was instantly split into 8 strands and exploded in 8 directions. A line of fire divided the sky in half. Broly rushed out abruptly and slammed into that huge body. Ugh! Shrag screamed, his bones shattered, and his chest collapsed. Huge power with him, crazy explosion. The body smashed through hundreds of peaks, and the last explosion was embedded in the ground. Gurgling green smoke. Looking at the head that was pulled outside, Broly sneered and slapped it on it. Poof! The majestic energy directly drowned Shrag's head. The ground smashed, and cracks of tens of meters appeared. The planet, under Broly's control, although barely did not explode. However, the fragmented star has long been unable to bind oxygen, and soon, it will become a Death Star. Poof! A black rod pierced Shrag's heart. Broly stood up slowly. In this way, you should not have the ability to move. He's not like Goku, who needs to be tempted to use his true power. If it weren't for that strange life force, I'm afraid that in the first encounter, Broly would have killed Shrag. Super Saiyan is powerful enough to run amok. Hey, hey! Suddenly, a murmur came from the rebel, Broly. You calculated well, alas, but forgot one thing. I'm a nemesis. At all, no heart. All energy, even circulation in the body, is powered by chlorophyll. Chess is a bad move. Haha. The huge arms stretched out abruptly, inadvertently wrapped around, locking Broly inside. Haha! The head appeared from the rubble. Although it was pitch black, and half of the cheek was also burned by the flames. But he still keeps his head clear. This is that strange life force. Broly! Go to hell! Shrag's hands tightened like ropes, and the sound of crunching bones continued to sound. Broly felt the increasingly difficult breathing, and his face flushed. This also allows Shrag to see clearly. I admit that I am no match for you. It's a pity that I can survive in the universe, but you can't. This battle ended so unexpectedly. In hell, Broly, think hard about your mistakes. Shout. Suddenly, 3 waves of chi came across the air, completely cutting off Shrag's arm. Ha! Broly shouted, and a turquoise light burst out. The rising breath was like flames, burning Shrag's wrapped arm into powder. The thin air blade on the arm is buzzing. Instantly rushed up, stabbed hard in Slagger's unbelievable eyes, and squeezed hard. Suddenly, blood splattered. Shrag's body was split in half again. Broly squeezed it with one hand, and a turquoise streamer rushed out from between his fingers. Throw it off! In a moment, the majestic energy was like a heavenly lady scattering flowers, pouring directly onto Shrag's body. Fire is shining. Mountains that stretch for hundreds of miles, blown up cleanly. A mushroom cloud slowly rises. Broly took 2 steps back and quietly looked in front of him. In the smoke, Shrag's body has been broken in half. It's pitch black burnt. The energy is plummeting. This is the ability that the Nemesis are proud of. Broly looked mocking, this also dares to call it super? Compared to Science, the moisture is too much. A streamer rushes out. The fist is shrouded in the phantom of the dragon tiger dog. Attack! Pang! After a muffled snort, half of Shrag's body actually exploded in the air. Like a rain of blood, it fell to the ground. No matter how strong your recovery ability is, you definitely can't ignore the elimination of half of your body. Consume a lot of breath to keep your body intact, but in front of me, it is even more vulnerable. In this desperate situation, how should you decide? Broly rushed out again, not giving him any chance to resist when he spoke. Even if you have the blessing of vitality, how can you use the power of Super Saiyan to completely smash you to pieces? Between this punch, there is the power to shake heaven and earth. Although, he is still sinking. Half of Shrag's body retreated, and he waved his hand to throw out 3 rays of energy. Crossings keep coming, attacking from 3 directions. Is this a feint? Broly thought in a low voice. One hand seemed to stroke peach blossom flowing water, in the moment when the energy approached, gently wiped. That energy seemed to have completely lost its power, and it was impressively forbidden in the air. Looking at the gap, Broly drilled out. This difficult action, if you have a little energy to rub yourself, it will explode instantly. 3 strands of energy exploded behind the back, and smoke erupted. The ground also raised dust. Suddenly, Shrag actually appeared in the back. Look at Broly with hatred. The eyes are full of joy. The fist is expanding like a ball, and it seems that all the energy is concentrated on this punch. I won. Collection, attention. Chapter 040. Slug whispered, I won. He is already getting closer and closer to Broly. As long as this punch that condenses all his strength hits, even if he is stronger, he can only break the sand. Haha! Call! Suddenly, 4 flame barriers suddenly rose into the air, enveloping Broly. Slag punched it. The burning sensation of the fire came in an instant, and that arm was completely turned into ashes in a matter of seconds. What? No way! How could you have found my tracks? The ground is constantly barren, the ground is 100 miles, and there is no grass. This is the ability of Moro to burn the energy of the planet. You only have half of your body, that snail-like speed, I'm embarrassed to watch. The palm of the hand rushed out of the flame barrier. Press hard. Directly smashed to the ground. The black rod in his hand appeared again, piercing fiercely. Poof! Pierce Shrag's head. Only half of the body is over, or the weak part is attacked. No matter how strong he is, he can't be immune. Dales, it was only the fruit of the spirit tree and the huge vitality that fused together, so that the immortal monster was formed. Slag, what qualifications does he have? Darren's is a scion. Shragan Scarlet's monocular also regained his composure. The pain of a foreign object in his mind made him painful. The brain is destroyed, he is already unable to move. However, the vitality still kept him awake enough. This is simply like the torture of Ling Qi. Ugh! Blood spurted out of his mouth, and Slug screamed. Immediately, his face seemed to show a little pity. Scion, Broly. You never know who you're fighting against. The power secretly accumulated by the cosmic scavengers can scare you to death if exposed to you. That super energy, I'm in front of them, I don't even have the qualifications to breathe. Broly. I will wait for you in hell, watching your miserable death. Ha ha. Ha ha. After saying that, he actually started laughing maniacally. It's a pity that Broly was indifferent, no matter how terrifying the power, in his heart, that is, that punch. The black rod is trembling. Shrag's residual energy gurgled into Broly's body. His body gradually turned yellow. The body also became hoarse. This is the ability to absorb other people's energy? No wonder, you have become so powerful in a short period of time. Haha. This skill is almost against the entire universe. I'll watch you dance. Watching you make more and more enemies, in the sinking, gradually die. Your sad fate has long been predetermined. Let everything, dust to dust. All the energy in Shrag's body is completely absorbed. The body is also like a withering leaf, lurking under the soil, waiting for the next blossom to bear fruit. Broly snorted coldly, and the land of hundreds of miles was desolate in an instant. Boom! All the energy of this planet was absorbed in an instant. The planet can no longer be sustained, and it will directly fall apart. The scattered sand and dust are dispersed in a vacuum, just like fireworks made of sand, which is very delicious. Broly has already made it to the spaceship. A streamer disappeared. He thought carefully. Slag's words still shocked him to a certain extent. The cosmic scavengers, a person who didn't know why they were born, but only understood their time, was older than the Frisia army. What do you plan to do by gathering power in the universe without showing the mountains and waters? Odd. Buzzing. The black hole in front of it opened, the spaceship jumped into space, like water waves rippling in the dead silent sky, and in an instant, there was nothing. A few days later, the news of Shrag's death spread. The universe is panicking again. Counting the previous Rikik, Dales, who has already lost his peach, the power of the scavenger on the bright face has almost been disintegrated. Shrag is dead? That guy is an existence that can compete with Frisia. This is also incredible. Rumors. A celebrity without scandals, he is not a celebrity. That's what everyone says. That guy is a villain too. It's better to die. You say, did it be done by any of the heroes who defeated Rikik before? Who knows? Cut. Hurry up and move the bricks. Don't talk so much, know what things can be in the universe, and it won't give you money. This is how this guy is talked to death. The owner announced that Raleigh, sitting in the spaceship at the moment, had already put on Weiss's yellow spacesuit again, and was constantly training. Super Scion energy needs further development. This is far from its limit. Half a month passed, and Broly was sweating in the spaceship, sticking one finger to the ground, constantly doing push-ups. In the gap between the arm muscles, sweat is constantly flowing. It can prove what a terrible training he is doing. It's coming soon. Let's do it today. Broly took a beautiful shower and sat fragrant in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Why do I suddenly miss the taste of women? I am not yet 14 years old. Could it be that the puberty of the scions is coming soon? Do you want to find a planet to vent? Then he shook his head. It would not be good if he became the first scion to die of HIV. Master Tang once said. Patience. Shout. The spaceship slowly approached the planet in front of it, docked next to the dock under the manipulation of artificial intelligence. Broly stretched his lazy waist, wandered in the universe for so long, and every day was a dark starry sky. It's a bit boring. However, the corrosive smell from this planet really makes me a little uncomfortable. The prosperity here is almost all obtained by sucking blood. What is covered up below is Frisia's sin. However, what does this have to do with yourself? It's over when you're comfortable. Whoever dares to hinder yourself will directly rush up in him. Broly. Raymond stood in front and shouted loudly. It was indeed happy to see Broly. Standing next to him, there was a great sense of security. Next to it, there seems to be a big grinning woman, green skin, short white hair, wearing purple tights, and a hot figure. She looked at the tall figure in front of her, the bronzed skin, the sharp eyes, and the guy who was already full of manic energy around her body. Just one glance makes you feel suffocated. That's Broly? My leader? Kill the powerful existence of Rikik and Shrag. Some people even secretly say that his strength is no less than that of Frisia. The woman was stunned. She seemed to be fantasizing about something in her mind. Her face was red, and a cloud of steam came out of her head. Can such a powerful fighting power person send me to the top? It's a bit embarrassing. Frisia can't, because that guy often wears pants, and it's clear that he doesn't have that organ. Hey, her body suddenly began to twist. Raymond looked at her suspiciously. Lychee, what's wrong with you? Hysteria? We're going to meet Lord Broly. Lychee hurriedly returned to his senses. I know. Favorites, attention. Chapter 041. This woman's name is Lychee. It was chased by the Galaxy Patrol that he was forced to join the Frisia army to seek refuge. Assigned to Broly's team. The two rushed up. Raymond shouted loudly, 3 months away, Lord Broly, you are already Megatron. He watched adoringly, when Broly had just joined. Because of the Battle of Corinth Star, Broly gave himself a heavy blow. And during this time, amazing news came to BB. The scavenger of the universe, who he thought was impossible to shake, was easily plucked up by him. Legend has it that he is no less than Frisia. What he talked about with Lord Broly has confirmed this. Raymond, you're here. It's been a hard time. Simple greetings from Broly. Lord Broly is a great talent, who fought in the south and the north, and made a great name. It's just the pillar of Frisia's army. Really? Broly chuckled twice and looked at Lychee next to him. Raymond hurriedly said, Sir, he is what I told you, Miss Lychee, who joined our team. Lychee bowed like a gentleman. Lord Broly. Join my team, if nothing else, you will never be bullied. Peace of mind. We are not familiar with each other, but a few words of greeting like this. However, the grinning Lychee was completely unaware of the awkward atmosphere in the air. Directly stretched out his hand, took Broly's right hand like a couple, and chirped. Lord Broly, how the hell did you become so powerful that you were able to teach me? If I learn, I must beat the Galaxy Patrol to the ground. Kill them and forget it, keep it, and play them to death slowly. Nope. Broly whispered. It's really incomprehensible. Lychee glanced at him charmingly. Are you as powerful as King Frisia? It's not. What does Slug look like? It's ugly. How ugly? How ugly and ugly? It must be a man, right? It's a woman. The two kept moving forward in such a simple conversation, and when entering the palace, Broly glanced upwards, where he felt the line of sight, sharp, mixed with gentleness. It should be Frisia's. That guy is going to subdue me. Just see how you make a move. Broly sneered. At the top of the palace, Frisia sat in the flying chair and looked at Broly with admiration. Behind it, there is a small staff officer. And sob. Behold, Bailey Blue, Broly's powerful body, energy overflows between breaths. No wonder you were able to beat Slug. Soon, this perfect body will belong to me. Ha. He flashed his signature smile that kept passing through the cloister. Lord Frisia. How do we get started? Can that controller completely manipulate Broly's life and death? You know, to step on an ant, but not to trample him to death, this strength is difficult to master. Bailey Blue whispered. Humph. Frisia snorted coldly. Our researchers have developed exquisite controllers according to the machines of the old times. Absolutely nothing to disclose. According to my guess, Doria was killed by Broly. That guy will be rewarded. Your own enemies will definitely not let go. Lord Frisia. Bailey Blue interrupted, do you have proof? Or is it a simple guess? 8-9 is not far from 10. He floated in the air with his hands behind his back. Then his eyes glanced at Sob behind him. If I lose an ant that allows me to get a giant elephant, I will not hesitate. Sob suddenly felt a cold wind. Let's go. Let's go see Broly. Lord Frisia. If you go again tomorrow and let Broly rest for a while, it will make him feel better. Makes sense. Frisia nodded. Disappear into the darkness. A pioneer in conquering the universe? Hee. When Broly returned to his room, he saw an incomparably luxurious sight. Chandeliers, beautiful wallpapers, full set of furniture. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Almost comparable to a villa. This is what Frisia gave you. Raymond said respectfully, I took matters into my own hands and decorated it. Lord Broly, if there is anything inappropriate, I will change it immediately. No need. That's right. I've prepared my meal. It is definitely made by the best chef in the universe, and it should satisfy Lord Broly's taste. Look at the dishes on the table, dinosaur meat, and I don't know where to go, the same thing as poop. Broly felt sick to his stomach. How exactly is the food skill in this universe? Has no one ever studied it? Barely able to swallow, Broly ate a few bites and completely lost his mind. It's delicious. Lychee whispered. Raymond leaned over, you don't know, Lord Broly is simply harsh on food. It's easy to talk about all other places, but only the food, as long as there is a little bit of unpleasantness, you will not eat a bite at all. Today is already the limit. Broly returned to his room, unwilling to say anything more. Scattered, nothing to see. Broly looked at the starry sky overhead, and the time for him and Frisia to break off was not far away. It was just a springboard to leave the planet Wampa without getting lost in the universe. I have to say that Frisia, the leader, did quite well. Now, it's time for him to leave. Broly whispered. Soon, the comfortable environment made Broly give up all resistance and sleep deeply. It seems that in his sleep, a pair of eyes are gently gazing at him, but he selectively ignores it. Early the next morning, the sound of slamming the door kept coming. Raymond's eyes were confused, and Lychee's hair came out loosely. Who? And not let people sleep. Broly was already about to explode. Didn't you know that he was very angry when he got up? After opening the door, I saw a white figure, sitting in the flying chair, followed by Sob and Bailey Blue. Exactly Frisia. Frisia politely apologized first, I'm sorry. Disturb your dreams. Is Broly there? I'm looking for him for something. Fry, Lord Frisia. Raymond hurriedly bowed and shouted loudly. Broly also walked out of it, obviously looking at Frisia angrily. Frisia, what a noble! Favorites, attention! Chapter 042. Frisia. What a price! Sensing Broly's cold voice, Frisia didn't care. Maybe it's because of getting up. I'm so sorry. Because I really want to meet what kind of demeanor the mainstay of our army will have after that. Although Frisia is the emperor of the universe, his polite attitude is really shocking. It is simply impossible to associate a gentleman with a murderous executioner. Broly was also stunned for a moment. So, how to see? Actually, when you first came back yesterday, I was going to see you, but it seems a little rude to notice that I don't let you rest. That's why I suppressed my excitement until now. Mr. Broly, I have brought you a great gift. Frisia said with a smile. Big gift. Broly was also stunned. What? Let you kill the cosmic scavengers. This suggestion was uttered by Sob himself. I brought him to you with a nice offer. Can you have a life and death battle with Sob in the ring? Even if he dies at your hands, I will never say anything. Under the smile, it determines a person's life and death. Sob was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, and he was stunned there. Frisia came to see him in person so early. Sob thought that his trust had increased again. Unexpectedly, he gave his life to Broly as a meeting gift. Lord Frisia. Sob actually got down on one knee. I followed you very early. There is no merit, there is hard work. The scene of prosperity now. This. He panicked and was a little incoherent. Broly was also stunned. What kind of medicine is sold in the gourd? Sob. Shut up. At the beginning, you were ill-intentioned towards Broly, and privately gave him the task of 9 deaths. Without my consent at all. This is already a violation. Let you perform well and give you a glimmer of life, for me, this is already the biggest concession. You even dare to talk more. Sob was stunned, obviously. Suddenly, seeing Frisia's icy eyes, he didn't dare to say anything more. When he turned around, Frisia regained his smile. Mr. Broly, let me see your magnificent scenery. Lychee was also constantly nodding, just looking at Broly's powerful body made her a little fascinated, and even her thoughts alone could achieve convulsions. This is a typical divine intercourse, the level of ambition. Broly thought for a moment, and saw that the trick was done. He nodded slightly. Sob is like a lightning strike. Outside the palace, there is a ring of life and death. Just below Frisia's residence. Floor-to-ceiling windows provide an unobstructed view. This is also a unique design. On this planet, everything revolves around Frisia. Broly jumped into the ring while Sob kept shaking. Being able to defeat the existence of Shrag, how can he resist? This is to send him to death. How did things get to such a point? But... Ha! Sob roared loudly, his body expanded, and his originally clear eyebrows and beautiful face suddenly turned into the appearance of a monster, his muscles expanded, and it looked like there were indeed 2 strokes. The crowd below had already reunited and whispered, "This is, Lord Sob is going to war with the new Broly." Why is that? Broly defeated Shrag's powerful existence. Moisture. An old man snorted twice, I don't know what Sob thinks. Isn't the ordinary challenge over? Also in the ring of life and death. The old birthday star hanged himself, looking for death. Seeing Sob's transformation. Everyone was surprised for a moment. Lord Sob is also a transformed cosmic person. It's really hidden. This combat power, he is also a famous master in the universe. Lord Frisia's right arm. Perhaps, what a great battle. Listening to the discussion below, Broly sneered. It's just tens of thousands of combat strength, even if he stands still, he doesn't want to break through the defense. Bored. Say. Come quickly. Let this boring battle end as soon as possible. Broly whispered, waving his hand, signaling him to attack quickly. Sob nodded lightly, instantly took a few steps back, and the energy in his hand suddenly attacked. The blast's fire completely enveloped Broly inside. Sob jumped into the air, his body trembling, his hands waving desperately, constantly squeezing the energy in his body. In an instant, dense attacks exploded around Broly. The fire burst into the sky, and the four corners of the ring also smashed, which looked like something was wrong. However, next to Broly's body, there seemed to be a layer of invisible chi waves. After the energy rushed into a distance, it actually died directly, turning into a cloud of energy smoke, linked to lightning, flashing. The scattered energy exploded, and all the energy that hit became a squib. Everyone was stunned. He looked like a deadly attack, but he couldn't even get close to Broly's body. Is this the real strong posture? Oh! Frieza murmured with delight. Awesome! That's awesome! Come on, Lord Broly! The little minions below shouted loudly. Sob gritted his teeth, rushed down suddenly, and drank loudly in his mouth. Don't joke! Pang! After a muffled snort, Broly stretched out one hand, his body did not move at all, and easily caught Sob's attack. It's my turn! Broly's right hand opened, snapped, and several big mouths in a row, all hitting Sob's face. In a moment, his cheeks were red and swollen, and blood from his teeth was constantly floating in the air. For several minutes in a row, dozens of attacks every second, you can imagine how Sob was devastated. Lychee was stunned in place, looking at Broly with adoration. It's really so strong. Snap! Countless slaps almost completely flattened Sob's face. Backwardness is original sin. That's what you said. Sob, today, I return him to you intact. The water in the cells on the cheeks is almost all dry. A hideous mouth, from the corner of the mouth to the root of the ear. Gurgling blood keeps flowing. Sob stretched his hands and no longer had any power to resist. Poof! Broly pressed him to the ground, the black rod in his hand condensed, and directly forced, nailed him to the ground. Frieza shook his head. It seems that Sob's blood is about to run out. To be able to prove whether Broly is my great warrior, is glorious enough. He waved gently. Bailey Blue behind him, in the hidden clothes, lightly pressed the red button. Ask for a tip. Chapter 043. Moisture. Manic electricity instantly generated from his neck, and a dark blue arc wrapped Broly's whole body inside for a moment. Broly was directly stunned. The pain of numbness could not cause him any harm. However, why does the electric shock meter on the neck start for no reason? The dark pupils slowly revealed turquoise, and Broly looked around. Grabbed with one hand, the virtual electric current was directly torn from the body and swallowed into the stomach. Boom! All the current disappeared in an instant. And the current just now has already flowed down the iron rod to Sob. Manic energy instantly took his last sanity. Directly electrocute him. The body is scorched black and emits rancid energy. Broly was stunned. Look around. Frieza's smile, Bailey Bru's respect, and the surprised eyes of others. Raymond and Lychee worriedly colored. This is not false. Seeing that Sob is dead, Broly also gives up continuing to brutalize him. Stand up slowly. Frieza pouted slightly, frowning slightly. The attack just now made him feel the fluctuations of death in the first state. However, Broly was unharmed. How is it possible? However, he immediately regained his iconic smile. He asked with concern, Mr. Broly, what happened just now? Is the electricity on your body also your own attack? Kill Sob in an instant. It's really powerful. Haha. Broly stared at him blankly, and Frieza's expression was no different, but Broly decided in his heart that it must be Frieza's. He understood it all. Sob was just a substitute ghost. It was he who was able to control his own substitute ghost in order to experiment. Damn bastards! Broly wanted to kill him on the spot. However, looking at Raymond next to him, such a long life does have some feelings. Raymond's strength is too low to withstand at all. If the Frisia dog jumps off the wall, it's not good. Let him live 2 more days first. This time, when he looked at Frisia again, the smiling face was so dazzling. Simple, hypocritical dog stuff. Mr. Broly. Frisia clasped his hands tightly and shouted loudly, "From today onwards, you will take Sabo's place and become the high-ranking of Frisia's army." Haha. The people below looked at Frisia adoringly and shouted, "Lord Broly! Do these bloody executioners also know the meaning of leaning against a tree?" Broly's mocking pout. After saying that, Frisia left here. Bailey Brew, as well as the scientists who were secretly observing, also walked into the palace step by step. When he saw that Broly was unscathed, his whole body trembled. That was the fear of Frisia in my heart. Entering the room, the scientist hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted for mercy. Lord Frisia, it must be that the energy intensity is not enough. Let me look into it. Definitely, no problem. Shout. Suddenly, the pink light immediately shot through his heart. The scientist vomited blood, his pupils disappeared, and he fell to the ground. Scum! Not useful at all. Frisia cursed secretly. Cheer yourself for a while for nothing. Whoever deceives his feelings must die. Bailey Brew said, "Lord Frisia, what should we do next? Broly is strong in battle, and if he can recruit it, maybe the weak Frisia army can become strong again. Gather people to study me, he must be completely controlled. However, I feel that Broly is not the kind of person who is willing to live under the people. Besides, it all seems too coincidental. Planet Vegeta perished 13 years ago, and his instruments are also old-fashioned equipment from 13 years ago. He seems to have been trapped on the planet Vampa. That look really looks like an extinct scion." Bailey Blue. I know what you're thinking, humans all look the same. Until the last moment, it is better to control as well. Haven't we never seen his tail? Lord Frisia. Bailey Blue's eyes flowed. Do you know what is hidden under that green fur? Click. It's like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Indeed, at any time, Broly never took off that fur. If only the tail was hidden there. Seeing the shaky Frisia, Bailey Brew added a fire again. It seems that he has a good relationship with Vegeta. What do you mean? You know Vegeta's personality, Broly was able to talk to him for so long. Although the content is not heard because of the blocking, since it is blocked, it is bound to be something that cannot be made public. Lord Frisia, do you still have illusions? Hearing this, Frisia was stunned. Vegeta is arrogant. If he encounters a provocation, it is bound to be a battle between you and me. If you don't fight until the last minute, you will definitely not give up. The same goes for Broly's character. 2 proud people met together, but both survived. Frisia's fists are rattling. I'll kill him. The last illusion in his heart disappeared. Bailey Brew shook his head. Lord Frisia recruited him only to make our power stronger than Gura. But the only way to do this is to make him obey this one. What do you mean? The staff officer is worthy of being a staff officer. It can really be said that it is tricky. Bailey Blue is so smart that he can guess what he wants with one movement every time. Even the disadvantages of his own height are bluntly pointed out. However, he survived. The Frisia army has today's achievements. In addition to his own great strength, it is also inextricably related to his calculations. Himself, inseparable from him. Frisia knew it very well. Kill with a knife. Bailey Blue said categorically. Really? Frisia nodded. You can arrange it yourself. I didn't feel like I was seeing him. Stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and look at the bustling world in front of you. When it comes to the taste of power, no one can give up. Anything capable of interfering with one's own rule will be completely destroyed. The scions who originally intended to rebel were killed on the spot by me. The last person who resisted also died in misery. Put the son of the enemy under you, keep a close watch, and constantly squeeze out his remaining strength. This is the real revenge. However, the haunting of the scions was not dispersed, and the seed appeared again. According to Bailey Blue's analysis, the likelihood that Broly is a scion is too high. Abominable! Frisia cursed in a low voice. This time, I must kill you clean. The master who can kill Shrag, the combat power is nearly 100 million, and he is not much worse than himself. The legendary Super Saiyan really appeared. On this day, Frisia's heart could not calm down for a long time. Favorites, attention! Chapter 044. Hey! Raymond lay on the bed and said in amazement, with the same expression as when he first met the cosmic scavenger. Uncle, what's wrong? Lychee pulled next to him and asked unhappily. I'm still doing makeup, giving Lord Broly a good image. Unexpectedly, just now, let his lipstick also draw crookedly. Broly also turned to look at him. Si Liang Xing? Where did the task that suddenly came over actually let us go? What's the problem? My strength, you should know very well. Broly whispered. Yes. Raymond hurriedly shook his head. Lord Broly, we are in the northern region of the universe, next to it, is the Gula Legion that occupies the eastern galaxy. The two are constantly friction because of the territory. In order to draw the line of fire, a part of each territory was drawn as a buffer area. Si Liang Xing, it's in the buffer area. Raymond said suspiciously, this report is because Si Liang Xing was attacked, let's check it. However, the place was under attack, and Frisia had no reason to look at it. Even, if there's no reason to step in, then we might, face it. Gura. Broly nodded thoughtfully, it seems that our honeymoon period with Frisia has arrived. I'm not afraid that you will know that the thunder and lightning in today's arena was sent by that guy in order to control me. If you can't control it, you want to kill with a knife. Insect tricks? How could it be hidden from my eyes and ears? Broly's disdainful shame. Kill with a knife. Raymond thought for a while, and suddenly realized, solve the adult by Gura. If the adults win by chance, they are bound to lose both, and Frisia comes out to reap. This guy, kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It's terrible, there is such wisdom in the Frisia Legion. If it weren't for Lord Broly, it is estimated that he would have stepped into danger. Lychee spartan up. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Long hair and short insight. Raymond whispered. This is also the reason why he left her behind, she is too superior in intelligence. He looked to the side, Lord Broly, then we. This mission is 10 dead and lifeless. Gula's combat power is completely beyond the eyes of Shrag. Let's run quickly tonight. Otherwise, it's really too late. Nope. Broly shook his head. And we, kill Frisia. Raymond said excitedly, yes. It's possible. The strength of the adult is not much different from him, if I sneak up on him, I will directly pierce his heart. There is a good chance of winning. Nope. Broly also shook his head, if the time comes, I will do that in the ring today. Deny both. Raymond pondered for a moment, then his body trembled, and he said in surprise, no, is it, take this task. Broly nodded, Frisia plans to borrow a knife to kill, but I also need some time. First of all, you two must leave the planet, this is the perfect time. We have a mission. After that, I'll go meet Gula. Broly looked at Raymond with an evil smile, do you know when it is most painful? Hey! Raymond shook his head suspiciously. It was the time when death was known. When I kill Gura, Frisia is bound to fall into madness. In this way, it can be worthy of such painstaking planning by him. You must remember that I will be rewarded. Broly clenched his fists, let him struggle in pain and wander in death. This is my plan for revenge. Humph! Raymond was stunned. And he seemed to see the bloody powerhouse who showed his might in Coency Star again. However, the premise of all this is that Lord Broly, you can defeat Gura. Gula's combat effectiveness is unfathomable, even the Kurdish king is not his opponent. Is this decision too hasty? Raymond raised his own doubts. The corners of Broly's mouth hooked and he whispered. There is no one, it is the opponent of the Super Saiyan. The next day, a stream of light rushed out of planet Frisia. Broly, Raymond and Lychee, get out of here. Frisia stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the distant light, and clenched his fists. Balabru, what a pity. Lord Frisia, Scion, must be exterminated. Those people have long backbones on the back of their necks, leaving behind is definitely a scourge. There is no doubt about the power of Gura, Broly, that is to send to death. Give him one last ride. Bailey Blue said with a sneer. Humph! The power of Gura. Frisia is a little unwilling, if he can be as strong as Gula, why bother so much? Among the three frozen demons occupying the universe, Frisia is the weakest. But it is the most evil. When the Kurdish king handed over the army to him, he was frantically expanding his territory. Flaunt your might, fox fake tiger might. Gula still thinks about brotherhood, otherwise Frisia would have been killed long ago. Is the cosmic scavenger connected? That doctor? He asked suddenly. Yes. Unexpectedly, the scavengers have so many secrets. Negotiate with him and exchange Broly's life for the fruit of the spirit tree with him, that guy, you should be very willing. I see. In the palace, silence fell back into silence. Shout! A streamer melts into the universe and stops on a desolate planet. Behind, two spherical spaceships quickly broke away and fled into the depths of the universe. In the northern region of the North Galaxy, where resources are scarce and the planet is deserted, Frisia can't see it at all. Because of this, it became a pure land for the rise of the Scions. Raymond and Lychee's goal is the nemesis among them. Broly takes advantage of the spacesuit for a never-ending workout. Absorb the energy of the planet every now and then. Sweating every day, but the energy is rising wildly. The characteristics of the legendary Super Saiyan have finally been revealed. You don't need to exercise, your energy will skyrocket. Not to mention exercising yourself. The fruit of this spirit tree is still left in his hand. Enough to make your own combat power and get a leap in a short time. A month later, Broly looked at the low planet in front of him, very small and full of rammed earth. Just like that, he was attacked. Frisia, can you pick a good place? Cut. Retarded lies. Broly sits cross-legged and recovers his own combat effectiveness. After a few hours, my body, tired from the successive exercises, finally returned to its original shape. Shout! At this moment, a figure flickered, a pure white body, a smooth head, and evil in his eyebrows. Raise your hands, there is also unlimited domineering. That's you. Please give me the fruit of the spirit tree. Collect it, pay attention. Chapter 045. An abrupt voice came, and Broly looked at the person high in the sky, white skin, and his face was dark and purple. Bare head. A tail on the back keeps flapping. Gura. Frisia's brother, the current strongest of the Frozen Demon clan. His every move was full of domineering, but it seemed to be rehearsed, and the gentlemanly air was strong. Please give me the fruit of the spirit tree. The fruit of the spirit tree. Broly whispered, so that's why you're here. Broly looked around, good place, the ground is barren, it's really like. When Gula said the reason, Broly suddenly felt Frisia's painstaking heart. The planet is barren, and the human evidence is there. Moreover, this planet is so small, there is very little oxygen that can be bound, and it can be easily broken. At that time, you can also suffocate yourself. Painstaking. Broly slowly stood up and said mockingly, here. No. Gula was stunned, and the corners of his mouth flashed with meaning. It seems you are not willing to cooperate. Then, beat you to death and force you to speak out. It just so happens that my subordinates have studied a lot of interesting torture. Ha ha. Ha ha. As soon as the words fell, Broly laughed out loud. So that's the case, with your intelligence, it's no wonder you can't beat Frisia. He just got rid of me by your hand, the fruit of the spirit tree, just a pretense. Hey! Gula was stunned. On you, I do smell the fruit. That fishy smell, I will never forget it in my life. Hey! Broly was stunned. He already had, it seems that Gula also had doubts, but all this, just happened to be on the link. It seems that you are unwilling to cooperate. Then don't blame me. Before you go to war, put your name on it. Gula clasped his arms in his arms and whispered. Broly took a deep breath. He had successfully transformed, and the shackles should also be untied. He held the fur around his waist and pulled it suddenly. The tail wrapped around it below is suddenly revealed. Gura's pupil shrank. Scion! Broly! Broly stared straight at him and shouted. The endless manic aura in the body instantly exploded. The ground collapsed, and the void lightning intertwined. The majestic breath blows on Gula's body. Snap! Gura began to applaud. I really didn't expect that after that calamity, there would be scions who survived. In this way, I have another reason to kill you. Exactly. I'm here to kill you too. Announce the end of the Frozen Demon clan. Kill me. Gula was stunned, as if he had heard some joke, and laughed loudly. My combat power is probably around 500 million. What ability do you have to be able to fight me? Just because I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly ignored his taunts and said categorically. You say that boring legend? Frisia is convinced, but unfortunately, there are no powerful figures before the catastrophe that destroys the planet. A mortal situation cannot unleash its true potential. It can be proved that it is just nonsense in the clan. Gula didn't believe it at all. Broly laughed softly. I have to regret to tell you that in that disaster, 2 Super Saions were born. This is thanks to the power of your Frozen Demon clan. Ha! He drank suddenly, and the turquoise streamer wrapped his body again, and the green in his pupils became more obvious. The hair fluttered upwards, and the black clouds suddenly reunited. Deo lightning connected heaven and earth, and this planet almost disintegrated directly in the manic energy. Call! A fierce wind passed, and a deep hole of hundreds of meters appeared in the ground. Broly smiled lightly. Chuckle and look at Gura. When Broly began to transform, he was already surprised. The power is expanding wildly, and the body is wrapped in breath. At a glance, it seems that it is being devoured by a vast monster. The shadow of the giant ape behind it is undoubtedly the symbol of the Scion. Do Super Scions really exist? What a joke! You're just a wild monkey. Even if you carry out this ridiculous transformation, I'll show you the great power of the Frozen Demon clan. With this punch, crush you into powder. Ha! Gula burst into a shout, and the purple streamer wrapped his body, and his body curled up in his arms. The muscles expand and the manic energy almost completely overwhelms the world. The gurgling wind cut deep marks on the ground. He looked at Broly viciously. Nay in a low voice. Whoops! Gula points his feet on the ground and retreats quickly. Almost every part of the body becomes a weapon for attack. The gurgling energy gathers into streams that radiate from the pores. In an instant, the overwhelming oval-shaped air bombs completely wrapped Broly up and down, left and right. Bang! A raging explosion sounded, the ground collapsed, the flames burned, and magma wrapped the planet, like a rising sun, constantly spraying divine light outward. Broly was buried by the surging energy in a moment. Make you a luxurious grave. Gula's hands suddenly clasped together, and the surging energy suddenly condensed. Straight and straight, like a huge coffin, wrapping Broly. Yikes! 3 consecutive strands of energy, flashing light in front of the head, dragging the star behind it. Fall to the ground like a shooting star. Detonate the energy coffin suddenly. Rumble. A violent explosion sounded, and the planet instantly turned into fragments and floated in the air. Oxygen began to drain and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Gula laughed, "What a super scion! Didn't I die so miserably under one of my attacks? No one can talk to me. My combat power is absolutely invincible." Noisy. Suddenly, there was a boom in the smoke. Gula was stunned. Suddenly, a pitch-black glow, like lightning, suddenly penetrated the void, and flashed in front of Gula in a moment. Broly held the black rod with one hand, exuding terrifying fluctuations. Sudden puncture. It's just that when the energy on the black rod touched Gula, his body actually collapsed a little faster. If he is really hit by that thing with all his strength, I am afraid that he will also be seriously injured. Pang! Gula waved with one foot and kicked it hard. Intend to deflect him. Moisture. Lightning bolts intertwined with the energy of the two fell from the sky, completely enveloping the battlefield. A black rod, how to withstand the energy intertwining of the strongest two in the world at present? Just for a moment. Click. In Gula's happy eyes, the iron rod suddenly broke. Collect it, pay attention. Chapter 046. In Gula's happy eyes, the iron rod suddenly broke. Syllable. Broly suddenly held the iron rod, with a huge piercing force, and smashed it on Gula. Poof! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Gura's chest collapsed directly. The green tendons around the wound are hideous like earthworms, constantly squirming. The body fell backwards and hit the ground directly. There are still many edges and corners on the broken iron rod, so is it just a few broken ribs? Gura, your power is worthy of its name. Broly rushed into the sky and fell from the sky, containing green light on his feet, and stepped on it directly. Gula senses danger and dodges quickly. It's a pity, hey. Broly appeared in front of him, spun around with one foot, and once again smashed into the injured place in the chest, kicking him away. 2 traces on the ground appeared deeply, and this shattered planet collapsed again. With the strength of your feet alone, it was smoothly cut in half. Phew! The broken iron rod of the hand pierced into the rubble next to it. As if holding an asteroid, Broly hit him in Gura's hideous eyes. Poof! Blood spurted out suddenly. Blood gurgled from the corners of his mouth. The sky is full of rubble and dancing. Gula stepped back and hit the mountain. Shrouded in smoke, the mountains collapsed with a bang, and turned straight into ashes. Humph! Broly snorted coldly, stretched his hands forward, and the thick green energy had almost condensed into a liquid, flying in the sky. In an instant, a burst of energy rushed straight ahead and exploded violently. Wrap Gula inside. Bang! Magma surging, sputtering energy like Wang Yang Sea, the tide crashing against the embankment. Gula was like a flat boat in the sea, under the impact of energy from all directions, he couldn't maintain his stable body at all. Just a few minutes into the war, and already in the fierce stage. In 1 month of training, using the fruits of the spirit tree and constantly absorbing the planet, Broly's combat power has reached 10 million. After the transformation, a full 500 million. And Gula is probably this number. Only by going through a life and death battle can we completely decide the victory or defeat. However, Broly is a super scion with a body that tends to be the perfect fighting type. And Gula is not. He still has to hide, and the pride in his heart makes him lose his eyes and can't recognize the current form. Droop. In the rubble, Gula's tattered body was full of scars, and blood oozed from his chest. Broly asked, "What's wrong? Don't you do your last transformation?" Aren't you stronger than Frisia? Hey! Gula was panting and stunned. You even know that? It shouldn't be. He was immediately relieved, but it doesn't matter. Against you, a wild monkey, there is no need to do it yet. Don't think that if you have the upper hand, you can defeat me. It seems. Broly let out a low sigh. I haven't eaten enough of the bitterness yet. Dare to underestimate me like this? Yikes! Gula put his index finger and middle finger together, and dozens of pink energies rushed out in an instant. With an incomparably powerful piercing force, the storm of just the path almost tore the planet apart directly. Death Beam. Gula and Frisia's trick uses very little energy, but it is still very lethal. Broly waved with one hand, and the galloping energy was directly shot away. With a tap of his feet, he suddenly jumped into the air like a full bow. The energy in the chest condensed, and 4 black rods appeared in front of him. Step on it and throw it out at once. Poof! Gula laughed. This kind of attack, in a high-level battle, is simply laughing generously. With a light bang on his arm and a soft force, Gula's body kept circling, completely shattering the black rod. 4 black rods were inserted around the perimeter. Gula looked at it with might. Broly, on the other hand, smiled coldly. The thick green energy condensed in the hand, spreading rapidly, and the condensation of energy connected heaven and earth. Clouds are shrouded and lightning is intertwined. Click! A bolt of lightning fell, and the green energy was instantly mixed with a little blue color. The electricity of nourishment beats in Broly's hands. It was as if a mess of energy was directly thrown by Broly. Watch me fly you all! Gula shouted viciously, a straight fist. On the fist, it seems to be wrapped in Senran's cold ice. That strange chill amplifies the energy of Gura. That is, Broly whispered, is the ability of the frozen demons. Die! The cold roared, completely freezing half of his body. The hard fist smashed directly up, and a messy energy collapsed, rushing towards the original road. Gula sneered, but immediately, like a male duck's throat, he was completely stunned. The lightning condensed in the energy roared continuously, hooking up with the 4 black rods. Using the principle of ground conduction, the energy of flying upside down is completely tightened. What? The energy flew upside down again, and Gula held it with both hands. But it was originally a void, and the manic light instantly enveloped Gula. Ugh! Gula screamed loudly, blood continued to spurt out of his mouth, and his body was damaged little by little in the interweaving of electricity and energy, and the blood spread, which was a sign that cells and capillaries were destroyed. The iron rod, the ground, and the Gula form a perfect loop, allowing him to constantly accept attacks. Rumble! Thick lightning flows on the ground. Completely blow up the remaining planet, and all the oxygen is completely drained clean. Broly's breathing began to rise rapidly, originally intending to give Gula a fatal blow, but in this case, if his own attack failed, he would inevitably fight in a vacuum. Not good for yourself. His own combat power is stronger than him, and he can easily kill him anywhere. There's no need to compete for a while. The thick green emerald-like protective cover surrounds Broly. He suddenly took off and settled on a nearby planet. Ahead, magma and lightning are constantly intertwined, surging wildly. Rumble! The planet can no longer withstand it and explodes directly. The orange streamer solidifies in a vacuum, like a brilliant firework blooming. The beauty of the fire tree enchanted Broly. All the accumulated energy is released. This is the most beautiful time for a planet. Ha! Suddenly, a burst came, and in the smoke, the purple light shone like a sword, piercing the sky. A majestic force erupted, like a round of destruction discs, rising, releasing his divine radiance in the dark universe. Humph! The corner of Broly's mouth hooked, and he sneered, at this time, do you finally see the gap between the two? Gula's final form. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope you can hold out for a while longer and make me better. Enjoy this battle. Collect it. Chapter 047. Has it finally transformed? Broly let out a low laugh. I feel the gap between the two sides, right? Hopefully, you can make me enjoy this battle even more. It's not in vain Frisia's, it's specially arranged. Rumble. The exploding purple streamer was like a sonorous Excalibur, suddenly breaking through the sky. Gula has completely transformed. The body is all white, only a touch of purple decoration. Bone spurs extend from the top of the head, linked together. The mouth is covered. The inverted triangle eyes released endless fierce light. Gula laughed, seeing me, the transformed person, is already dead. Broly, you will be no exception. Shout. Broly suddenly turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Gula. The curved bow exploded and smashed a punch to the chest. What? This speed? Gula roared loudly. Broly, you bastard, you actually hide your combat power. The legendary Super Saiyan has infinite possibilities. Broly whispered, knees up. Pang! 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 A continuous muffled snort sounded, Gula's chest continued to collapse, and the hideous green tendons squirmed like earthworms. The bones behind it actually burst open. Wow! A mouthful of blood spewed out directly. Broly hung the golden hook upside down, flipped in the sky, and smashed a kick to the jaw. Several teeth in a row fell directly. Gula flew upside down in pain. Shout! Broly clasped his hands together and shouted fiercely. Smashed into the back. Two completely opposite energies collided in the body in a row, and in an instant, the body arm came out, bursting out countless blood. The flesh and blood on the arm exploded directly. Revealed Senran's bones. The body was like a shooting star, burning flames around it, and it smashed directly to the ground. Hey, hey! Broly roared in a low voice. Stimulated by blood, sure enough, the legendary Super Saiyan is even more powerful. The fierce feeling in the body is simply uncontrollable. Waved. Three flashing silver-white rays of energy, dragging silver rays behind their backs, exploded like scrubbing the ground. Bang! Endless energy exploded on the ground, and flames swept through, completely burning the nearby peaks. In the smoke, large areas of land became black scorched earth. Abominable! Gula was stunned and rushed into the sky. Elbow assault and hit Broly's cheek. Drops of blood seemed to flow slowly. He sneered. But Broly slowly sneered, and actually turned his head against Gula's elbow. Bronzed skin, hideous blood, resolute face. Countless shocks to Gula. Smash it with one punch. Gula forcibly twisted his body in the air, ignoring his increasingly serious injuries, and rushed up again. Fist clash. A muffled snort sounded, and the two of them kept flickering in the sky, and the white streamers spread. Almost the entire planet has become the curtain of battle. Haha! Broly's loud maniacal laughter, the feeling of fulfillment coming from the opposite side, almost made me lose myself. This kind of power, the feeling of fist to flesh, is too exhilarating. Shout! Gula flickered, and a black light pierced the space in front of him. The speed is fast, just a fierce storm, and it is almost completely torn apart. However, Broly suddenly appeared behind him. The body is like a dexterous cobra, one arm is wrapped around, binding Gula to death. Grab your head with your right hand and pull hard. Gat! The sound of a neck breaking came. The knees were on the back, so that Gula did not have any energy to resist at all. His pupils shrank. The body was constantly trembling, and the purple aura erupted wildly. Thick energy is like a purple disk, circulating in the sky. Unfortunately, the weak part is attacked, and no matter how strong the energy is, it will never be able to break free. The black rod in front of him is like a thunderbolt of lightning, and like a galloping dragon. Gura's body trembled. Eyes full of fear. Even if he transforms into his final form, he is just as defeated. Pang! The black rod carried the power of splitting the sky and hit the body. The hard part, the ribs were all broken and collapsed. Wow! A mouthful of blood spewed out again. The breath instantly declined. Gula gritted his teeth and shouted, "Scion! Science! I will never let you go." Broly used the soft force to push it out lightly, suddenly spun, and smashed it in the back. Gat! The sound of a broken spine sounded in the air. In the silent world, an echo was formed. Gura's body smashed the mountains behind him. Continuous smoke gurgling. The ground forms a thick river of energy. The planet is also slowly disintegrating and trembling. This is already the second planet where the two are fighting. Hey! Broly suddenly let out a low groan. Smoke rushes, an orange energy, and intricate rays of light crisscross it. Gula raised his hands high, like a celestial lux, and like a hideous demon god. The face is distorted, and a great sun is rising, constantly releasing the divine light outward. Scion! Dare to destroy my noble body to this point? I will never let you go. Death Supernova. Supernova is a unique trick of the frozen demon family, developed by using their own rapid energy absorption condensation. Rely entirely on energy for crushing. Even the planet will explode, yourself able to survive in a vacuum. A second blow. Buzzing. The sky is shaking. Gurgling, lightning strike. Broly said in a low voice, "Eagle insect trick." The thick green streamer stains black like splashing ink, and the black rod appears again. At the time of that death supernova landing. Look below and attack hard. Pang! Only a muffled snort was heard, and the perfect sphere was actually beaten into an ellipse in a moment. Golden lightning suddenly appeared where the two intertwined. The ground also exploded hundreds of potholes. Broly gulped, and the gurgling energy flowed wildly in the dragon-like muscles. Go and die. The black rod bent and actually hit the supernova back in Gura's shocked face. Impossible. That's my strongest skill, how can you, a wild monkey, have such great power? Even if you are a super scion, what can you do? Gula dodged softly, his own attacks were uncontrollable. Even if you are yourself, you can't hard connect with a supernova. Rumble. A planet behind it, directly exploded into ashes. The splendor of the fire tree blooms in the world. The last energy of the planet is all released, which is a beautiful and gorgeous feeling. Broly was out of breath. Sweat like a pig. Although he uses a lot of power, he is stronger and stronger in battle. And Broly rushed straight up and attacked with one punch. That bland attack made Gula feel the fluctuations of death. Bastard! Gula still punched it. Instant collision. However, Gula was shocked to find that his right hand seemed to be sucked on Broly's fist, and he couldn't take it back at all. No matter how hard he tries. And also... What? My energy is gradually disappearing? Favorites, attention! Chapter 048. My energy is gradually disappearing. Gula whispered. The gurgling energy gathered in the green tendons, and along the right fist that made contact with Broly, it all flowed into Broly's body. This, how is it possible? Abominable! Damn it! Gula kicked out, but the turquoise shield blocked him and Broly. Swing your left fist wildly. Again and again muffled snorts, lightning intertwined. Powerful power makes the wind swirl. What about this? Gula looked anxiously at his right hand. This way, without having to fight, Broly can suck himself dry. What kind of magic are you? A dark aperture appeared, and Broly seemed to increase the speed of devouring, and in just a few seconds, the energy of Gula's body was absorbed cleanly. Pang! The knee slammed into the chest. Broly hung the golden hook upside down and smashed his jaw, and Gula's tattered body also fell heavily to the ground. Nope. No way. His arms were bruised, holding the ground deadly, sweating. However, he didn't even have the strength to stand. Fell to the ground one after another. You're just a wild monkey. How could I, noble emperor of the universe, fail on you? This is a fantasy. Broly landed on the ground and looked at him gently. I have to say, you are no longer my opponent. Your disgusting energy was full of blood, absorbed into the belly, and almost made me sick to my stomach. Don't dwell on the glory of the past. Now, you know, the strongest in the world. It's me. Broly raised with one fist. In Gula's terrified eyes, the golden light gradually condensed, and a manic beast roar rushed out. Like a dragon roaring a tiger. Broly's back was shining with golden light, and in Gula's eyes, he rushed into the air like a god. Gula was full of fear in his heart, forced his body, and shouted, "Don't joke! Hideous dragon horns, scarlet dragon eyes! Appear!" A divine dragon hovered in the planet, its body shrunk, and it directly rolled the planet in half. Dragon fist! Erupt! Broly tapped his feet lightly, instantly fell from the sky, and smashed a punch into Gula's chest. The blood hole suddenly appeared, and the divine dragon was constantly gnawing, directly beating him through. The planet behind it also exploded. Under the powerful penetrating power of the dragon fist, no one can be spared. Roar! Dragon groan rushes out. The huge dragon body wrapped a punch around the planet, and the hideous dragon head once again plunged towards Gura. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and Gula's body was directly beaten to pieces. Explode on the ground. Broly hurriedly wrapped himself in a protective cover and stepped back. Golden streamers are constantly intertwined in the air. Like a rising sun, the dead universes also dyed with a layer of gold. Many people looked towards the east. In the universe, there is a layer of divine light. At the beginning, Frisia was blown to pieces and was able to fully resurrect. Gula's cells must also be wiped out. The hands converge into a calyx-like shape, and the jewel-like rich green rushes out from the gaps between the fingers. Turtle Pai Kigong! Ha! A burst of energy gushed out, cutting the sky in half in unison. The remnants of Gula's body were attacked, blood splattered, and flames were everywhere. Wipe it out completely. Broly wiped his sweat and looked at his body. With such a powerful force, the universe can go. Frisia, I will remember everything you brought me. Wait for it. My revenge is coming soon. Look at the universe around you. Because this is a truce zone for two, it has not undergone any development. Full of energy, it is full of explosions. Broly laughed softly. Starry sky. Engulf. This is the new application of Moro energy. Suddenly, an inky disk unfolded in the sky. Broly lay high above him, and all the planets below rose up and gurgled energy, completely injecting into his body. The body flickers, the muscles expand, and in the dragon-like crevices, there is a river full of energy gathering. It's scary. Broly's breath began to increase again. This time, it is directly absorbing a star field. Right away. I'll give you nightmares. The time of the day is quietly gone. The Gula Legion seems to be constantly looking for something in the universe, and people didn't care at the beginning. However, then they gradually realized that something was wrong. The originally domineering warrior even knows how to be polite and talk with the wind and rain. The gossipy human constantly looked behind the back of the Gula army, and his intuition told him that something big must have happened. When people saw Si Liangxing's huge ruins, they were stunned. The energy of the battle almost condensed into a huge cosmic star sea, constantly circling. Above the wreckage of Gura, only a small arm guard remains. All the people in the universe are Spartan. A message spreads fast. Cosmic Emperor Gura was killed. At the beginning of the period, People treated it as a joke, but gradually, the chassis of the Gula army was all under martial law, and they felt the feeling that the wind and rain were coming. What if the Gula army sets off a slaughter in the universe and the dog jumps off the wall? Gula is dead. SHH. Don't say it so loudly, don't you see that this is taboo? I saw it all, there is only a little left in the whole person, and there is not even the possibility of resurrection. Who killed it? I don't know. Only traces of battle. Do you know that the energy of the two is like the Milky Way, and the huge crystal jade disk hovers in the universe? A star field is all barren and has been beaten into ruins. That magnificent sight, you really should go and see. Right away, I'll buy a ticket now. I have it here. Why did you suddenly turn from gossipy two people into ticket sellers? However, immediately, a second theory began to circulate in the universe. The legendary Super Scion, Kilgura. Scion? Haven't they all been wiped out? The remaining Prince Vegeta, the combat power is less than 10,000, this can also kill Gula? Just kidding. Super Scion. As I remember, it was a warrior who appeared in the Scion race for 1,000 years. The strength is incomparably strong, could it be that it appeared in this generation? Gula is evil, and Scions are not good birds. A mountain of raccoon. In any case, the news that the Super Scion appeared and killed Gula was a seething. The initiators are Raymond and Lychee. Namex, Lychee looked at the purple-red sky, there was no dark night here, which made her skin a little wrinkled. Lord Broly, where are you now? Raymond rushed from the side, and Lychee asked eagerly, what's wrong? Lychee, you are really a genius. Raymond said with emotion, the great elder of Namex has agreed to help us. And will definitely use the news of the Super Scion killing Gula to inform countless planets using the mind of the direct contact of the superpower. Now, I'm afraid it's already boiling. Haha. The climax is coming soon. Chapter 049. A planet in the north, full of wolf smoke, potholes, a mess. A short figure soaring into the sky, sitting on a corpse, next to a bald head, and an evil man with long hair. The little man's body trembled, his lips were blue, and he looked at the information in front of him in shock. It was collected by the bald Naba from other planets. Definitely the headlines of gossip. Gula is dead. A demon even more powerful than Frieza is actually dead. The man who killed him, the legendary Super Scion. Vegeta immediately understood, it was Broly who did it. A few days ago, there was Broly going to Si Liangxing in the mission log. It just so happened that there was a big battle in Si Liangxing. He was excited, and he didn't know if it was the Scions who appeared so strong, or because they had a goal to move forward. Super Scion. It's not just a legend. Really, you can defeat the frozen demon. Naba also said in surprise, Broly has just escaped from that barren planet for half a year, and his combat effectiveness has continued to jump, and he has become a legendary figure. It's terrible. Raditz was trembling all over, and he remembered himself who had no one in sight. In front of Broly, it was simply self-defeating. Legendary Super Scion. This can't be. Vegeta shouted loudly, Raditz, shut up. That useless guy is extremely weak in strength, but his arrogant personality is disgusting. Loves to kill, except for destruction, is simply useless. Naba also felt Vegeta's excited breath and asked softly, so, let's go below, where are we going? Broly will definitely kill Frieza. Very unwilling. We lay down and tasted the courage, and the final result turned out to be like this. Frieza is finished, and we head elsewhere to continue honing ourselves in the universe. That. Raditz trembled and said, don't you go back and take a look. Ask Broly Super Saiyan secrets. Go back for what? Do you think the stimulation I'm getting now isn't enough? Vegeta was cold, let me go down and beg someone else. I can't pull this face. Go and roll on yourself. But don't come back in the end. The legendary Super Saiyan, only one in 1,000 years. Broly has been. Is there any hope? Naba is also a little pessimistic. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly, apparently, he didn't know what he should do. However, he suddenly remembered what Broly had said to him, and now he still sounded so confused. No matter what, I definitely won't lose to Broly. The birth of the Super Saiyan spread throughout the universe, but the Frieza army, as the mastermind, never sent any strange information. Just secretly heightened guard. Suddenly, in the deep space of black silence, a stream of light instantly broke through the void. Broly stood on top of the spaceship and sneered at the bustling planet below. Just from here, kill them one by one. Kill all the people under Frieza clean. Shout. The hair flew, the body fell rapidly, and it hit the ground directly like a shooting star. A radius of several hundred meters collapsed directly, high-rise buildings were distorted, and many people were directly smashed to death by the falling rubble. Who unexpectedly trespassed on King Frieza's chassis? The guards shouted in unison. In the smoke, a devilish figure, hair fluttering, eyes red, slowly walked out. Everyone was stunned. Pupil constriction. Broly. Broly's portrait has spread all over the planets. The legendary Super Saiyan who betrayed King Frieza is also the existence that killed Gura. Boom. A mouthful of spit kept swallowing. Broly chuckled and walked forward slowly. Tread. The sound of calm footsteps is like a borer, clear and loud. In the ears of the human beings on the other side, it was like a bell, resounding through the heavens and the earth. Their hearts beat with Broly's footsteps. People's faces are twisted, and blood is left in their mouths. Rumble. A few people couldn't withstand it at all, and they exploded directly. Devil. This guy is a devil. A black rod was firmly held in his hand, and Broly suddenly rushed into the crowd like a thunderbolt. The erupting breath will steam hundreds of people to death. Black rod chopping, picking, stabbing, and all killing skills are all used. Everyone who passed by, the eyebrows, neck, and heart produced 3 perfect red dots, the neck was broken, and the blood rushed into the sky like a gushing spring. Blood, dyeing the moon high in blood. A trace of blood rained down. Broly was expressionless, and the ground on which his feet stepped on continued to turn into ashes. He is absorbing the energy of this planet to kill the warriors of the planet. Poof. Poof. Blood rushes out and gathers into a gurgling river on the ground. He was covered in blood, and his long flowing black hair was also rubbed together. In an instant, there were corpses everywhere. Bastard! Broly! You traitor, stop me! Hey! Broly's silent eyes also turned elsewhere, and a grey man quickly rushed out, wearing the combat uniform of the Frieza army and bald head. I, Takuma, will never let you do whatever you want. Shout! A purple energy swirl rushed out, seemingly full of lethal power. It also saved the humans who had been killed by Broly to the darkness of their hearts. Lord Takuma, kill him! This is the devil! Devil! Broly whispered, is this what it takes to be in the face of death? Do demons who often kill humans know what suffering is? Hey! I thought your filthy hearts were already stained with blood and numb. Black rod held high. Wave it all at once. Shout! A black crescent-shaped chi wave quickly rushed out, directly cutting the rotating energy into pieces. The speed of the residual energy did not decrease, and in Takuma's astonished eyes, the rotation split horizontally. Poof! Takuma was stunned and looked at Broly blankly. His vision began to distort, as if the sky had broken into two. This is... what the... He looked at his body lightly and began to slide down. That move just now split him directly in half. Impossible. I'm a good warrior of Lord Frieza, just one trick. Is this Broly's power? Dodoria was pinched to death by me, Sob was slapped to death by me, just by virtue of you, a person with a combat power of several thousand, you dare to run rampant in front of me? Hey! Broly taps his feet and soars into the sky. With a wave of his big hand, a black disc appeared. The huge attraction suddenly appeared, the building, the ground, the human beings, everything was swallowed clean. Leave a trace of scream. Looking at the empty and barren planet, Broly whispered. Next. Favorites, attention. Chapter 050. Pang. A punch smashed the table to smithereens, and Frisia stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his backhand, looking at the stormy below. It seems that the fighters under his command are still so united. But he could feel it. The condensed arrogance is basically hit by nothing. After the news of Gula, everyone was gone. Even quite a few have fled here. Bailey Blue whispered, Lord Frisia, in just 3 days, our warriors have already fled by a third. It is necessary to punish well, otherwise. Do you want the Frisia army to disintegrate directly? Frisia looked at him viciously, how could a superb conspirator suddenly become so stupid? Is this guy scared out of his guts too? Sure enough, it's unreliable. Just 3 days. 37 planets were killed cleanly. He Broly is also too presumptuous, really I can't cure him, right? Frisia cursed loudly. Bailey Brew also cleaned up his state of mind, the appearance of the Super Saiyan makes people's hearts turbulent, unless Lord Frisia can defeat him, there is no possibility of breaking the game. He finally knew what Broly's revenge was. The time to know that death is coming is the most torturous time. The corners of Frisia's eyes were hideous, he thought of countless means, but they were helpless. I should have been serious. Make sure all the Scions have been killed, how can there be a situation now? The only thing he can do is complain. According to the report, Broly seems to be able to absorb the planet to become more powerful. When did the Scions actually have such skills? Bailey Blue is also a little mentally stunned now. Frisia looked at him who was trembling and asked in a low voice, what do you think now? Great King, I have already said that only you kill him. To put it simply, even Gula died at his hands. Isn't King Frisia the most elite warrior in the Frozen Demon clan? It's just that I've never practiced. Great King, now, too, is not the time to be willful. Bailey Brew picked up the red orange fruit from the side, the contact of the cosmic scavengers has been completed. In order to kill Broly, they gave dozens of spirit tree fruits. As long as Lord Frisia exercises, he will definitely be able to surpass the current one again. Cultivation. Frisia looked outside, I hate that feeling. Lord Frisia. Bailey Blue hurriedly said. Are you afraid that your power will disappear? All the conspiracies against Broly basically came out of you. Broly will definitely not let you go. Frisia sneered. But. Bailey Brew retorted, he will kill you before he kills me. Now, to save you is to save me. 2. Outside, 5 streamers flew in. That's a 5-ball spaceship. Broly is still slaughtering, and there is still half a month to go before planet Frisia. Let Kainyo go. Tell him that the undercurrent of those forces who have turned to us is surging, let him pick out a few culprits and execute them all. But don't let the humans in the universe think that I don't have the power to resist at all. Yes. Bailey Blue nodded, I see. Cultivation? My own potential, I am afraid of myself. Frisia laughed softly. Soon, Broly, who is sailing in the universe, frantically destroys the planet, anyway, it is all under Frisia, and he must be a fox fake tiger and show off his might. There is no worries about killing him. This is also the strategy of the Mongols. But don't fight Frisia yourself, the backyard is on fire. I don't want to be some cosmic overlord either. High above, they can't raise their heads with strength. Looking at the planet below, Broly slowly fell. However, the bustling scene has long disappeared. The ground is full of corpses, gunsmoke, and traces of battle. The building collapsed, leaving a piece of ruins. Broly was stunned. It seems that someone is ahead of me. Hey! He felt 5 powerful auras and slowly paced forward. Kill even more than yourself. I am all killed with one hit, although I am dead, but there is no pain. But these guys, their chests are full of scars, their necks are twisted off, and they died in extreme pain. Turn around the foot of a mountain and there is an open field in front of you. 5 people sat on the ground and saw Broly stand up gently. Pineapple head, silly big one. Red skin, long white hair, like a lady-in-law. The little blue-skinned head looks like a turtle overall. Green-skinned, 4-eyed dwarf. And the last one, feet, purple skin, blue tendons on the top of the head, the strength is relatively strong. Kainu special operations. Broly laughed. Knowing that I killed Gura, I even dared to stand up. I have to make people sigh at your guts. The 5 people stood up, but suddenly separated in small steps. Behind, there seemed to be a wisp of funny BGM, which even Broly heard. The pineapple head is like a ballet, 1 foot on the ground, the body is straight. Likum. Red hair half squatted, hands on the ground. Guys. The blue-skinned turtle poses as a Superman. Bart. The little man is half kneeling. Gerdo. And the purple man who finally burst into green tendons, bent down and looked at Broly from the crotch of his pants. Kainu. Dang dang dang. Team Nikus. See on. Broly also seemed to see the crow above his head. Stupid. A sucker. This embarrassing dance completely dominates the world, perhaps, only fusion moves can perfectly reflect 1 or 2. Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan, if his body can be obtained by me, I am afraid that he will be able to better serve Lord Frieza. That's what Kainu thought in his heart. He also had a trace of luck in his heart. Snap! Broly applauded awkwardly, what a good show. Why do you want to work for Frieza? Go and be a good clown actor. Is it bad to pay 5 insurances and 1 gold fund? It's also saved, you still have to face me with trembling legs. Haha! Broly shouted. Instantly pointed to Guldo in front. If all of Broly's breath is released, I guess I will be scared to pee. You're only proud now. Broly. Our perfect dance will give us infinite strength. Enough to beat you. Broly picked his ears boredly. Mom told me not to fight with people who bring their own BGMs. Pity. Except for the Kainu Special Combat Team and the Heaven and Earth Society's Chief Helmsman. Collection, attention. Chapter 051. Likum, who had a pineapple head, said with a grin, even if you are a legendary Super Saiyan, you will be completely killed in the fierce battle of the Kainu Special Combat Team. The so-called defeat of Gula is only because of your secret attack. It's just a Saiyan, how can you do that? Gone luck, but flaunted in the universe. Hey! Kainu also nodded thoughtfully, I heard that you only joined the Frieza army for half a year. Vegeta has been 13 years, and his combat power is still so worthless. Saiyan, inferior people. Only worthy of doing some inferior work to become stronger. How is it possible? The expression is full of disdain. This is caused by the long-standing contempt for the Saiyans. The abrupt admission allows himself to admit that otherwise he is an inferior warrior. The impact on Kainu can be imagined. Humph! Likum sneered, just let me defeat your hypocritical face in front of the world. Lightly, make that stupid ballet look again. Likum! Fly kick! Suddenly, as fast as the wind, the ground turned into a deep trace. Likum disappeared. Guy said with a big grin, that guy, did you use your full strength at the beginning? This terrifying speed is no less than Bart, who is the number 1 in the world. Pang! Suddenly, A muffled snort came out. Everyone was stunned. Likam's body appeared in front of him, and Broly seemed to have never moved. The world was quiet for a moment. Likam looked down in amazement, but found that a fist-sized blood hole appeared on his chest. A sharp pain rushed forward, and the huge body fell directly to the ground. Broly, with a punch invisible to others, punches his body directly. To announce the return of the Science. "Hey! Is this what you are proud of?" Mocking words followed. Guys on the other side couldn't believe what he saw. Impossible. Just a punch. The flushed face was also instantly frightened and pale. Pang! Another muffled snort. Guys, who was still making a fuss just now, suddenly found a familiar body. Red, wearing the combat uniform of the Frisia army. "So, isn't it your own? Why, I will see my body." Blood spurts out of your neck. The intense pain almost completely destroyed his sanity. Broly in front of him disappeared and appeared in the back. "My head!" Broly left an afterimage in place and suddenly kicked him in the neck. How could the weak forces of guys resist him? Head, kicked straight away. It's like a watermelon, rolling in place. "Noisy guy. I don't like it the most," Broly said coldly. Bart in the distance was stunned. "That speed! How can it be? I didn't see how he moved at all. The attack actually happened before the afterimage disappeared. This..." Those scarlet eyes widened. "This is like a fantasy." The so-called Kainu Special Combat Team, at the moment of the war, was killed by 2 people in seconds. The rattle of Kainu's fingers. This. Is that guy's power real? Did he really beat Gura? Sweat welled up on the swollen green tendons. Only now did he have to believe what he saw. Abominable. Why are the Scions so powerful? Guldo, who had the weakest combat effectiveness, did not see what happened at all. His body was trembling, he stumbled back, and he actually sat on the spot with his butt. Broly looked at guys coldly and stepped on it. The blood-white turbid liquid sprayed out in an instant, and the head was directly trampled by Broly. Who's next? Broly looked around, and the remaining special combat team members did not dare to look at him. Feeling the aggressive and terrifying gaze, suddenly dodged. Their hearts are filled with fear and despair. "I heard. Your speed is the first in the universe?" Broly looked at Bart in the distance. Bart was stunned. Then there was a voice from behind. "I don't know, can you compete with me?" "What?" Bart frantically retreated. Broly was obviously still in front. When did he come to his back? Could it be that the one in front of you is an afterimage? He stood panting next to a rock. Sweaty, the body is constantly shaking. "What are you running?" The ghostly voice came again. This time, Bart slowly turned around and was located on the back of the stone. 2 consecutive afterimages appeared in the air. It was all Broly's trick. Impossible. No way. How can a person's speed be so fast? How could he distort my vision? Could it be that my combat power is vulnerable in front of him? Punch out. Gravel is flying. But there was already a blank in front of him, and Broly was standing behind him. Sneered. Bart forcibly emboldened and roared hysterically out of fear, "You bastard! Give me death! Attack sharply with your elbows back!" The body is supported by one leg, and it suddenly jumps in the air like a spring. Take advantage of his terrifying speed and keep flashing in the sky. With both hands raised, gurgling energy erupted, and in the flickering, infinite energy had already gathered. Poof! A muffled snort came out. Bart was stunned. The densely packed Broly in front of him stretched in front of him in a straight line. He mechanically lowered his head, and in his chest, a majestic blood hole appeared. Syllable. The power of condensation is like the light of fireflies disintegrating. Bart stretched his hands, and the power in his body receded like a tide. Ugh! He screamed miserably, and the pair of arms that pierced him were constantly spinning, like thorns, causing him lynchy-like pain. How is this possible? Look at the hundreds of Broly in front of you. Bart spat out blood and was confused. At this moment, behind him, Broly's deep pupils were revealed, and he whispered against his ear, "It's really useless, I've reduced my speed tenfold, but you still don't see anything. Is this the first in the universe?" Self-styled. Blood burst out of Bart's mouth, and he whispered continuously, "Scion, Scion, how, so, terrible. You are just, inferior people." Poof! Suddenly, the arm in his chest spewed out green streamers, completely burying his body. The flames swirled and burned him to ashes for a moment. Attention! Don't make me hear the word inferior. My combat power is much higher than yours, and you are not qualified to judge the Scion race in front of me. Tread! Broly fell to the ground, looking at Kainyu level. "Captain Kainyu! Why don't you shoot? 3 of your team members have died at my hands." Haha! Favorites, attention! Chapter 052. Broly's eyes were full of mockery, and he whispered, "Captain Kainyu, why don't you make a move? 3 of your team members have died in front of me." Haha! That deep voice was as high-pitched as a borer in Kainyu's ears, and it was so harsh. Super Saiyan. Sure enough, the name is well deserved. Kainyu's eyes showed greed, and he shouted loudly, "In this way, I plan to get your terrifying body." "What exactly is your prototype?" Broly asked suddenly. Kainyu's skills can exchange bodies with people, and no one knows what race he is. Humph! Doesn't matter. In the future, people will say that I am Super Saiyan. Only in this way can we better serve Lord Frieza. Broly looked at him coldly. "Do you know why Vegeta can't transform? On his body, there is a layer of shackles, that is ridiculous self-esteem. He survived under Frieza's men, but he flaunted his might outside. In the complex multifacetedness, it has created his psychological impurity. There is no single emotion that makes itself explode instantly. If he goes on like this for the rest of his life, he will definitely not have the possibility of becoming a Super Saiyan. Now, what else do you say Vegeta is for?" Kainyu does not understand. "I just want to tell you that Saions are not bound. Even if you snatch my body, because groveling and losing your proud self-esteem, it is absolutely impossible to transform into success." Broly spread his hands helplessly. "It's a bit too much, I'm a talker myself. The above is pure fart, because you can't take my body at all. Don't give me nonsense." Kainyu touched the ground lightly, and in an instant, the ground drew a straight mark. The 2 fists are like a dragon going out to sea, the tiger is powerful, and the attack is constant. However, Broly just stood in place, seemingly without any movement, but he couldn't hit. "How so?" Kainyu waved vigorously, thinking inwardly, "Move at super speed? Dodge quickly, then revert to your original form, creating the illusion that you never dodged. Are you kidding me? Bastard!" A wave of anger came from his body, and Kainyu instantly rushed into the sky, crossing his hands. "Shout loud! Destruction energy attack!" The purple light rushed down, and in front of Broly's body, a black hole suddenly spun and appeared. For a moment, devoured clean. Haha! Like an 8 god, Kainyu covered his head and chuckled, "I'm getting more and more interested in your powerful body." Poof! The familiar piercing sound sounded again, and the big bloody hand held his heart like that. In Kainu's terrified eyes, a sudden pinch. Blood splattered. Kainyu stopped breathing almost instantly. The heart is smashed to destruction, it is impossible to survive. Even if Broly doesn't do anything, he will die quickly. Although your strength is strong, your speed is not as fast as that Bart. I shrunk tenfold faster, and you didn't even see the afterimage. It's a pity. I thought you would prepare something good for me on this planet. In the end, that's it, it's really disappointing. Ha! Ha! Kainu laughed softly, spitting out a lot of tissue fragments in his mouth. Don't worry, absolutely. Pang! Broly suddenly kicked him away. The terrifying force pierced in Kainu's body, and his right leg actually exploded directly into blood droplets. Bang! The body smashed into the mountain behind it and was embedded in it. Broly stands bored in the sky. Kainu in the smoke didn't seem to care about his injuries at all, and laughed loudly, the more you ravage me, the happier I am. All the pain I feel in my soul will be completely returned to your body. Speechless. Broly said angrily. Fighting with them here is simply a waste of time. It seems that he is a bit of a bully child. Guldo! Kainu suddenly shouted loudly. Guldo below stretched out his hands and only shielded his breathing. Broly suddenly felt numb in his body. I couldn't move. Is that little man's special ability? Is time paused? I didn't expect it to work for me. Guldo shouted loudly, Kainu. Your speed is fast, I won't be able to hold it soon. Don't worry. Kainu's tattered body staggered and floated in the air, his arms were spread out like kunpeng, and he shouted loudly. Change! A ray of light rushed out of his body and rushed towards Broly, who was fixed in front of him. Broly seemed to be struggling, and his face was full of disbelief. Kainu laughed maniacally, this is the appetizer I prepared for you, how about it? Damn science! The light crashed into Broly's body. In between, something seems to be constantly being exchanged. That body belongs to me. Pang! As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared below, descended from the sky, and stepped down. Guldo's strength was too weak to resist at all, and his body was flattened by a powerful force, directly exploding into flesh and blood. Long black hair, the combat uniform of the Frisia army, and the brown tail on the back is flapping. Broly! Kainu was stunned, why did Broly appear below? And what exactly is exchanged in front of and with yourself? He turned abruptly. Directly opposite him, it is an afterimage. It is rapidly twisting, like a soul returning from the abyss. The eyes are prominent, and the face is extremely terrifying. Finally, it turned into a black hole. What is it? Kainu suddenly felt a huge attraction. Shouted loudly in horror. His soul seems to have left his body, how is it possible? Broly laughed, in exchange chi, at least look at what is on the other side of you. This was formed by the ability of Maluo, which was originally used to devour energy. It just so happens that you spit out your soul, and I am disrespectful. Not good. Kainu shouted loudly. The black hole on the opposite side is frantically absorbing, and in the change light of Kainu, an elongated soul is inhaled by a slip of smoke. The black hole wraps Broly. All the knowledge, the soul, burrowed into Broly's body. But... cut! He took a cold bite, it's all about murder, stealing chickens and dogs. No wonder it's so elegant. Originally just a despicable thief who had no intention of getting this ability. After being strong, it is difficult to change his nature, and he never cultivates himself, but just robs other people's bodies. People like you can never become stronger. Kainu's eyes in the air had lost their light, and the water spirits condensed together, like cloudy glass balls. He's dead. The body fell to the ground, without the support of the soul, and it was smashed in an instant. Frisia yo, appetizers have been enjoyed. I'm coming soon, soon. New books set sale, ask for collection, ask for attention. Chapter 053. Frisia stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the palace, and the originally prosperous world outside was also full of panic. A day ago, the news came again. Kainu's special combat team, all destroyed. In Broly's hands, everyone can't even make a move. The slaughter of the book. The Frisia army was suddenly in a storm, and many people fled in a hurry on the spaceship. Sooner or later there will be a big war here. And they, already accustomed to being mighty, do not want to die at all. Bailey Blue. Everyone is registered. Yes. Let them be proud for a while, even escape is with a spaceship with a monitor. This kind of person, at most, will rob the planet and shake the flag and shout. When I defeat Broly, I must let them know the price of betraying me. Let them taste eternal pain. Frisia held the fruit of the spirit tree in his hand and swallowed it in one gulp. That juicy flesh instantly turned into a billowing vitality and flowed into his body. This thing is really wonderful, it actually completely stimulates the potential ability in my body. Victory always belongs to Lord Frisia. Bailey Blue whispered respectfully. Haha. Frisia laughed heartily. Immediately, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Broly, I will soon surpass you. Right away. During this time, there was a lot of commotion in the universe. Finally, someone has come to challenge the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. Everyone wants Frisia to be killed. As Alak said, he rules humanity with fear, but if he fails once, it will completely fall apart. His team is condensed by strength and money, not faith. When Frisia is strong, it's the right dogleg. But when he is weak, he will be scattered in an instant. All the races of the universe are gathering towards the planet Frisia from the edge of the universe. In the great battle of the world, they can't bear to miss it. Many people lurk on the surrounding planets. They didn't dare to get too close. If they used the spaceship to float in the air and were killed by an energy, it would be worth the loss. This is the planet Frisia? It's really quiet. A lot of people have run away, can you not be quiet? Why hasn't Broly come yet? I also plan to gradually see what the legendary Super Saiyan will look like. You say, will it be tiger back, bear waist, leopard eyes, wolf claws? Is that still human? Haven't you seen a Saiyan? Except for the tail, it looks similar to us. Not far away, the trio of Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz also floated in the air. Vegeta's desire still overcame his self-esteem and came here sneakingly. He wanted to know the great demeanor of the Super Saiyan. How did the strongest person in the universe achieve it? Vegeta, aren't we closer? You can't see anything. We don't need to know what Broly looks like, we just need to sense his energy flow, and that's it. Vegeta clenched his fists. Super Saiyan, I must reach it. Did he? The combat effectiveness tester suddenly alarmed. A powerful force flooded the world like an ocean. The surrounding combat effectiveness testers all exploded in an instant. Broly is here. Everyone's shouts of excitement. A streamer rushed from the depths of the universe and floated faintly in the air. Broly slowly rose into the air, black hair, bronzed skin, wearing the combat uniform of the Frisia army, but on top, covered with a layer of robes. Shorts, milfeuille boots, full of freedom. It's just a lone hero. But in front of everyone, what a demeanor. So handsome. Long hair fluttering, angular face, crisscrossing a few scars. That kind of fortitude conquered all women in an instant. A little unceremonious, it turned out to be directly wet. Is this Broly? That kind of demeanor, single-handedly challenging Frisia, is really unmatchable. Vegeta could feel it, his fists rattling. It's just that I haven't seen him for a short time, and he's getting stronger again. What the hell is he cultivating? In half a year, he has gone from 100,000 combat strength to the current Super Saiyan. Weakness suddenly arose in his heart. What the hell am I doing? Is the gap so big? Feeling the countless auras around him, Broly didn't say anything, and he was not obliged to remind the humans who were too close. Even if you die, you can't blame others. Compared to before he left last time, Frisia Star has withered too much, and there are ruins everywhere. It seems that in the midst of fear, the distortion of human nature has also been triggered. Haha! Shout! He suddenly fell from the sky like a meteorite and smashed to the ground. The turquoise energy is like an inverted bowl, spreading wildly. A city, countless spaceships around the pier, are wrapped in the wind, swallowed up in a moment. In front of the towering buildings, it has become a plain. All the peaks were easily razed to the ground. Only Frisia's palace, wrapped in silver-white streamers, barely survived. Cut! What a pity! Broly took a cold bite. Tread! Continuous footsteps came, and from all directions, the remaining 10,000 soldiers of the Frisia army lined up in front of Broly. Mighty and majestic. Horizontal and vertical, full of gun smoke. The figure is scattered in the sand, strong and resolute. The silver-white streamer suddenly appeared, and Frisia floated in front of everyone. Stretch your hands and put on an extremely gentlemanly state. Mr. Broly. I haven't seen you in a long time. From my men, became my enemy. It really surprised me. My Frisia army has become the withering appearance it is now, thanks to you. Broly laughed. Frisia, you're welcome. We're friends. I have always believed that revenge must make others feel fear. I killed Gula who was stronger than you, and killed one planet after another, so that you gradually felt the coming of death. Use fear to flatten you from the center of power to a worthless fool. It has been said that it is the moment of knowing that death is coming, it is the most tormenting. That feeling of being judged can drive a strong person crazy. The wind and sand are scattered, and the sound of sassy is heard. Broly narrowed his eyes. This is the real revenge. Haha! I didn't expect Mr. Broly to be a philosopher. However, just talking big is not killing me. Frisia fluttered back behind his back. Just let me see your true power. How long will it take you to kill these 10,000 warriors? Collect it, pay attention. If you like it, give me a vote for flowers and reviews. Chapter 054. Frisia retreated to the end. Reveal those warriors who are still terrified. Broly smirked. Are you going to use these guys to consume my power? Frisia, it seems that I still look up to you. But you challenge. I accepted it. If it takes more than a minute, then I lose. Broly's voice came to the side, and everyone was stunned. Frisia's doglegs, although not huge in the universe. But the number of people is terrible. It's just 10,000 people, which is definitely more terrifying than the 100,000 people on the Cohen's star. There are also weapons supported by Frisia, well equipped. Impossible. Broly is a little too arrogant. I admit he's strong, but kill 10,000 people in a minute. This is a fantasy. No fun. Broly is an arrogant guy. The characteristics of the Scions are vividly exposed on his body. Vegeta next to him heard Broly's words, and his body trembled slightly. Among those people, there is no lack of existence with a combat power of 10,000. Although not as much as Doria was used at the time, he was definitely not an idle person. Himself is not an opponent at all. He clenched his fists and whispered, Broly. Just let me see your confidence, see. The power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Sand and dust are flying in the sky, and the breath is restless. The feeling of dull restlessness is depressing. Broly stepped out 3 steps in a row, and the world was instantly cloudy, and the raging lightning was like a roaring thunder dragon, also watching this battle. The little minion's heart beats with the sound of footsteps. Bang! Many people, their bodies swelled, could not stand the oppressive feeling, and actually exploded directly. Abominable! Damn the devil! Watch me kill you! With a loud shout, 10,000 people came towards Broly. Broly's eyes were sharp, and he waved his big hand. Like a rising inky jade disk, a black hole appeared in the sky. From it, it seems to swallow the sun and the moon. Yikes! In an instant, thousands of black thorns rushed out of the black hole like lightning. completely surround those 10,000 people. It's unimaginably fast. Poof! The continuous figure was instantly pierced, fell from the air, and the body was sucked into a dry corpse in the blink of an eye, melting into the soil. Blood splattered, and this land of sand and dust was dyed scarlet in a moment. The full moon hanging in the sky suddenly turned bloody. The smell of blood permeated the earth, adding to countless fears and despair. What is it? There was a roar from the crowd. That blackthorn seems to be everywhere, so weird that people can't avoid it at all. A person collided with the blackthorn, was instantly pierced, and half of the huge strength of the body exploded into blood droplets in the sky. Think my blackthorn only has the ability to pierce? It's ridiculous. Broly laughed and scolded in a low voice. Bang! Thousands of people under Broly's first attack, their bodies twisted and constantly exploded. The explosion had a chain reaction, like dominoes, the gurgling flames swept through, burning many people into char. Gag! Many people watching the battle next to them vomited directly. This cruel killing method cannot be described in words at all. Broly stretched out one hand and squeezed hard. The black hole slowly began to rotate in the opposite direction. Originally spit out black thorns, but now it has an extremely huge attraction. Many of the remaining people were swallowed in an instant. The energy condensed, and behind the black hole, a virtual shadow of a giant ape was outlined. Roar up to the sky, roar madly. Take a big bite. The cracking of the bones came, the bone fragments were spit out, and the blood splashed in the black hole. Those who were inhaled, directly under the bite of sharp teeth, were chewed little by little, turned into blood droplets, and the great ape seemed to enjoy this feeling. Boom! Even with minced meat, swallow directly. Melt into gurgling energy and merge into Broly's body. What? Frieza was also stunned. It seems that the development of things has been unexpected from the beginning. It's less than 10 seconds away. His own subordinates have already died 3/5. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Slaughter the world's terrifying demons. Haha. Interesting, so funny. I seem to know why there is such news circulating among the clan. Last resort. Broly laughed softly and slammed his hands on the ground. With him as the center, the ground suddenly bulged, and one after another strange fluctuations came out. Instantly began to desolate. Hundreds of miles. Thousands of miles. Tens of thousands of li. In the blink of an eye, the energy of the entire planet was devoured. The sand and gravel fluttered, and cracks appeared in the warm land. It's been as if it's been dry for too long. Broly waved his hand, and the surging attack from behind rushed towards him. Looking at the desperate scenery, everyone in the Frieza army was stunned. With both hands pulled, the weapon in his hand also fell to the ground. Vegeta's body trembled, his lips were blue. What the hell did he see? It can't be. Even if a person is strong, it is impossible to achieve that point. How come? In front of him, the monstrous flames were like raging waves, rising into the sky and billowing and surging. Pass by Broly while touching him. Broly, like the god of fire who controls all fires. That flame, distorting space. It's wider than the sea. Moisture. Burn straight away. The sound of tearing and pulling kept coming, and the remaining people continued to sink and float in the sea of flames, and the flesh and skin were melted in an instant, leaving only a skeleton steaming in the flames. It bubbled and was completely devoured in an instant. In the sea of flames, not even the residue was left. It's terrible. Broly, absorb the energy of the entire planet and transform them into flames. Burn 3,000 people. It's only 27 seconds, killing all the 10,000 people in front of you. Is he such a hero? Kill one, someone will speak. However, killing 10,000 people in 27 seconds is already considered the hero of the best. Frieza was wrapped in a protective shield around his body, and he rose from the flames in amazement. The planet began to disintegrate under the action of gravity, and it can no longer continue to fight. Broly didn't look at him and left here straight. Jump to the next planet. Frisia sneered and followed. He smiled lightly, it seems that I still underestimate you. Although I don't care about those little minions, they are too scattered, and it will take a while to kill them one by one. It still takes a lot of hands and feet to condense such powerful energy. Frisia. Broly said in a low voice, the prelude has passed, and now it's your turn to strike. I don't believe that during this time, you didn't have the slightest preparation. Let me see how much stronger you really are. Get stronger. Frisia looked at his body, my potential is even my own fear. It's just that I don't like the feeling of cultivation. Broly, don't worry, it will surprise you. Ask for a tip. Chapter 055. Don't worry. It will definitely blow your mind. Frisia said with a smile, which made Broly also feel a little surprised. What can this guy do in such a short time? It's not that I haven't made any progress. Bang! Infinite purple light burst out from Frisia's body, and the ground shattered. Piece by piece rubble soars into the sky. That's the feeling of destruction and madness. Spirit Tree. Broly felt that familiar breath. Yes. Thanks to that thing, in an ordinary state, my combat strength was able to reach this point. Frisia looked at his body intoxicated, like a poisoned addict. The spirit tree has been destroyed by itself. It seems that where are the cosmic scavengers left? Frisia, the emperor of the universe, is entangled with that group of rag-picking ones? Broly. Frisia shouted loudly, his arms, his back gradually bulging like barbs. The manic breath made the universe begin to tremble. Everyone was stunned. Feeling the abyss-like breath, their bodies trembled unconsciously. Is this an illusion? How can a person's strength be so strong? No way. Vegeta's lips were blue, and his eyes were full of fear. Just being murderous makes it impossible for him to move. The cell is afraid and does not dare to give birth to the mind to resist him. This bastard! How can it be? Raditz and Nappa had already fallen to their knees. Without self-esteem and strong strength, they cannot resist the imperial spirit of Frisia. Shout! Broly instantly turned into a ray of light, rushed into the air like lightning, and attacked with one punch. A muffled snort sounded, and Frisia crossed his hands at the moment of crisis, but was violently knocked out and flew out. He smiled and said, "You haven't shouted yet. Why did it sneak attack? Broly, do you feel fear of my power?" But Broly retorted in a low voice and took a cold bite, "Cut. I just can't stand your chatter. Lose half of your strength before going to war. That's what I'm for." Broly immediately waved his hand, and 3 chi waves spun away, instantly exploding in Frisia's body. Smoke produced. One person keeps flipping in the air and rushing into the air. Abrupt. Broly's figure in the sky flickered, looking at the backward Frisia, and smiled viciously. The elbow sank sharply and hit the head hard. The manic power shook in Frisia's head, and 2 upright horns were instantly broken off. The head collapsed, and the white light of the Dao flowed out, like a shooting star, and suddenly fell. "Don't give me a smug." Frisia forcibly twisted his body in Broly's surprised eyes, and stopped in the air so easily. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurts out. At this moment, Broly was finally relieved, hit the swollen face and fill the fat. 2 completely opposite forces collide in your body, and with you now, you can't counteract it at all. Look, it's vomiting blood. Frisia sneered, I think it's okay to let you make a move." As soon as the words fell, Frisia kept flickering in the air, and dense after-images appeared instantly. All the same moves. Full of temptation. Suddenly, a pair of right hands blocked Broly's line of sight and moved gently. Broly's pupils followed. A pair of hands at this moment, like a dexterous and ghostly cobra, attacked in an instant. Broly's understated dodge. Elbow raised to block Frisia's sneak attack. Bump! The two instantly rushed into the sky in a muffled snort. And there was white collision light everywhere. The whole sky is like a curtain of war. Blue water and green mountains, in the roar of energy, completely exploded. Vegeta said in amazement, "I can't see it. Can't see anything. Is this a really high-spec battle? I don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle." Yikes! Two figures suddenly appeared, and Broly attacked with one punch. Knock Frisia flying in a moment. A blow to the whip leg comes from the right. Pang! Frisia gently raised his hand and took full control of it. "I told you. Don't show me too rampant." Broly spun abruptly, and the legs of the chain smashed into the chest. Frisia vomited blood and fell backwards for a moment. The chest collapsed, and the fierce invitation kept squirming like an earthworm. Broly fluttered back. Frisia was out of breath. Poof! Suddenly, a penetrating sound came. The sky, the world, seemed silent. Frisia felt pain in his heart and didn't know why. The power in the limbs and bones was constantly receding like a tide. The destructive power of wandering on the surface of the body is constantly raging. The ego is like a bomb about to explode, and the body is constantly shaking. How is it possible? He slowly lowered his head mechanically, and was surprised to find that a black rod had penetrated his heart. What the hell, when? Frisia was stunned. The Broly in front of him was impressively distorted, turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Impossible! Vegeta suddenly shouted loudly. During the battle with Frisia, there was no vacant time. When exactly was he moving at super speed? Didn't everyone present see it? Could it be the moment of retreat? He has already scheduled the next attack? This guy's combat quality is a little too terrifying. Wow! A mouthful of blood spewed out again. Broly whispered from behind. "How's it going, Frisia? Isn't it meant to embarrass me? How come I am like a dead dog? Even my heart was pierced by me. However, you are also too careless, knowing that my strength is far stronger than yours. You even used the first stage to fight me." Ugh! Frisia screamed sharply and said intermittently, "You know my situation. Everyone in the universe knows it." Broly's abrupt force made the black rod a few points deeper again. The thorns condensed by the turquoise energy pierced Frisia's body for a moment. He didn't even have time to transform, so he let Broly fight to death. Broly's hands were constantly stirring, as if he wanted to tear Frisia's heart to pieces. "Cosmic Emperor, how does this feel? You should understand how unpleasant it is for me to be trapped on the planet Wampa for so long as an arrogant scion who has to rely on you because he is unfamiliar with the cosmic environment and have to endure your despicable tricks. It's the same as the pain in your heart right now. I'm not going to give you the chance to give it your all, and if you don't have your own whole cards, then, get ready. Say goodbye. Ask for a tip." Chapter 056. CT Sangtak Viet.tk. Get ready to say goodbye. Broly whispered, like a devil, causing Frisia's body to start trembling. Abominable! How could I fail in this place? Click! Like ice at absolute zero, Frisia slowly solidifies, immune to all physical damage. The condensed right arm actually shattered. Finally out of the black rod. A cloud of cold ice gathered on the right arm, and it was connected back again. Landed on the ground, slowly dissolved, and returned to the appearance of Frisia. Oh! This skill is quite amazing. To be able to escape from a mortal situation. Broly hasn't seen it either. Naba asked, "Vegeta, you know what? I heard that Frisia seems to be a frozen demon who froze himself in ice at birth. The longer you go, the stronger your abilities. At the same time, the critical state can be recovered from the near-death state by freezing ice, but the damage to the body 613 is great. Unexpectedly, he still has such life-saving skills. I've never seen it before. Others whisper. It's that Frisia was too strong before, and he was not able to force him to use the life-saving skill. Even Broly, who did this, was a sneak attack. Woohoo! Frisia was panting, and the breath in his body plummeted. Broly laughed softly. Anyway, it's a pity that I didn't kill you. However, my purpose has been achieved. What? Didn't you just say that? Let you lose half of your combat power before starting the war. Humph. Hearing this, Frisia laughed coldly in a low voice. It's okay. After the transformation, my physical strength, everything will return to the best state. All you do is just a meaningless impulse. Pointless. Broly covered his head, actually sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to think carefully. I can't say that, at least let you know, I'm strong. At the moment, he seems very casual. I actually took out the drink on my body and drank half of it in one go. So unguarded in front of Frisia, explain. Vegeta whispered, Broly, you didn't put Frisia in your eyes at all. Abominable. Don't underestimate me. Frisia gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Pang! Broly in front of him supported with one arm, his body suddenly sank, his legs hung upside down, and he smashed into Frisia's chin. 2 blood-soaked teeth flew out directly. Spin his legs and kick him away. The body is like a flying meteor, smashed into the sea. Broly drank all the drinks and stood up slowly. Like the god of war. The thin body has the power of the sky, the bones rattle, and the dragon-like muscles are completely flowing with a stream of energy. I don't understand the style. Bang! The sea water suddenly exploded, and a purple figure rushed into the sky. Short in stature, round head, evil eyes, only the top of the head, shoulders and chest have a cloud of purple, the rest is bright white. Humph! Finally transforming into your final state? Broly whispered. You forced me. Frisia laughed, the terrifying power in his body made him regain his previous confidence. The body was wrapped in purple streamers, like a crystal dark jade disc, and it landed in front of Broly. Fierce eyes, fluttering at others. Many people actually feel cardiac arrest. Suddenly the 7 tips were bleeding, and the evil figure reflected in their minds, like a ghost. Bei was scared to death. This. Bump. Continuous explosions sounded. And all the combat effectiveness testers exploded in an instant. Frisia's combat power is too terrifying to observe. Vegeta's lips are blue, he has always hoped that he can transform into a Super Saiyan, aiming for Frisavi, lying down and trying to surpass him. However, with his own strength of less than 10,000, did he plan to compete with Frisia? The fire of fireflies, and the brilliance of the moon. Mr. Broly, you don't seem surprised at all. Frisia wanted to see Broly's remorse, but the man on the other side was still indifferent. Combat power 100 million. Broly shouted, Frisia, don't hide your head. Gula was killed by me, you know very well that the current power is not my opponent at all. Take out the energy you get with the spirit tree fruit. Let me see what terrifying potential the strongest frozen demon has. Hey! Frisia was stunned. Then he sneered, I didn't expect Mr. Broly to know me so well. It's a small boss, I must give you more opportunities to appear. Then, I thank you a lot. Frisia stretched his hands and assumed the iconic gentlemanly look. Let you see, my latest power. Ha! He suddenly roared loudly, his body clustered, floating in the air, and the purple streamer was completely wrapped in a moment. Broly didn't intend to strike at all. Bang! The ground of the planet began to rise abruptly, and the gravel was rugged, and it was actually reunited around Frisia. The sky is densely covered with lightning, like a spider's web, completely enveloping the battlefield. Creak! Deo lightning slashed down on Frisia, making him even more terrifying. Heaven and earth are trembling. Frisia's aura was like a monstrous king yang, directly drowning many people watching the battle around. Bang bang! One after another, the body continues to explode. The human form is ghostly, the body expands wildly, just inhaling and diffusing to a little energy, the body is directly blown up. Slowly, the purple streamer transforms into silver. The limbs, the body are also revealed from it. This. It can't be. Frisia's body seems to have grown 5 centimeters taller, and his whole body has turned bright silver. Only the face, the chest turned dark purple. Long wait. Because I'm not particularly familiar with this state yet. So it took a little more time. The combat power has increased by 6 times, which is also the maximum that can be developed in a short period of time. The fruit of the spirit tree is really a good thing. Frisia whispered. The fists were clenched, the sound of rattling and cracking bones sounded, and the lightning of the Deo was diffused in the center of the palm. The irritable energy in his hands, like a fragile child, just shivering. In this state, it's called Silver Frisia. Surpassed Gula in such a short time. Frisia 1.8, you are really stronger. Broly whispered. So, Mr. Broly, can we start fighting? Frisia regained his light and breezy confidence and said in a low voice. Humph. The thick green streamer gradually wrapped Broly. The long black hair also stood up, like half of the head of an explosion. Green light appeared in the pitch-black pupils. It seems that the black amber is inlaid with ember, although it has not completely turned green, but the speed of pollution is getting faster and faster. Ha! A boom was generated, and a deep pit of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground in a moment. All the soil was directly sublimated. The power of the explosion will completely blow away the spectators. The light of the road is like a waterfall that is madly washing the world. Super Scion. 2 million word old books, star domain is absolutely barbaric. Subscription please. Subscribe please. _ Chapter 057. CT Sangtak.tk. Super Scion. Broly raised his neck and roared. The majestic turquoise energy was like a waterfall, madly washing over his body. The green light in his eyes is like a soul soaking left and right. Frisia was stunned and whispered, "Is this it, Super Scion? The strongest person circulating among the Scions has really appeared in the universe. What an unexpected!" Vegeta felt the suppression of his body, and the bloodline that originally belonged to the noble king fell silent in front of Broly. He really. The confrontation between Super Scion and Silver Frisia, who will die in the end? Frisia looked down and smiled, and then his body began to twitch and laugh loudly. Haha! I've gotten so strong that even if you're a Super Scion, you can't be my opponent. The Emperor of the Universe is invincible. Broly suddenly punched out, like turquoise lightning. Behind his body, there were some beast shadows, fists waving, tigers and tigers, dragons roaring. Frisia clenched his fists and slammed into the sky. The body actually staggered back a few steps. Immediately rushed into the air again, and the pain in the bones turned a blind eye. I can only see white wave 27 patterns appear again and again, and the world is even trembling. The sky is all a curtain of war. In the fists of the two, there is the belief that you must kill. The sputtering energy penetrated dozens of people watching the battle. Snap! The two suddenly flickered and wrestled in the air. Green tendons burst out, turquoise and purple intertwined. Ha! Ha! The planet trembled, and the gravel fluttered and was suddenly shattered in the sky. Abominable! Sob told me that your combat power was only 5,000 when you arrived. In just half a year, it has grown to such a terrifying point. Humph! Broly whispered, aren't you the same? Gula is not my opponent at all. And you, unexpectedly, surpassed Gula in a short time. You and me, each other. Broly has an abrupt pull. Frisia stumbled a few steps forward. The knee slammed into it, and Frisia's back suddenly bulged. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Poof! Broly's knees kept rising, looking at Frisia's gap, and he continued to attack. The body suddenly flashed behind his back, his hands folded, attack. Pang! Frisia was like a shooting star, dragging the tail flame behind his back, and actually smashed the planet abruptly, and his body hit his back. Bastard! He gritted his teeth, his index finger and middle finger closed, and a beam of purple light rushed into the air, and the fierce energy almost tore the sky and besieged Broly. Death Beam. Frisia's signature skill consumes very little energy, but its penetration is quite strong. Yikes! Broly kept flashing, the body went in. The sky is full of afterimages. Every time he landed, a ray of light would come in an instant, piercing him. The planet in the sky was shattered in the blink of an eye under Frisia's attack. Shout! Broly flashed behind his back. Looking at the gap that the defense was wide open, but there was no attack. Do you move at super speed in the smoke caused by the death beam? I really underestimate you. He laughed softly. Humph! Frisia in front of him smiled slightly, and instantly twisted and disappeared. That, it turned out to be an afterimage. Ha ha! Laughter came from the sky. Frisia stood in the air inspectively and said with interest. I didn't expect that you would see through it, and I still plan to take you away with a set. Wishful thinking. This round of attacks made everyone watching the battle stunned. Hey, you guys, what do you see? There was nothing in the sky, and the two suddenly appeared there, sounding as if they had gone through a battle. Too strong. Too strong. Even their movement speed is completely invisible. Naba left a few wisps of sweat on his face. Vegeta, just, what's going on? However, he didn't see Vegeta's dark lips and constantly trembling body. Didn't see anything. Using his strongest strength, he didn't even see the trajectory of movement. No way. Super Saiyan, is it really that powerful? Frisia and Broly both laughed at the same time. Perhaps, in this battle, they found empathy? Buzzing. Suddenly, purple energy erupted from Frisia's eyes, enveloping Broly suddenly. With a wave of Broly's big hand, the ribbon-like turquoise energy quickly wound to form a perfect protective cover. Die! Frisia shouted loudly, and a stream of flames actually erupted from his hand, and the scorching temperature instantly surrounded Broly. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Suddenly, space began to distort. Countless orange-like flames like streamers blocked all retreats around his body. Burn instantly. That terrifying temperature burned his body straight into char. The silvery white light quietly dimmed. Ugh! Frisia screamed loudly. The skin, unexpectedly quickly turned into ashes and disappeared in the breeze. Shout! Broly rushed out of the smoke and waved his hands. The terrifying turquoise oval air bomb directly wrapped Frisia. Even the flames above were all detonated. The earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded, and the continuous flames were like a cross expanding, and the planet was completely set on fire. Streaming down. Suddenly, Frisia raised one hand high and slashed hard. The terrifying energy split that flame barrier in half. The residual energy fell below, and even the planet was directly split in half. The deep ravines are 720 like natural formations, and gurgling magma gushes from them. This planet has long been overwhelmed, and I am afraid that after several battles, it will directly explode. Click! A black rod was hidden among the scattered flowers of the goddess and pierced Frisia's chest fiercely. He simply doesn't have time to pay attention. Pitch-black lines surged in his chest, actually wrapping his body. What is it? He said in horror. A stream of blood suddenly spurted out. Suddenly, purple chains appeared from the black rod, suddenly extended, and were held by Wu Yan in his hand. Not good! Frisia exclaimed, and he found that his energy was gradually disappearing. All along the chain, surged Broly's body. Impossible! Why is this happening? Why? What the hell is this ability? Moisture. A little white smoke rose from Broly's hideous wound, as if burning, and in an instant, it disappeared. Absorbing other people's energy can instead restore your own injuries. You. What kind of monster is it? Like a prisoner, Frisia frantically broke free of his chains, and a crackling sound suddenly sounded. However, that vast and infinite energy in the eyes of others could not shake a simple chain. This. P.S. There should be 10 today. Chapter 058. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. Don't work in vain. Broly whispered, this black rod is condensed using cosmic energy. And the chains are the Super Saiyan energy in my body. Super Saiyan's and frozen demons have always been mortal enemies. It began when prophecy was circulating among your people. Ha! Broly suddenly exclaimed loudly, driving the chain to beat continuously. Bang bang! Frisia's body kept smashing to the ground, and his head was like a radish embedded in the planet. The planet is torn apart. Broly waved his hand suddenly, and Frisia's body smashed into the mountain behind him. The straight mountain has also been cut in half. The smoke rises and the planet trembles. A crackling crash sounded. Frisia's scarred fall to the ground, his hideous eyes filled with killing intent. No kidding. Do you want to kill me with this move? A stream of gurgling energy surged in his dragon-like muscles, and in the center of his palm, a screaming thunder and lightning appeared. Zzzz. He clasped his hands together, and the thunder and lightning rushed towards Broly in a moment against the chain. Broly let out a low roar, his hands flashing with flame light. It's running along the chains. Rumble. The two collided suddenly ahead. The chains were also blown to ashes. Tap your feet on the ground a few times, and the two of them stepped back. Woohoo! Frisia was panting, and the sweat on his face seeped into his eyes, and he actually felt a little sour. Unexpectedly, Super Saiyan turned out to be so terrifying. But the golden flame passed down from the clan seems to be a little different. Broly has no traces of golden flame all over his body. He thought in a low voice. What the hell is a Super Saiyan? Poof! Suddenly, the world went quiet. A penetrating sound came abruptly, and Frisia was stunned in place, mechanical rattling and constantly lowering his head. Chest, heart position, a black rod lightly pierced his body. He looked ahead stunnedly, impossible. Clearly Broly. Is it an afterimage? Buzzing. The air shook, and Broly disappeared ahead. Abruptly said behind his back, how about it, I just faint. Chains, wrap the energy you break free, I calculate it all. Just to give you the final blow when you feel like you're evenly matched. Wow! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and the energy in the body continued to retreat like a tide. With hundreds of limbs, there was a slight sense of exhaustion. Your speed. Spitting blood in his mouth, Frisia said unwillingly, why does it increase in an instant? Could it be that you were hiding your strength before? The people watching the battle were all stunned. Their strength is too different from Broly, but they can't see anything when they hear the collision. A few minutes later, Frisia was penetrated through the body. The battle, it's over. A sound as low as a moth. Maybe. Even the heart, all. Not yet. Vegeta gritted her teeth and shouted. Even if the heart is pierced, Frisia will not end so easily. However, everything that has been done since then has been in vain, and the victory is now doomed. Poof! Frisia suddenly left and broke free from the black rod, turned around, and waved his hands quickly. The terrifying death beam surrounded Broly again, but Broly seemed to have some afterimage, and the back exploded wildly, and he couldn't hit anything at all. Abominable. Damn it. If you get hit once, you're done. Broly's pupils seemed to be stagnant, and he said calmly, "Do it again." "What? I'll let you do it again." Hearing the words that looked down on people, Frisia gritted his teeth, brought his index fingers together, and a sharp beam of light rushed out again. This is his 100% strength. Don't give it to me. Look down on people. Pang! The energy hit Broly's neck, and Broly only leaned back slightly, and then looked at him again with a smile. Frisia was stunned. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The aura of the Super Saiyan condenses on the body, forming a protective cover. Your all-out attack, even he can't break it. What a disappointment. Broly whispered, "See your chest. The blood is rushing, and the power is constantly receding. Although your combat power is strong, you do not have complete control over yourself. In the end, in front of me, I can only be defeated." Energy Realm. 8-armed Blackthorn. Click. The black energy of the Deo condensed on Broly's back like a bone, and instantly stabbed towards Frisia. Poof! The body was instantly penetrated, and the black thorns shimmered with light, as beautiful as fireflies. Frisia's body slowly emaciated, and all his energy flowed into Broly's body. In just a few seconds, it's like skin and bones. The eye sockets collapsed, and the face was dark. Broly laughed, "What's wrong, have you already given up resisting? Also, feeling my terrifying energy, from the beginning, you have no chance of winning at all." Suddenly, Frisia's body began to twitch. "My shoulders are constantly swaying." "What? Did you give your winning speech so early?" Frisia said abruptly, "Give up resistance." But I still hide the move to turn defeat into victory." Buzzing. Suddenly, the thin Chi-Yuan chopper quickly rushed out in Frisia's hand, and at such a close distance, rushed towards Broly. Broly actually felt the fluctuations of death. The blackthorn suddenly fell to the ground, leaned back, and lifted himself straight into the air. Rip and pull. Just like that, a deep bloodstain suddenly appeared on his face. If it weren't for his quick reaction just now, I'm afraid even his head would have been cut off. Humph! Fly Camp Dog's rotten trick. Unexpectedly condensing the possibility of victory on a sneak attack, Frisia, your strength seems to be like this, King's. Bang bang! Frisia suddenly jumped into the air, and the Chi-Yuan slash just now, although it did not achieve the effect in his mind, but it still allowed him to get rid of the 8-armed black stream thorn. He raised his hands high, and suddenly a whirlwind enveloped him, orange light circulated on the surface of his body, and all the energy was poured into his hands in an instant. A huge ball of energy suddenly appeared. 100 meters in diameter. 200 meters. 300 meters. It's like an asteroid. And Frisia's small body was like the power of the sky, lifting it high. Scion. Broly County. I admit it's just not your opponent, but don't forget, I can fly in space. This energy can kill you completely, but if you dodge, the planet will explode. In a vacuum, you can't survive either. Haha. This battle. I won. Death Supernova. Ask for a tip. Chapter 059. CT Sangtak Death Supernova. Frisia did not hesitate at all, waved his big hand, and all the energy surged down in an instant, like a planet that was about to collide with the ground, slowly falling. That! Vegeta shouted in surprise, his energy has dropped a lot, and he can even condense such a terrifying attack in an instant. Frisia, how strong is he? Naba next to him frowned, sighed softly and said, "Despicable Frisia, actually put Broly in a dilemma. Whether it's a frontal hard connection, or a planet explosion, it is." Vegeta. Your prediction may have been wrong. Boom! Vegeta swallowed a mouthful of spit. The legendary Super Saiyan really can't catch that terrifying-looking energy. Buzzing! Suddenly, a gurgling green light surrounded Broly. The protective cover was formed, and his feet were a little, like a curved bow directly rushing up. He's crazy! Vegeta shouted. And Frieza was obviously stunned, and then laughed, idiot! I'm going to use my body to resist my attacks, don't be kidding. In his eyes, Broly was already a dead man and could not compete with himself at all. Bang! Broly even hit it directly with a protective cover. In an instant, 783, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, like a rising sun, constantly releasing divine light. The deafening sound continued to rise, and many people trembled straight up, and blood gurgled out of their ears. Looking at the surging flames, Frieza shouted. See, no. It's the same scene as the original planet Vegeta. I used this move to destroy the Saiyan, and also use this move to kill the Super Saiyan. Feng Shui takes turns. How similar the situation is. Haha. His eyes widened and he shouted. Vegeta only had a little guess in his heart, but the words in Frieza's mouth had already made him decide that planet Vegeta was not destroyed by some meteorite, or killed by Frieza. Broly. Are you really dead? Kill him. Call. In the flames, a turquoise figure suddenly soared into the air, like a thunderbolt of lightning. What? Looking at the pitch-black figure with long hair, Frieza was completely stunned. Impossible. How could you still be alive? Isn't the result just good? Broly's eyes flashed with madness, and the protective cover around him was crystal clear, without any cracks. With your little energy, you also want to defeat me. The Blackthorn attacked. Frieza didn't have time to dodge, forcibly twisted his body, and suddenly deflected. The Blackthorn completely passed his arm in a moment, tearing and pulling, so that his left hand was only left with Senbei's bones. Ugh! Frieza screamed loudly. The pain of tearing a large piece of flesh off the body alive goes beyond the scope of martial arts. Poof! The eight-armed black stream pierced the body directly. From the bloody void, the gurgling energy is constantly gushing. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurts out. Frieza whispered, how is it possible? Obviously. I told you, Super Saiyan, but undefeated. The Blackthorn seemed to have some corrosive attack, starting from his chest, and it became pitch black little by little. Ugh! Like the pain of 1,000 cuts, Frieza's eyes widened, his eye sockets protruded, like a hanged ghost, constantly wailing in the sky. The Blackthorn stirred back in his body, stirring up all his internal organs, even his blood vessels. Wow! Blood is constantly spewing out of the mouth. Frieza's body quickly went down. The silver-white body instantly withered yellow, and the energy was absorbed by the gurgling. Super Saiyan, how is it possible? Yes, mine, opponent. Broly said mockingly, until now, I still believe in your arrogance. The Emperor of the Universe, flaunting his might in the universe, I don't know how many people he killed. After you die, your great empire will collapse in an instant. BDCA, I don't know what will become of it, and I don't want to know. But just understand that the situation will certainly not be worse than now. The Blackthorn is constantly expanding, and Broly's eyes are fierce, and he snorts. Poof! In Frieza's miserable roar, he actually tore his body apart with force. Blood splatter! The organization fell sharply to the ground. Frieza's body was trembling, and he put his hands together in a panic, intending to piece his body together. However, the intricate zigzag cracks made it impossible for him to do this. He is also not immortal, and he does not have the powerful energy of Darren's. Poof! Two Blackthorns attack from behind again. Directly poked in Frieza's eyes. Stir it quickly. Ugh! A scream of pain came again. bright eyes, stirred into a cloudy liquid like cement. Vegeta's scalp was numb, he didn't even want to watch it. In his battle, he was not so cruel. He has killed countless people, but he has never tortured people like this. The body is torn, the eyes are poked blind. The feeling of pain is even more terrifying than Ling's. Broly chuckled, Frisia, if you had come that earlier, the situation would have been completely different. After you destroyed planet Vegeta, I was just sent to planet Wampa because my combat power was too terrifying. This is your stupidity. As well as arrogance. You've been afraid of Super Saions, but you don't take the desperate Saions to heart. This ambivalence is the source of your failure. With his hands outstretched, a thick turquoise light suddenly formed, and the space swayed with some ripples. Concentric circles appeared in the hand, and an energy bomb appeared. Let me tell you one last thing. Did you know the space pirate Zild? The legend of the Super Saiyan was handed down by him. And the first transformation succeeded. It was when you destroyed planet Vegeta, that lone stormtrooper. Frisia was stunned. He thought, crab head, and scars on his face. Obviously he is just a low-level warrior, and his combat power is even more terrifying than King Vegeta. Pain, drowning out the last bit of Frisia's sanity. A murmur came out of his mouth, originally. It's him. Oversized. Kigong bombs. Poof. Majestic energy envelopes Frisia's shattered body. The flames burned, the ice froze, and two diametrically opposed states blended on his two halves of his body. It's like the frozen demon and the sworn enemy of the Scions, the two collide madly. A large area of blood appeared on his body, and his cells had been completely destroyed. Finally, the inch broke, and the energy, turned into gravel and disappeared. Chapter-1-60 CT Sangtak Viet.tk Frisia. He's dead. The body was broken, turned into ashes in the Kigong bomb, and disappeared cleanly. Everyone watching the battle in the universe was stunned. Not, it's over. That demon, Frisia, who has ruled the universe for nearly 20 years, is just like this, dead. People have a sense of delusion that they can't believe. Under Frisia, they tremble, and even the best things must always be supplied first, not they can enjoy themselves. Are these days gone forever? Nope. Some people reacted, you still need to know Broly's attitude. If he is more cruel than Frisia, then we have just stepped into the wolf's den again. Vegeta was stunned. He saw the highest level of battle in the universe, Frisia's death, and also made him a dog who lost his family. Suddenly, there is a sense of disillusionment. Naba reached out and pinched Raditz. Ugh! Raditz screamed and complained, what are you doing? Naba bowed his head slightly, it seems that all this is not in a dream. The hatred of the Scions was reported just like that. Vegeta, next. Let's go. Frisia is dead, there is nothing to linger on. Keep exercising in the universe and become a Super Saiyan in the shortest possible time. Then, Vegeta's eyes released a strong fighting intent, snatch the title of the #1 in the world from Broly. Did our target become that monster? Raditz whispered. Beat him? Is it really possible? Idiot! Vegeta scolded sharply, no matter what you think, even if you want to follow Broly, you can do it. He turned straight into a stream of light and left here. Naba is Vegeta's diehard loyalist, and Raditz, it seems, taunts Broly when he first meets him. Frisia's cruel death was still rippling before them. If only Broly was careful with his eyes. Oh! The two hurriedly followed and left here in a spaceship. Looking at the silent void in front of him, Broly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, because of the need to understand the universe, he had to join the Frisia Legion and endure so much humiliation. Today, all released. That guy was brutally killed by himself. The mood is suddenly a lot happier. Remember, Broly himself, but he will be rewarded. He looked at the trembling human beings next to him who seemed to be being judged. Cut. Take a cold bite directly, take a spaceship, and disappear into the air. This great drama of convergence has finally come to an end. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Broly just looked at them, and they fell into the abyss, and many people felt the fluctuations of death. Even the heart is violent. It's over. Quick! Deliver messages to each. We must not be left behind. Some gossipy reporters in the universe were the first to react and shouted loudly. This sound seems to remind people that condensation scatter birds and beasts in an instant. A message that quickly diverged into the universe. Frieza, the evil cosmic emperor, is finally dead. And the new strongest in the universe does not seem to be interested in ruling the world, and everyone can be liberated from the shadow of Frieza. Quiet and peaceful life. What? Is Frieza dead? Heavenly fantasy. No way. That guy is too strong, how could someone kill him? Really? I heard that the new strongest in the universe is a super scion of the scion race, named Broly. Scion? Wasn't it destroyed by the impact of a meteorite? That's what Frieza did. It seems that Broly was exiled before and now comes back for revenge. The gossip in the universe became more and more lively, and after a while, it developed in the opposite direction. Wrong, I heard that Frieza snatched Broly's wife, that's why he came to take revenge. Does Frieza have that function? I wear black panties every day, and I don't see any bulges. You're all wrong, it's Frieza who abandoned Broly, so... Oh. It seems to have a sudden realization. The intelligence in the universe is circulating more and more outrageously, and it is said that Broly had a miscarriage. No matter what, everyone in the universe remembered. Broly is the strongest in the universe. After seeing it, you must not provoke it. Universe, the highest end. When it passed beyond a thin film of light, it suddenly became dead silent. Like the center of the universe, all the planets do not rotate at all. Ask for flowers 0. A diamond-shaped purple planet floats in the air, and above, a huge divine tree stands proudly. Blue-skinned, sky-high bun, a man in a dark purple robe holding a watering pot, humming a song in his mouth, is constantly watering flowers. Wise. And here, is the supreme god of the universe, the residence of the destruction god. Destroy the god realm. Looking at the enchanting flowers, Weiss laughed in a low voice, defeated Frieza? Broly guy, really good job. His body should start limiting his growth, though. If you can overcome the tyranny hidden in your body, you may be able to rise to the next level in a short period of time. I don't have to work too hard. Lord Beerus sleeps every day, perhaps, he can give the work of the god of destruction to Broly to do some. Haha. Weiss said with a smile, the corners of his mouth hooked, and an unknown light flashed in his eyes. What would Lord Beerus have said if I had found the god of destruction while he was sleeping? I'm really looking forward to it. Bang! In the divine tree, a violent explosion sounded. Hey? I really didn't sleep in the face. And privately emitting destructive energy. Lord Beerus, do you know if you know it, this will cause me a lot of trouble. A planet next to it was blown up into powder in an instant. Ambilight, all the energy condensed by the planet erupts in an instant. Like the world's most brilliant fireworks, solidified in a vacuum. The orange light condenses into petals. The purple streamer condenses into a flower stamen. Jizian is red, very beautiful. This is definitely the most beautiful scene in the universe. It's hard to find so many beautiful planets in the universe. Weiss hummed a song and walked around the ground, the staff in his hand rattling on the ground, and then thought of the thing that Broly had talked about. Blue fatty. Gourmet tablecloths. Why did I look for so long and find nothing? If there was such a thing, I am afraid that the head would have been beaten and bloodied long ago. How strange! Broly, Don't fool me. It seems that this matter can only be handed over to him. If you get it, show it twice in front of Bardos. Thinking of that beautiful thing, Weiss's body was smart, and he trembled directly. That's true. It's so cool.